KP should win this matchup pretty hard, actually. Especially like, at 6, he has kill potential too.
Absolutely. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see when the supports do head back up there. I mean, at the moment, Q is remaining down on the bottom lane, closing in on that level 2. But Boca actually finds an invis rune. They're going to try and turn this 2v2 down bottom into a 3v2. See if they can get a kill out of it. Looks like Faith and Mugi, they did have the ward down here, so they are aware that this Earth Spirit is in the neighborhood, and see how safe they do play it. Yeah, they're playing it pretty safe indeed. They know that Baboka's going to be in the neighborhood. They know that he's looking for action, and they're doing their best to not give it to him.
He got an invis last game at the 2-minute mark too. This time
he did, didn't he? Last time he was a bit more fortunate with the mid gank, didn't he, that he pulled off on the Nyx Assassin. But yeah, they're fully prepared. They drop down a sentry. Baboka's not going to find anything with that invis rune pickup because of the ward on the river. Now he's going to go in though. I mean, Newbee themselves did try and make a play. Nice boulder smash onto 3. I mean, it is of course Baboka Earth, but we know it's good. Faith will drop.
Mugi's in some trouble too.
Yeah, they're going to get multiple ones out of this. So despite the fact that Newbee were well aware and seemingly prepared for that play, they get the kill. Baboka, he's going to be able to TP out as well.
All right. This aggro trade lane is working very well.
Absolutely worked out. As I said, it was surprising that it did so because, I mean, Newbee knew what was going to happen. They knew that Earth Spirit was there. I guess maybe they just assumed, because they popped the sentry down and because they didn't see him, that maybe he'd moved on. But Baboka was just playing for the long con.
I mean, that was the dream boulder smash. He had all 3 heroes.
And a classic Baboka.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. So that was also the Howl a bit playing into factor too. So you have to watch out for that one. How the other lanes do. Puck.
Mid lane's going amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing for OP.
The extra Howl damage as well as the double no build lets him have just that big clear-cut actual damage advantage over SCCC at the start here. First nighttime is about to be underway, where the Howl becomes obviously the double benefit. And it also lets Newbee, so lets Kaka actually be able to make some better moves around and better adjustments. Yeah.
I mean, definitely, that kill down bottom with the way the mid lane's going, that's great news for IG. I think definitely the one thing that is an issue is the fact that KP's getting as much farm as he is, because of the fact, as you mentioned in the draft, this is such a good game for an Earthshaker. Yeah. You know what I mean? If KP does get that fast blink dagger timing and progression and good levels, it is going to be an issue for IG's lineup. And at the moment, IG, they're absolutely crushing it elsewhere, but top lane is the problem. Bottom lane, talking about crushing it, they're going in for more. Looking towards Faith, and they'll get it. They'll take Faith down. XXS falling low, but again, Baboka absolutely nailing it down here. Picks up the double. Kaka will get away. For now, I mean, Baboka's got to roll if he wants to play it greedy and dive under the tower. We'll see if he does. He was open for it. He was open that Kaka was retreating, did try and hunt for the play. Oh. In fact, he may just get it. He does. The boulder smash connects. It's a triple flipping kill for Baboka as he hits 3-0-2. And my goodness.
It's a clever kind of approach coming out from IG, though. Like, they're sending the 3 heroes bottom to pressure the CK, and they're using Howl every time. Like we said, it's nighttime Howl now, too, so it's 30 bonus damage and 200 health. That's way too much for you to actually fight into. 3 heroes hitting you, that's pretty much a full extra hero on top of that with the Howl. So they're pretty much fighting a 4v3 in that kind of matchup with that Howl coming in. And, of course, you know, with those incredibly good boulder smashes and patience from Baboka.
Seen in the past, just teams being absolutely terrified of Baboka's Earth Spirit. Mid lane's going to get himself some more action. Will miss the roll forward, but of course with the Dream Core setup, he even gets the kill himself. 4-0-2 on this Earth Spirit. Baboka picks up another.
Snowball in the lanes quite well.
It's certainly, yeah, mid lane and bottom lane, the absolute dream at the moment. Just the fact that top lane, KP's in his own little world. He's level 6 minutes in. He's got pretty much perfect CS. He's just kind of closing his eyes. He's saying, just let me get my blink. Then that's when, you know, Newbee can start to look to turn things around. But at the moment, you know, the other lanes, they're struggling to hold on because of this pressure that IG are putting on.
Yeah, the Legion pick plus the Howl is just really very fortuitous for them. What items do we have coming up delivered for burning? He's got the treads at least finished up, so he's a bit tankier. Can't just get like bursted down by KP in that combo. Baboka now setting up as well top. They do have a Lycan form. They have the shapeshift ready. Kaka
nearly getting that courier. Attack too short. But he would, I mean, KP is definitely the biggest kill on the map at the moment for RG. See if we can get it. Again, there's the silence from Baboka, making sure the burning's kept safe. Always in the right place at the right time, this Earth Spirit.
That's a hard kill too, because he still does have the 10 stick charges as well, and with the Howl, obviously benefit at nighttime. It's the double bottom lane, the duel comes out into Faith.
Oh, she's going to get the dual kill. They do get the kill nonetheless, and XXS will be able to retreat. They get the bonus damage, but getting the kill, absolutely worth it.
Burning's making the first rotation now too. Bottom shapeshift expended. Q's gonna die, but he's looking to get aggressive onto Mugi here.
Can he get Mugi? Kaka's looking for the body blocks. He's doing a pretty darn good job at it at the moment. In fact, they'll drag Burning back in on this one, and Burning indeed will retreat. Says that he doesn't want to stick around any longer. Notices that Faith's already back in the lane. So, I mean, IG get the kill, but at the end of the day, it's kind of time wasted for Burning there. Did come in, try and get himself stuck in, but didn't find any good action. And of course, this is giving more space for KP. It's all about the Shaker. KP, can he carry this game?
Definitely possible. Mid lane again, though. SCCC getting punished from these rotations. The Howl plus the Coil.
Bringing in some return rotation from Newbee, and that's a big one. I mean, as we can see, CS he was up there in terms of net worth. I can only imagine he was indeed he was top of the board that part.
Yeah.
So
Gives 400. Quite a lot already at this early stage of the game. KP max aftershock build is finished. Blink about 1,000 gold away. We'll see what he's able to make of that one. Venomancer porting down toward the shrine. Now continuing just to do some ancients for SCCC. But yeah, Newbee definitely looking to be under the gun, under the pressure so far from IG. He's definitely making the right moves.
P.
Okay.
Tickled by Q. Just have a TP come through as well from OP actually to the top lane. But indeed not quite close enough to get involved with the KP action.
They scouted the puck as well now with that ward there at the top. He did TP up there. SCCC continuing to now try to pressure them mid lane a bit with those max Venom wards. And now at least it's not nighttime anymore. It's like which nighttime actually hurt more? It seems like, I mean, IG's the benefit from the Howl. Usually it's like nighttime for Night Stalker, you'd think like that, but the Howl just a huge factor into this kind of triple melee aggro tri-lane that IG was running.
And look at this as well, Burning. Taking a page out of Arteezy's book. Been saying it is going to be the Necro build. From the Lycan that, as I said, Artur's been doing it. It's kind of coming back into it after this period where we've seen pretty much Mask of Madness, Echo Saber every game on the Lycans.
Yeah, like the Mom Armlet or Mom Echo Saber or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's it. Going back to the Necros.
It's an item that's got like rebuffed and changed up a little bit, so it's pretty damn strong. Like mana burn is pretty good versus CK if he's not able to really do any. Like he's already got such a limited mana pool. If you get like a mana burn on a lot of these heroes on the side of Newbee, they're actually really not able to use their full arsenal of spells. IG smoked up, ready bottom. The Newbee very aware that this is going on.
Yeah, Moog is actually TP'd out.
Faith may be the sacrificial lamb if he doesn't TP out.
They know that someone's there. Will they come a-hunting? That's the question. He's on his own, Faith. XXS, he's searching. Faith a little too late there with the TP attempt. And will get punished. Bonus damage in the bag there for XXS as they claim the kill. Good shot taking the town. Mid lane, we are going to see Q come across towards SCCC. Baboka in position. Rolls in again. The two-man boulder smash. Holding off any chance of Kaka doing anything in return. The silence following up as well. The stones continue to drop. KP though with the Echo Slam. Catches the three of them. Double kill for the Shaker. He's not done yet. Looks towards Baboka, but Baboka, he's the one who's even more not done. Turns around with the boulder smash. Drops a rock. Kills the Night Stalker and will get away.
That was very good stone usage there by Baboka.
Absolutely perfect. Doesn't waste a single one.
If he actually had that one more there, he may have been able to turn and kill KP as well.
It would have been close.
He had the Urn Charge as well, so he would have been able to refresh the Magnetize. That was really well played by Baboka, but beautiful rotation from KP. That's pre-Blink Dagger, 3-man Echo Slam because of, you know, like we said, heavy melee lineup, but now he's got the Blink.
I feel like this game could turn into kind of the Baboka versus KP show. Is it all the Earth Spirit players or the Earth Shaker players? You know, both heroes were, first pick from both teams. And so far, they seem to be the most crucial. You know, if Baboka can continue to play as he is, it's going to be very hard for Newbee to get anything done. But if KP can hit these big Echo Slams, the same could be said the other way around.
I think our Shaker was third this time.
Was he?
I think so this time, right?
Oh, was that in game one?
Yeah,
you're right.
It was Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, it was game one that was.
It's all good.
That's so good.
OP has the Veil now finished up, trying to continue some pressure onto the bottom lane, and we're watching Burning Trying to do some scouting information with his wolves in the meantime. Just trying to get information of where KP is for the most part. Able to really do so. Mugi almost has the armlet finished up, but Q trying to put some aggression onto him, scare him a bit in that jungle.
Hey,
OP could be in some big trouble here, actually.
Ooh.
Nice usage.
Oh no, Kaka.
OP? That was really
I can't
sick.
believe he got out of that. I mean,
I looked at Kaka was maybe a little slow on the silence.
He definitely had a chance to silence.
I thought he had a time. I thought he had two. Also,
I mean, I get the range isn't that big. He must have just been. He was obviously casting it as the way he ripped it, but it looked like Kaka had a chance to lay that silence down.
It looked like he did, but OP. That was good. That was great spell usage though. The quick orb, the quick phase shift, the dream call to cancel the animations too was nice.
I mean, I guess looking at is the range of the Waning Rift the same range as the Nightstalk has to get within to? No, I think
it's a little.
It's very
Crippling Fear is
close.
a little bit bigger, maybe like 50 range bigger or something, but
it's tight. So.
That was a really nice quick puck fingers. So now we have Q level 6 online for the bounty. Baboka on the prowl. Since they have that Veil finished up on the puck with the Air Spirit, their team fight damage is actually
great damage,
ridiculous right now. So looking to make some aggression toward top. They're trying to force the tower with Legion Commander. XXS also has the Blink Dagger finished up already. He's actually leading his team's network.
Here we go though. KP has the Blink, but immediately the silence from Baboka, making sure that KP can't get the initial play out. He will still jump forward, does manage to slam down the puck. So may not have got the massive echo he wanted in terms of an overall team, but he gets the big killer now with the backup from Newbee. They're fighting around the shrine. It's easy for Newbee to bring back up in. They take down 3 heroes.
That was... Did you see that? Okay, so he got earned, and before it ticked, he actually got the instant blink echo slam off.
I was going to say, because it looked like he couldn't blink. He was on the side. I was like, hang on.
It was literally...
How did he still blink?
It was instant that he got it off right afterwards. The earn didn't tick yet. He gets actually... Not only the perfect echo on the puck, like we were saying, that instant kind of disable on puck can be really hard for pucks to actually play around, but then the fissure actually blocks the exit path from the bounty hunter and the Leech Commander. He actually completely trapped them in there.
Really nice play from KP. I mean, we said we're looking for KP to carry the game for Newbee. He's top of the net worth. He's doing his best at the moment.
He's owning.
He is. I mean, he had a fantastic lane at the start, you know, and it's really starting to show, you know. Again, Baboka lands it on 2. Dreamcore there to follow up as well. They'll clean up both of them. They may even get more. Kaka and Faith are in the neighborhood. IG do have the Venom ult on them. It doesn't look to scare them. They're looking to chase down. Jump forward though. KP trying to do something, but Baboka with the smash and the silence, making sure that KP couldn't get off any spells in the front line. KP will still get the kill, but now the chase down is there. Nightwish XXS is looking for him. Can he finish this one off? No, he's scared. He's terrified of the KP carry. He'll back away up top. Kaka looking for OP, but he can't get it. XXS comes in with the nuke.
The Venom Ward is going to hit OP. Oh, it actually just despawns. That may have actually almost killed him.
Okay, this game's getting pretty crazy.
That was a 4 versus 5, or 4 versus 4 and a kind of half from Newbee, because Newbee, Third Shaker commits later on, but burning that whole time is split pushing. Necro Book finished, cleans up a nice tower from them. That was definitely a big win there for IG.
Yeah, well, and
Baboka.
They got the dual damage, and Baboka.
The stun, KP actually blinks into the stun.
It's, I mean, you know, but some would say it was luck, others would just say, you know, that's Baboka. He'll do that. He knows that you're going to blink in, he knows that he's throwing out that stun, he knows you're there. He's rolling away. Baboka, he knows everything.
He's definitely having the performances that we used to see from him in the past, especially around the DAC era. This game, he is involved in 11 of the kills already, and he's been perfect with his boulder smashes. 3-man, 2-man, 2-man, another 3-man. It's been really perfectly positioned by him. This is pre-puck blink dagger, where this is where you are the setup. You don't have someone setting up preemptively for you. You're the one doing it, so it's definitely very impressive coming out from him. Oogie still about to finish up that armlet finally, but they are scouted. There is a wolf sitting on top of them.
Hunting. Maybe they may have caught some of that on that sentry when they were still in the neighborhood. So, I mean, something obviously spooked them as they do indeed back away. Tower, mid lane, bit of a wraparound coming in. KP's in the neighborhood with the Echo. Actually going to TP back and join the rest of his team.
Yeah, they're going to look for smoke.
But hey ho, there was an observer board on the high ground. I think it may have just clipped one on the edge.
I think the wolf actually may have.
Oh, was the wolf still there?
There was a wolf on the bottom side. I think that may have actually caught him. I looked at. As soon as I looked at the vision, it actually looked at it despawned, so I wasn't able to see exactly.
yeah, I think either way, it looks like IG are aware that that smoke's coming as they back off. Yeah, they've hit it with the scan. They certainly something showed them to back away. We'll look to jump in onto SCCC, and he is gone. There's no way that man's being saved. There's the boulder smash and the silence onto Mugi as he now just has to back up, but the Dream Core's already down. It will snap. Can they turn this one, Newbee? That's the question. There's the Fisher coming out. KP jumps forward, does block off the Lycan. That'll be one down. But look at this rock placement from Baboka. It's absolutely perfect. He's just laying it down, keeping the magnetize going. They'll silence him. He's got one more rock left to play with. They could go back in, IG. Kaka's going to try and chase down OP. I'm watching Baboka. He's going to do something. I can feel it. And, oh no, I've jinxed him. He still gets the smash off at least. Fisher's actually going to miss. Baboka bends the Fisher with his mind and walks off. So, Newbee losing 3. I mean, I think IG, they're going to be happy with that again.
A couple track kills.
Track kills. You're getting a bit of dual bonus damage.
But I think the biggest thing is definitely that
what you got?
It's the Venomancer and CK just dying in all these engagements. Like SCCC is 0 and 5, and he's usually their big snowballer, and Mugi is 2 and 3 with only 65 CS on a CK.
And I think we're seeing as well. I mean, I kind of looked at the CK there. I was like, oh, Baboka silenced him before he got the ult out. But I was like, hang on, he used the ult. Where's his illusions? But then it's like, well, this Legion with the overwhelming odds, he just destroys the illusion. I don't think they were there alive for more than a second.
I think he got one reality rift attack with them, and then they died.
They just go. We'll get the tower here in the middle lane, Newbee, but game 2 certainly look a lot more promising for IG in heavy comparison to game 1. So we are seeing a much closer affair between these two sides. So yeah,
Baboka's owning
7-1 and 6.
Yeah, 7-1 and 6. Almost has a Yule Scepter finished up, almost level 12. So the damage from Magnetize actually, it only looks like a lot less because it's only 25 more, but it's a lot more because of the Veil and also because you're refreshing it over and over again.
Yeah.
So
just keep it going and going.
But his stuns and silences have been on point, absolutely.
I mean, once he has that Yule's done, he's going to be an absolute nightmare.
This could be huge.
Even at the moment. KP is still the high value one. He really is. That's the one they want to get. 4-0-3, yet to die this game.
They've done a great job of peeling any of the aggression and anything off of Burning, though. They've been running around like S4, making stuff happen everywhere, while Burning just is completely caught up. He has a full Book 3. 19 minutes. That's pretty damn good after having such a kind of shaky start. Like, he was in a hard matchup.
Shaky start. I see what he did there, Bob.
Yeah, I tried. That one actually took me a little bit of thought process.
17-12.
So Mugi almost Echo Saber finished up, but yeah, this is looking like IG should definitely have a big advantage coming into the next 5 or so minutes. I think the Blink Dagger was also picked up for the puck, so
yeah. It's just out.
So how long for... We have 10 seconds till nighttime, though. This could definitely change it up. The Hood is finished up, too, for Kaka. So this is going to be all about who gets the jump first in this one.
Mugi's actually going to reveal himself. So the Wolves there. So they know that the rest of the team's almost certainly smoked around him. With that's Chaos Knight popping out from him. They're actually going to try and fight. You know, IG on the high ground. They know they've got the better position.
They got vision of KP, and they got the track on him now, too.
So now, yeah, it becomes very hard for Newbee to really do anything with this movement. IG aware of what's going on. Themselves away. Baboka has got that Yule Scepter out on the Courier. And IG are certainly ready to try and catch someone. They've got the Blade Mail complete on XXS. Fantastic lockdown, of course, with that ult. And as we see, not really too much that Newbee can do to save someone that gets dueled. Yes, they got the Crippling Fear miss chance, but with the Blade Mail, it doesn't matter if you can't hit yourself. There's still numerous ways that IG can get that kill duel.
Still pretty close, though. It's only a 2,000 gold lead still for IG, and only a 1,000 experience in lead, actually. It's very close. But that also, of course, is the Venomancer 30% experience gain. He gets a lot extra. And I mean, SCCC still, that's it. I'm still in the same concern. Is the CK and the Venomancer are the ones who are not really becoming that scaling, scary force in comparison to this Lycan Legion Commander puck. Just comparing cores, definitely looking like IG is looking with a clear-cut advantage for the time being. We all just kind of... Actually, both teams kind of just playing around each other, not really wanting to get smoked up on and just exploded or engaged on.
Smoke from IG. They're backing up Burning in this middle lane. Looking for a bit of a bait play. But yeah, Newbee, they're going to go for a smoke themselves. They still have one. Doesn't look like they do actually have a smoke at their availability. At least they haven't got one out on them.
Nice work by IG. They see
they
majority of the members from Newbee. They're getting ready to jump.
IG certainly coming in with the upper hand here. They're going to look towards Kaka. The silencer, he comes out in time, so XXS doesn't get the duel off. Burning, making a beeline straight away for the Shaman, but KP's in with the Echo Slam, trying to hold back the Lycan. There's the ult pop by Mugi. Fisher to clip onto Burning, still on the way out. No one to yet fall on the side of both of these teams. IG back away, Dream Coil connection onto Kaka only.
That was Echo Slam committed.
It was.
It was a Dream Coil
did
too,
save the Shaman's life.
Yeah.
But other than that, not a lot else going down. I mean, in terms of what's committed, both sides did drop a lot. You know, Magnetize was down, Dream Coil obviously, and the ultimate from Lycan. Team getting too much out of that one. Rather deep play as well, of course, from IG. They're still yet to take that tier 1.
The longer cooldown ultimates that were expended were from IG. Or from Newbee, sorry. Kaka
is now on his own. He does, of course, have this hood. And I'll give him a little bit of beef. Is it enough beef? It's going to be close. Okay, there we go. XXS with the cutoff. Comes in, does manage to find the duel. KP and SCCC are there, but Baboka, 2-man boulder smash. Mugi comes in with a Hex Run Fate. They will claim the kill on Legion. Nothing that Baboka could do there to save his teammate. It's the bigger kill, certainly being that Newbee can claim. Taking down that XXS Legion commander, using the support Night Stalker in return. Q eyes on to SCCC. Very low, doesn't want to mess around too much with this.
He's playing super well. 5-0 and 3 still. He's just being the rock for his team that they really need right now.
And it's, I mean, I can imagine KP is loving it as well. As we've been saying from the draft onwards, it's a lovely game for an Earthshaker.
Yep. I mean, it's definitely looking like IG's game so far, but that doesn't mean the Newbee's out of it by any means. Their hero scale super hard. Venomancer becomes this impossibly hard to kill hero once he starts like getting to the later stages now. Level 15, the health bonus, about to have the halberd finished with the hood. He's becoming a lot tankier, and the same thing with the CK. CK hits a point where you can't deal with the illusions. Like, even if you have so much spell damage, and like, once you get to like the heart, you just can't kill him.
And look at this, he's found it. XXS quick with the duel, catches Kaka on the sidelines, and IG are going to look for more. Burning with the ultimate, ready to chase down, looking towards Fade. KP's there with a Fisher block off. Holds back the speed chicken dog as he's back out of the chicken form. Hex wears off, jump forward with the Dream Cold, catches 2. Fade throws down the walls, trying to hold them back. On the sidelines, they are going to find the catch out. But KP comes in with the Echo Slam, takes not only 2, but setting up for a triple kill for Mugi. And that's what we're talking about, Fogged. It's
the melee heroes.
It's absolutely the dream for KP. He just has to walk up, jump in, bash that R button, and IG are rolling back to their graves. And he's not done yet. He's chasing down for more. He's going to give XXS a bit of a tickle, and realizes he probably doesn't want to do that.
I was so worried for Mugi for a second, and then, yep, the clump happens, and the perfect 4-man Echo comes out.
Securing that triple kill as well for Mugi. You know?
Yeah,
as you said, he's been struggling a little bit, getting that massive cash inflow.
It was a bit of an aggressive play, though, by IG, right? The Tier 1 tower is still alive, and they're still diving for that, diving to the Tier 2 over and over again. They're expending book, and they're really just trying to like push super hard. They did have a pick off there, too.
Yeah.
Kaka was dead. They could have maybe just taken the Tier 1 and been happy for it, but they really wanted to claim some big kind of kills and just run through it, and maybe go for a Roche after, but, yep, big plays by KP, just not allowing that. It's literally KP versus Baboka show.
KP versus Baboka. That's all I'm saying. I love it. 2 great players in their own right. And we're seeing it this game. 7-2 and 7 on the Spirit. The Spirit versus the Shaker. Who is going to make the bigger plays? So far, it's pretty much neck and neck. We saw there, yeah, definitely this Echo Slam that you've got to be so worried about. They can't let that happen again. You get 3 or more heroes caught in Echo, it's pretty much game over in terms of that team. You're not coming back into it.
Especially, I mean, as long as the CK is alive. But
sure, yeah.
He needs to be able
some sort of damage, yeah.
They got to keep CK alive. I mean, Mugi's getting to the point where he's going to be a big problem. Level 15, the Echo Saber is online. He's only 2,500 HP, so the illusions are still nukeable. But the Heart will definitely be the thing that pushes it through. The Heart in level 20 will probably come out at similar times, so you get that bonus 12 stats and the Heart, which will be very nice for those illusions. SCCC also still getting good levels, because he survived, actually, I'm pretty sure, that entire engagement. So with that 30% bonus experience, he got like 2 full levels from it. Bottom lane, Faith. Bye-bye.
Shaman out on his own. Bouncy shuriken to the face, and, well,
he'll buy some time.
I mean, he's buying a fair
Oh my god, but KP's coming in now too. Oh no!
No way! Oh Oh my god!
He's alive!
Oh my!
He's alive!
I can't believe it!
He's alive!
I can't believe KP the God saving. Faith himself with some. He kept his cool there.
I can't believe no way.
Oh my!
The medallion.
The medallion.
The medallion just saved his life.
The stats from the. Oh no, you don't get any stats on stick.
Well, he's got the 200 health from the level 10 talent.
There we go. We'll give it
that was beautiful. KP's always just in the right place at the right time though, but Faith, I like how he didn't just give up his life, right? He just like, he recognized, he's like, maybe I can actually make something of this, and does. Boulder smash coming in from Baboka.
I mean, can they contest this without the puck? I don't know if they can. I mean, Moogie's falling kind of low with the walls down, with KP. KP's on set. No, he's going for it. No, he's jumped in. He gets immediately hexed.
Where's the Aegis?
Where's the Aegis? No one's picked it up. There we go. Finally picked up by... No, he's not picked up.
I can't find it.
Where's the Aegis?
It's stuck.
Where the hell's the Aegis? Where is it?
It's stuck inside the wards.
Oh, it's in the wards.
He's trying to get it.
It's there.
He can't click it. He can't click it.
Get the ward.
He actually just can't click it.
Get the Aegis.
I can't click it. I'm trying.
The Aegis is still there.
Burning's going in now again too. He gets stunned up.
No, what is happening?
The boulder smash from both on 3.
Can he break through to the Aegis? The Aegis is in. No! The Aegis is still on the floor!
I can't believe this.
Baboka's trying to get it.
They're gonna get it. IG's gonna get the Aegis.
They got the Aegis.
Oh my god! I can't believe that just happened.
What is going on in this game? He got it. Oh, the longest Aegis snatch I think I've ever seen. With 10 heroes in the pit, Newbee losing everyone.
Who bought back? So Baboka bought back, and was that it?
I think Faith's getting kicked. He put the wards there. Come on, you've got to be careful with your placements, sir. Don't put him over the Aegis.
Dude, I'm like sitting there trying to zoom in the whole time too.
I was trying to see where it was.
I couldn't click on it. I literally could not click on it. So they were in the same position. That's actually absurd. So okay,
the next level unintentional block of the Aegis with the Shadow Shaman wards. I mean, I think Faith's not going to even be annoyed at himself. He's just going to be laughing. He's going to be like, "What the hell happened there?"
That's probably both teams, yeah. Because I think that you could see like Faith was trying to kill it. I think with his serpent wards, right? He looked like he was trying to attack the Aegis desperately, and he's like, "I can't attack it."
You couldn't.
I can't deny the Aegis. It's just untargetable.
Oh my goodness. What is this game? This is great. Yeah, 29 minutes in, 22 to 25.
I just lost track of I wasn't
even watching the team fight. I was just watching the Aegis, then suddenly 9 people were dead. I was like, okay.
I think Newbee overall came out ahead, but they didn't get the Aegis, so that's like the little bit of denial thing there. But the CK still overall lived throughout the majority of the situation, has the Reaver online, building toward the heart. So he's looking good. Everyone else got a good chunk of gold too. It's just that was KP's first death.
Yes, they finally brought down that Shaker. KP though, not meant to be shaking off his stride as he's searching around.
I can't believe the succession of events. Faith living bottom with that beautiful shackle play, and then his unfortunate wards make his team not get the Aegis, right?
It was like Final Destination, though. You know what I mean? Like he should have died, and then he does die, and he gets incredibly screwed over as well, and with the whole team there with an unfortunate wall placement.
Yeah, definitely.
Someone is watching him. The punishment hit for surviving that bottom lane.
So levels coming out. SCCC almost level 20.
Look at KP. KP's just walking all over where everyone's.
He's almost got his BKB finished too. That's going to be really nice for him to just have those clean setups without worrying about some casual spells coming out. How's Burning doing? Burning does have the BKB finished too with that book, and going to be building toward what looks like a Maelstrom to be able to force those lanes out and to be able to deal with those CK illusions. That could be an adjustment that he's trying to make.
Oh, that's a bit of an interesting one. I don't remember last time I've seen a Maelstrom on it like it. But I like it, yeah, Burning, bringing a bit of his own flair to the game. Or get the courier KP. Yeah, no, it's just going to XXS, isn't it?
He's playing so deep right now, though.
I mean, I guess, he could farm up the BKB, but he just says he's already got obviously enough items to do what he needs to.
They have a ward in the mid lane, so they do see kind of everyone around, but they're all just still farming. They don't want to fight into the Aegis just yet. They want to wait till that expires, and then they can start to make an engagement happen. So Aegis should be getting reclaimed in about a minute and a half.
Here we go. Look at this. Puck with the bots onto the walls. Some next level plays here as they close the gap onto Kaka. IG surrounding him with 4, securing the dual win for XXS. He gets himself bumped up to the plus 72 now. Kill is successful, and that's the Kaka Night Stalker down for 50 seconds. Oogie. Very close to having that heart though.
That's going to be really nice. And level 18. Yeah. that level 3 Phantasm plus Heart is going to be pretty hard for IG to bring down. The Aegis is getting reclaimed about 45-50 seconds. Did he kill the courier?
Yeah, that lost a lot on. That had, what, like a 4-star? It had the mech recipe.
Oh, he gets his TP cancelled though by Q while he's going back.
Oh.
He's in a weird spot. The boots of travel coming out from Puck. He does get the disabled.
Oh, he's got an Echo!
He's going to blink out too?
No,
he didn't get the blink off though.
I think they're going to be able to punish him for that. They've got the silence. He's pretty beefy.
Can they get enough body blocks?
Can he actually live through this?
He should die.
He's done. There's a hungry wolf coming his way. They'll get the duel win as well. They do punish him. And that's actually the shaker down for 70 seconds. I mean, they can still get stuff done themselves with just a bounty down.
If he had like blinked out and everything there too, that would have been pretty cool.
Did spend up the money on the BKB as well.
Yeah.
So that's why he's not going to buy back. So he's going to have that for the next defense.
That's very worthy. He literally just forced everybody out of the mid lane to go chase him during all that. And that was IG's Aegis push. So no more Aegis. Echo Slam was expended, but still Mugi was farming during all that, right? The Heart's finished. SCCC as well, also just pulling ahead. So I think that's not really too big of a loss. It's just like whatever. Faith as well. Solar Crest finished up, and now he's split pushing. Faith looking pretty good on his items and his everything for him so far.
But I think he's going to do his best though to farm up these wards. So they get quite a fair few of them. Before I get the tower, it's close.
It's in deny range.
Deny. Easy.
That's map control. It's just perfectly good use of the wards.
Faith. He's clenching his butt cheeks it. But he knows.
They're just quick stare down really quick.
Just sensing it. So yeah, Faith will be mercifully to escape. The second until that TP's back off.
But Boca's set up down bottom. Level 18, like we said, they have the boots of travel on the Puck, so maybe he'll wait for one of the weaker heroes, the Shadow Shaman or someone, to show down here, and they can try to go for a setup for him. Puck TP. But it looks like maybe he's trying to gather, going for that smoke play, since they have hit some pretty peak timings with the Solar Crest on Faith, as well as the big items, of course, which is Mugi's Heart and level 18.
And here we go. KP ready with the Echo Slam. Newbee ready to make the move. Coming through the mid lane.
Did you hear it? The Radiant has scanned.
I'm not. It's really quiet.
I heard it that time. So SCCC reveals himself mid and starts forcing the lane out, so it's not so obvious because the other side lanes are being pushed so heavily, but it is pretty obvious. IG definitely knows that something is up. No one's showing in those two side lanes that are pretty much at their tier 2 and tier 3 towers. And yeah, Newbee goes back to just kind of farming, getting some nice deep aggressive wards out in the meantime too.
Something that IG is seeming to be very good at, reading the smoke movements of Newbee these series.
IG's getting very farmed. That's the one thing, is that their cores are all keeping up really well, and actually even better so than the side of Newbee, because they do get a couple track kill advantages. They also, of course, with that Aegis give them some leeway, but yeah, XXS is about to have the Halberd finished up. Those 3 cores are very high skilling, and now Gem picked up by Baboka. Looks like IG's trying to put some aggression coming out so they can fight around that next rush, because that is definitely the next big timing for these two teams, the Aegis and the Cheese.
Got a smoke out there in position. Yeah, they do. Smoke indeed. They pop it, ready to go. See if Newbee can do as well as avoiding IG smoke.
The wolf.
IG have of Newbees. And
on Kaka.
He had that vision on Kaka. He's pretty beefy with the halberd and the hood, but with that amount of heroes coming in and with the blade mail on the Legion, she'll have no difficulty at all in terms of taking him down, and indeed they won't. They get him.
Burning actually pops the book as well there, so I guess he's wanted to check for some wards, but they do have a gem anyway. A little bit curious of the book usage because they don't have a tower to gain out of it afterwards, but I guess he was just trying to see if like any wards or something in the area.
I still got a little bit of time, maybe they can get some use out of it. But it doesn't look like they're heading straight down the mid lane, so.
Yeah, at least it's okay. They're just gonna have to wait like 60 seconds. So Roche does spawn right away though. Don't think IG scouted it. That is a pretty fast respawn. I think that's one of the fast ones.
Check it out now, but it looks a bit burning.
Got the book still up, so it ends up being pretty beneficial now too. And they're gonna start it. 11 seconds without the Night Stalker. This should drop very quickly.
AP's close though. And the question is if he heads down here. At the moment it looks like he's just looking to cut the creep wave, so with that move he's unlikely to get her in time. As he's actually TP back to the base to join his team. And they may go for a smoke themselves, and they do, but it's going to be all too late. IG.
That fast respawn really screwed Newbee there. There's almost an instant respawn, and they give it to XXS as well. Now 2. Burning with cheese. Starting to get a big amount of items coming out.
He could still go for something though. He's looking for a jump. Oh, that blink out from XXS. I can't believe he got out. Blinking out just in time. I mean, KP got the echo off. They'll drop down the ultimate here from SCCC, but Burning chasing down, looking for Kaka, but Kaka's got wings and dogs don't fly. There's the silence and disarm onto the Lycan. Had to run himself away. We'll go back up to the high ground where they do get the bigger kill. Get Mugi. Now they'll look for more. They'll come back. They'll look for Kaka. And the Lycan says, where's your wings now, buddy? And Faith says, I got you, Night Stalker. But OP jumps forward. And despite Faith's best attempts with this shackle, it's not enough to save his teammate. He'll end up going down as well as IG moving upon him. And with 4 down on Newbee, only Mugi with buyback available. This could get pretty grim for them now. IG with a very strong push at their ready.
Ooh. Taking the fight into the Aegis, they felt like they kind of needed to there, but yeah, it's Aegis and Cheese, and I believe also what Puck bought back, or no, I thought I saw one bot, Bounty Hunter bought back, sorry. So pretty tough. They had to expend the Cheese, but yeah, XXS with that quick blink out, like you said.
That was absolutely instantaneous.
Still would have been really hard for them to win that fight because it is an Aegis on the Legion there, and CK now with Phantasm expended. This looks like it could actually just be like 2 sets of racks now.
This is a painful loss. Off the back of that fight, Burning not messing around, gets the ult back out so he can speed up this siege from IG. Middle lane they go now. Actually, it looks like they're respecting the respawns. They aren't going to stick around and poke around anymore. They know the shrine's still here, and yeah, they play it safe. Get rid of that. Make sure there's no chance of them being pincered in towards the base of Newbee.
It's smart. It's patient.
Yeah.
They still have the Aegis and Cheese. They know it's more, or they still have the Aegis, sorry, and they probably expect that Newbee won't make like an aggressive play into that because they're still. Yeah, they're in a very commanding position, so...
Well, Echo's back up in 5, so Newbee could try and go for an instant response, but you're right, it's hard, and IG are prepared.
Yeah, it's into Aegis, and Burning's been doing a really good job of scouting with these wolves. As he's doing right away, instantly he's starting to send them into where he expects Newbee to be. He's scouting out both Mugi. I think he actually caught a glimpse of KP there for... Actually, no, it's nighttime, sorry. So, no, he did actually catch a glimpse of him. Okay, I was switching the sides of view. Didn't see him for a moment, so now they've got all the information they need. Glyph is on cooldown. It's time to siege with the Necrobook.
Let's see how they can put a stop to this one. KP is there on the sideline, shadow-bladed up, waiting for the perfect time to jump in with the Echo. We'll throw out Fisher for now, putting a bit of a stop to IG's push, but the tier 3 already falling incredibly low in this middle lane. IG getting a lot done. IG continues to back off, the chance to take down another shrine. No need for them to rush it with this comfortable 10k gold lead they have at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking hard. Like even though, like I was saying, like the CK with the heart can be very hard to bring down the illusions, but if you're this far ahead with your cores, it can make it a lot easier. Just because how much damage comes out, how much magical, and how just buff the Legion Commander really is versus it too. Being able to clear them much faster when he has these type of items, he can actually stand toe to toe pretty well versus that CK. AC almost finished up for Burning. Puck about to be level 25 as well. Puck is already super rich. This guy is just going to be...
He's going to go through the roof there.
Yeah, he's going to really get ridiculous.
I mean, assuming he takes the full 20. Do you think he definitely does? Or
I've seen
an argument for orb speed here?
I've only seen S4 take the orb speed out of like any player. I saw like...
No one else does.
I saw Papita from like one of the Argentinian teams. He went for it. But like other than that, I think it's literally like S4 is the only one who I've seen go for the orb speed or GPM.
See what OP feels is the best this game. They're feeling confident and feels like money is not an issue, you know, having the track hold and such. Maybe they could make an argument for. But I mean, 420 is just such a ridiculously high amount, and yeah, he sticks with it.
Especially when he's got like these type of heroes on his team, right? He can give them. He can give the Legion Commander and like in Moonshards very early, and it can be incredible. Cool.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, fantastic Moonshard.
Go, IG. Still got some time on that Aegis, about 25 more seconds to force that tier 2. A couple extra items being delivered, like the AC for the Lycan. How is anything on Newbee? Newbee's pretty much stagnated. They're all kind of trapped in their base during all this because they don't want to get picked off by this heavy ganking lineup from IG with the bots on the puck and those wolves being such a nuisance, just scouting out all the rotations from Newbee. Yeah, OP. Starting to pick up those Dagons. Dagon 3 right away.
Straight up to level 3.
Just the Dagon 4.
You know, you've got the money on the puck. Timeout for XXS. The Maelstrom done. Nearly got Vlad's as well on the Boca. So getting everything. What could be this final push from IG. Just zeroes out on Newbee.
It'll probably be similar to the last one, going for the fight around the Roche pit before they try to go for that crazy high ground. But now Newbee, they do pick up a gem of themselves, so they're like, we've been pretty much trapped in our base for the last like 5 or 6 minutes. We've got to do some control, get some map control going out, so take a look for those wards. And they found, I think, one. It was about to despawn, but just kill one of them.
Rune to be taken by KP. Roshan, indeed, even the minimum timer is still a few minutes away. Could continue to just see this sort of safe, slow pace from both sides, as you mentioned before. That's up.
IG wants to take a fight. They're stronger, so taking a fight before the rush should be ideal for them. They do go for the smoke. They're actually so strong right now too. The Boca level 21.
Gold lead. That really is quite something.
It's quite an item advantage, and even a level advantage too. About 11,000 experience for them. And with the wolves constantly running around and scouting around the map, they know it's like Newbees in their base. They just know this from all the information they're getting from burning. He's been doing a very good job of picking his wolf scouting.
XXS tries to jump in for the duel, will manage to catch out Kaka on the Night Stalkers. They'll take down one, wards dropped by Faith. KP and ult being popped by Burning, trying to get himself on the way back out. KP looks to see if he can get the Echo Slam connection. Doesn't get it, but it does force IG back. So only getting the one. Do force the wards out, but at the same time, you know, they're using multiple BKBs, ultimates themselves. And it is just a Night Stalker, but
I think they forced the Phantasm there too, did they not?
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Yeah, the Phantasm.
Oh, you're right. Okay, that's the big one. Yeah, I didn't quite catch that. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's the one that they're probably like really happy about. If the Roche spawns in the next minute or so, that can be pretty much a clear-cut Roche for IG.
Yeah, you're right. That's a big victory. Yeah, if the Roshan spawns soon.
If it spawns.
We'll see how the RNG goes this game.
It did spawn instantly last time, and it was super advantageous for them. So we'll see if it's this time around too. So Puck, Dagon 5.
Dagon. Let's go.
So he is 6 slotted, I believe, now on Puck. You can get the bots too, and of course like the Moonshine and stuff, but he'll probably want to give the Moonshots to his teammates first. Oh yeah, he's quite a threat.
Oh, look at this. Onto the wolf they go.
Yep.
Catching out Mugi outside of the base. And they have certainly got the damage with Burning's presence. That'll be Mugi down for 75 seconds. Already moving over to the mid. XXS getting the catch onto SCCC.
Solos him.
That will be a second down. They've got to buy back.
They've got to buy back.
Yeah. They know that Roshan's going to be up soon as well, and letting IG have the Roche for free.
It spawns
could be
2.5, 2:45, so it's one of the longer respawn timings. But now everybody on the side of IG is... These kills mean so much because it's track kills, and people are getting so much level advantage. Like everyone's getting closer and closer to those level 25s, level 18 on Bounty, but the big 25 is definitely Burning. He's now got the 33-second duration on Shapeshift.
They should find the tier 3 as well with his Necro units moving in. Gaka trying to clear them out. Tower is down, getting heavily zapped as well by that Dagon. Get himself back, pops the Shrine. 25 seconds and they'll have Mugi back in the game, and of course when he is up he will have Phantasm back off cooldown.
Yeah, still tough to push into Fissure, Shadow Shaman Nuke plus the 3x Plague Wards, but that was a buyback which was forced from the Venomancer. IG just definitely looking to be commanders of this game, 25k lead, having full map control for the last, I want to say, about 12-15 minutes or so, 11 minutes.
It seems to be it, doesn't it? Yeah, with this lead that they're getting and how pressured Newbee have been waiting on their high ground.
And it's just getting worse. It's getting higher and higher. 25k gold and also 20,000 experience lead.
Success. Mugi is going to come out here, and they see that as a perfect opportunity to jump straight in. That is just CK down.
That's your one.
Yep, just like that, disappearing.
Decimated.
Oh my goodness.
176 dual damage now, and with the Vlad's aura, he's doing 500 damage per hit on that Legion.
If they can get anything off the back of it. I mean, even though they get a big kill like that, looks like IG aren't too set on trying to force out the buyback directly. They really want to get that Roshan.
Yeah,
and it is just the fact that the longer respawn certainly is. It's benefiting Newbee, you could say, because if IG had got this Aegis anytime sooner, you could be seeing multiple sets of racks being knocked out. But this is giving Newbee a little bit of time. I mean, it's questionable, of course, how much they can do with time with the way that IG are gaining this sort of a lead.
Yeah, they're
27,000 net worth lead. It's not looking to close.
I mean, they can't even get out of their base. The Wolves are scouting all over the place. Bounty on as well, throwing tracks, and it's every time they get like this one kill. It's a one kill, but it's a track for the most part. So it's like a five-man track. It's extra 600 gold or extra 500 math. It's like extra 750 gold from the track if you get like a 5-man track or something like that. So just leaves them to have full map control. Just still very content sitting around that Roche pit. It's
back up now,
the GPM just becomes worse and worse as it scales, right? Like, Puck just gets more and more to be able to give to his
Newbee are coming.
Can
they get a jump? I mean, there needs something perfect, but already KP's being tracked up. XXS jumping and will get rooted by the neutral Ancients here. But KP's surrounded, gets Jewel taken down. Goodbye Earthshaker and goodbye Moore. Faith ripped to pieces. Mugi pumps the ultimate, looking to try and turn, but him himself falling low does drop. They've had 2 buybacks coming out of Newbee, but Kaka falls. There's the Echo Slam, but it's not enough at this stage of the game. SCCC trying to fight back with a Maelstrom, but he gets zapped down by the Puck's Dagon. They have managed to kill off 2. KP gets the gem. They actually gives them the vision there onto the Bounty Hunter. And I'll tell you what, okay, triple kill for SCCC. Somehow, Newbee do hold on to the game. It did cost them buybacks.
2 big buybacks, the Earthshaker and the Shadow Shaman.
But they do hold. I mean, they force IG back, 3 of them down to the sidelines for a good minute or so. Only OP and XXS left. I say only, of course this is an XXS walking around with 200 stolen damage.
Yeah.
And the more buybacks are going to have to come out indeed. Mugi Poxes can't afford to lose a second set of racks at this stage.
Ooh, but now he can't afford to lose a second set of racks, but now he has been
Where's that AC?
Stagnated.
Yeah, where's that AC at?
He got the heart a long time ago and he hasn't been able to finish up the AC. He's very squishy versus the side of IG now at this point. That pretty low armor now in comparison to them, only 20. They itemized really well.
This is a pretty insane net worth.
Yeah, it's really hard for them.
I mean, the fact that they have a 35k net worth lead and they're not claiming the racks and winning the game, that's probably good news for Newbee. You know what I mean? They're like, well, these guys, they're 35k ahead of us, but they can't finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's good news in that context, but in the winning the game context, they're probably like, yeah, this is a pretty unwinnable now at this point. They have to like pretty much hope that IG makes massive mistakes for them to kind of come back because of how behind everybody is now. Just a 35,000 gold lead. That says enough.
And what we got on the Puck is I don't think he started to do that on any moonshots yet.
Not just yet.
He's got enough money to do so. I think. Stop being stingy.
Everyone ever placed the Veil first. Possibility. He still can get one more big item before he wants to get items.
To the pit?
They're scouted from the Wolf.
They just can't close this gap to jump in. IG get the space again to take Roshan, grab the Aegis and Cheese. And now, you gotta get yourself back to base, Newbee. Get yourself on that high ground, try and play it safe. Mugi's been caught out though by the Dream Coil, does have the ultimate. And it looks like, can he actually get out? They're holding him in place with the Yule Scepter. Won't actually throw out the Boulder Smash, so Mugi does get himself back up to the high ground. Newbee still, all 5 of them alive, ready for this defense.
This time it's another Aegis and Cheese, so this one, Shapeshift has still got about half duration, but it looks like they want to make sure that the lanes are very heavily pushed out. They really don't want to throw their lead away, because they're probably like, we're at such an advantage. Just patience.
Just super safe play from IG, no doubt about it. No messing up. It's all Octarine. Actually,
so he did buy his own item. Yeah. I was thinking like maybe he still wants to replace that last item. Yeah, it was. Octarine is lovely with all his items. Dagon is an 11-second cooldown. Pretty sweet. Newbee still just cannot leave their base. Mugi's trying really hard to farm bottom, but those are just those super creeps which don't really give you the greatest amount of gold, although it's always pushing into your line. You just don't get that good gold. IG just still waiting at the front doors.
Ags on Baboka as well now. Save and positioning potential. Now there. See how it comes into that. The push. XXS jumps in immediately. Fisher to try and slow him down. KP in with the Enchant Totem. They will disarm him and hex him. They'll bring him down a little bit, but he gets dragged back by Baboka. He will be fine. They try and go for a split push up top with the Necro. In they come again. They've got the Shackle. They drag him back here with the Rift. Wards are down. They'll take the Legion down once. XXS will be back for round 2. Can Newbee kill him off? I mean, up top's going to be the issue where Burning is just manning up, looking for the rat. Trying to take down those racks. Won't quite get them.
Oh, Baboka? That save?
Did he do it with the stone?
Yeah, because he's level 25, he has the Geo pull for allies, but then he also has the Aghanim, so he pulled XXS, turned him to stone, and kicked him back as they were trying to get the initiation on him split. That was really nicely done. Burning also starting to pressure that top tower, kind of made Newbee kind of like react there, so they got kind of split decision with if they wanted to full commit onto the Legion or not.
He's got a DD now as well, so Burning can certainly go in for round 2 of this split.
That was the Phantasm expanded too, so now they can really force it.
They found Kaka, and he is gone. No buyback on this man. SCCC trying to come forward, does get caught out by the Dream Coil on the side. Those Shackles there, but again the drag back. Baboka saving Q. They're going to lose one. KP gets the BKB off just in time. They will manage to drag back in the midst of it all, but KP just gets absolutely evaporated there by IG. 3 down on Newbee. Mugi getting chased down. None of them with buyback available. They're going to be team wiped. And that should be the game, and indeed it is. So IG getting themselves the game back in return after a very rocky start against Newbee in game 1.
Do you think maybe 1-1? That Aegis, that one situation where Newbee couldn't pick up the Aegis, AG gets an Aegis, and that's really where the whole kind of swing around started coming from IG.
I guess it didn't really come through from that.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I mean, IG with their lineup, XXS having a very solid game on the Legion.
He played awesome. And
of course Baboka, from the start to the finish, from the plays to the saves.
They played much better overall as a team. You could see their communication was key, Burning was scouting with Wolves, everybody was doing their job pretty much, so very well played by IG. Newbee just seemed to struggle a bit this time around.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1 between IG and Newbee. Don't go anywhere, we're going to have more Dota 2 here at the TI7 group stages right around the corner. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Alrighty then, welcome to a game group stages of the Sitting here with Blitz.
What's up?
And we have the honor of commentating Liquid versus Fnatic. And so far, Liquid have won both games that they've played so far. Well, it's one series, 2 games. They played versus IGV. First game was really easy. It was a little bit more back and forth. Fnatic has had a bit of a rough time. They lost both their games, as in one series against LGD, and they just struggled. And that was partially because LGD is looking just really strong.
Yeah.
Partially because Fnatic tried in both games to go for early aggression. It didn't really work out.
What the?
And this is the opening so far. Let's analyze that, please.
That is. There was some weird like pit lord meta being formed recently.
All right.
We ran into it when we played against Newbee. I know for a fact the C teams and the like when we were in Korea. Sometimes. But when we played in Korea, all the C teams, like the really good ones, would have the privilege, I say privilege, to play against the good Chinese teams. And we ran into, I know Newbee, they train with them a lot. They're like good friends, because KP is one of like the few Westerners. And, fun fact, he used to play on MVP.
Yes.
So they've got some relationship there, and I know they're one of the teams that run it a lot. So maybe Fnatic sees that, they're like, hey, we like that strategy. I mean, we got destroyed by it. We lost 2 games against it.
Alright.
Galaxy battles.
Because I have to say that it doesn't win very often. But when it does, it's very dominating.
That's a really good way to put that.
If it does well, it does really well. Otherwise, it just falls flat.
It's horrible.
Yeah, we are going to find out what type of Underlord it's going to be, though. They keep it open. We also know Clock have multiple roles. So overall, it's pretty well vague opening in terms of what they're going to do with it.
There's some cool stuff about Underlord, though. It's like, I remember speaking to that hero with 2 different captains, and both were like, conceptually, the ultimate is broken. You can just TP anywhere. You bring your entire team.
But it's very slow, especially that
It is. But still, if you think about it, like, conceptually, they were saying, like, right now, we don't know how to make it work, but conceptually, the hero is, you know, it's straight up amazing.
I guess you just have to find it in the right place at the right time and make a strat around it in that case. So opening of Team Liquid, they go for the 2 supports first, and they secure the IO and the Witch Doctor. A lot of sustain amongst the both of them, some disable. You like that opening?
I'm trying to figure out a way. So to be 100% honest with you, I thought I knew Liquid quite well from my previous experiences with them, but I know IO has always been like a Kuro hero in general. Like he really likes that hero. Because I know he's a concept guy. So when I say conceptually speaking, he's one of those guys that says to himself, okay, this, if you think about it, this should be amazing. And I know I was always been really high on that list. There's a time period, actually, fun fact, that Liquid would play it, or they hadn't played it, but people still banned it against us. That was when I was coaching them during like Manila times. It's like,
it's always really useful if you have a hero like that. It's just, you know, people are just afraid of it to face it, even if you're not planning on picking it at all.
I think we scrimmed it like 0 times in the lead up for that tournament, but it's still just like
afraid sometimes. But they have not picked these 2 heroes, by the way, in the first series. This is completely different than their openings that they had before. They did open with their supports both games actually, Earthshaker Wyvern and Earthshaker Shadow Shaman. So liking to open with those 2 supports. And Nature's Prophet, there's been a lot of Nature's Prophet so far this morning. Or quite a few, let's put it that way.
Again, global TPs.
Yep, conceptually
they've got 2.
really good.
I mean,
it's gonna be the name of the game.
If you think about it, it's just like the idea of a global TP. Just it sounds insane.
Yeah, I mean now you can have 3 people all over.
Now there's 3 global TPs in this game alone.
So if you put a Night Stalker or Lifestealer with that, you can infest. You can have 4 people.
You can have 4, and then Lifestealer gets Ags. And he can bring another person with him.
So imagine you have a Witch Doctor that is like all alone and he's very sad and he's getting ganked by an Underlord and a Disruptor and all of a sudden the whole team shows up to back him up.
You could do that all at once.
Conceptually.
Yeah, you hop in the Nature's Prophet, then IO tethers.
Yeah, it's conceptually really good.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? That'd be War Theory crafting some really stupid stuff here.
Well, apparently it's not that stupid. They already have 3 of the 4.
Yeah?
Only 1 more. Lifestealer is still in the pool if they really want to go for that.
So Lifestealer jumps in the Witch Doctor, and then he ags somebody, the last hero, into himself, and then he gets tethered by the IO when they TP, and then Nature's Prophet global TPs.
Yeah. Show up from the back. That's like the beginning of the play.
Yeah.
2.0.
That's the play. We're gonna cast it right here.
Yes.
This is where it happens. I actually thought they were gonna take Lycan, by the way.
For Liquid?
Yeah.
Or instead of Troll? Lycan's already banned, so yeah, they've already removed that one.
The one thing is that Witch Doctor tips you off. Is this hero? I know a lot of people will disagree and say like you can go really late game with this hero, like Ags Witch Doctor's insane.
Yeah.
Well, sure, but in most games he just gets blown up. Because people get BKBs and you just run at him.
Especially with Fnatic's lineup. I mean, at the moment they're all about blowing up.
Yeah. Clockwork, for example, is excellent against Witch Doctor because your ulti's channeling, so you can't rely on that. But what you can rely on, and the hero's one reliable ability, heal. Walk at people and heal.
Yep.
So you need to create this death ball. So that's why I thought they would pick Lycan.
Alright, what do you make of Fnatic so far with the Troll and the Disruptor there? Because I mean, it looks pretty scary.
Yeah. I mean, Disruptor's always been the counter to IO.
Mm-hmm.
You glimpse whoever gets teleported in or vice versa. You just glimpse the IO away or glimpse whoever's TPing away depending on if you can kill them or not. I don't know, this is a really weird... I'm failing to see the synergy right now in Fnatic's lineup, but of course it'll heavily depend on who their mid hero is.
Yeah.
Because you need to be able to make use of this this troll ultimate, and you need to be able to do something like Roshan. So it'd be cool to see Fnatic pick up something like a TA or.
10 seconds remaining.
They so far today they've played for QO anyway.
5 seconds remaining.
PL would make their lineup so bad.
I mean, they did lose with P. Greatest of looking at past results.
I'm trying to think right now, like
which hero would fit in well then?
what's a QO hero? He needs a killer.
Queen of Pain.
Quap's not bad actually. I could see because Quap, no matter what, if you're against a dual lane mid, you're okay.
Yeah.
She's one of the few heroes that does well against IO.
And they have the luxury of last picking this game, so they can even say what they're going to be up
Yeah.
against. So you were reckoning that Liquid's going to have an IO +1 mid, or is where we going by himself? I have to, put Invoker still in the game. We have seen what he can do with that earlier this morning already.
Just all in, pick up Zeus, get all global.
But what about Spectre?
Yeah, but then you'd have a Spectre mid.
I mean, you can support him with IO. No, but no.
You do need a building hitter though. You
Yeah.
need some. I think you need some kind of range core that goes.
Right.
So I think the same applies to them. They could even take. There's some cool heroes. If they really wanted to get wild, they could take like SF.
Alright, they make it a Morphling. So we're going back to the IO Morphling mid era?
They needed a range.
Yeah.
You need a range guy that can hit buildings, as I said, right?
Yep.
I think Morph's really interesting. It's in a really weird position, this hero. Because it still feels like it comes online a little bit too late.
And it feels like Troll can blow him up a bit, but I guess that's where Ursa comes into play.
So the problem always with heroes like Morphling and Weaver is, think of, what's the first item both heroes normally get?
Oh, Lincoln.
Exactly,
You
but
need it.
Lincoln's is not a fighting item. You get a Lincoln's and then...
And again, you have a Lincoln's against what? Against Disruptor?
So your item
Right.
build this game is going to be a little bit wonky. But it's just, you need so many items to make Morphling... You're afraid of this Morphling when he has his second item, not when he has his first.
So we're gonna look for Team Liquid having their peak late. In this case. Or
Yeah.
do you feel like Ursa can already dominate early enough?
I think
by
this
itself?
Ursa and this Nature's Prophet have to do a lot. They're going to get Roshan early for them. So Fnatic, I still think like TA, Quap, Balancer, OD.
It will be the...
Good call.
Thanks. Not a lot, that was...
Just range heroes that abuse troll.
Yeah. I mean, it is a QO here. You already mentioned Templar Assassin, of course, which is
Yeah.
also one of them. You want to have a fighter. You want to have a hero that can blow people up. Early aggression.
TA's
A lot of ability as well on this team.
I think TA is
Speedy
kind of an
heroes.
unreliable hero, in general. There have been a lot of games where I see TA just dominate. And I was talking to CCNC about this,
Yeah.
who's the TA player. And he still killed Miracle.
He's 9k, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good player. And he was telling me, when you play TA, there's a point where you're like 18-0, but you can't really end the game.
Help, you need help to go high ground.
Did you hear Pycat's cool ass quote this morning? He was telling me like this, like it sounded like a Chinese proverb. He was saying when he first got to China, remember when he played on that LGD in team? He was saying like one of the Chinese players told him, if you have a lead but you can't go high ground, your advantage is false.
Deep.
Right?
Yeah.
I was blown away by that this morning.
I mean, it's also very true. There's so many times where we've seen teams doing so well in the mid game, and then you just fall flat because they don't have a way of going high ground against you're up against.
Yeah.
Then you just hope for the enemy team to make a mistake, because that's what it comes down to then. Which is fine. Sometimes works, because sometimes, I mean, it's Dota. Everybody makes mistakes. There in time for it. All right, we're in the game. A Fnatic. I always still like to go over the lineup, so we're gonna see QO play a Queen of Pain as expected. Ohio on the Underlord. Bebby playing Clockwork. He's already scouted out actually, but he's already got his ward down. Or well, one of the wards, not his ward down. This is a ward, so we'll see. Get his ward off. On the top lane we have got a Jit on the Troll. Disruptor. Looking at Team Liquid, Kuroki on the Witch Doctor. I'm just gonna go over them real fast. Matuma Man on the Ursa. Miracle on GH. Signature IO. Mind Control Ninja Prophet. Alright, what do we look forward to seeing this game? Because obviously we already mentioned that Liquid has got a power spike very late in the game, and before that pressure is on Ursa and Nature Prophet. What's the story of Fnatic for this game?
I think they just have to fight. I feel like the funny thing about both their lineups is both their supports absolutely need to fight. Like the one downside. Oh, that was a cool trick. Mind Control denied his
own trillion.
You can't play defensively with Disruptor. I don't care what people say. This hero does not fight defensively.
I think he might not be able to get away at all. We'll see though.
Nice chill.
See?
Yeah,
oh,
he's
no
gonna casually walk away.
I thought there was gonna be more body block.
Oh!
Nice cask! Oh, stopping the auto attack from DJ mid attack. Oh, he did the rest. I think he would have still lived from that one auto attack, but still, it's a thought that counts. He's gonna tank a lot of his region. He only has one tango left actually.
So it is a dual lane mid.
Yep.
But like we said, Queen of Pain is one of the few heroes that deals with this relatively okay. Febby's gonna make his way over, but I don't think Febby has really a purpose here. Like, I don't know if he should be wasting his time at all.
It's a little bit of a Ras, I guess, but he is taking some of the experience. Where else do you feel like you should be going to?
Probably top, if anything.
All right.
The downside right now for Fnatic is they have potentially 3 losing lanes. Because if he doesn't go top, they're gonna lose top. Mid, you're correct. He's just soaking up XP, and if you're not able to pressure the lane, then what are you really there for? That's the one downside of Clockwork. If you can't really pressure lanes, your hero feels really useless.
Well, at the moment he is a little bit walking around indeed soaking that experience, but I guess he wants to have level 2 and then he'll rotate away.
I guess.
So we're going to see that bottom lane completely left alone by everybody else, because obviously with Matuma Man here on his Ursa up against the Underlord of Ohio. We already saw Ohio getting harassed quite a bit.
Ohio's so sad.
He's not able to do a lot, but I guess that lane is just going to remain the same for a while.
Yeah. He's done a good job though. He's pulled the creep way back, and he's got a TP on himself, just in case. Like, he's making the best of a bad situation. The problem is, this top lane, Nature's Prophet's getting a relatively good amount. This Clockwork is going to roam around, just taking bounty runes, which is the correct play, but not really having presence on the map like you really want a Clockwork to have.
Kuroki just farming neutrals. I'm going to walk back to base. Shame.
Were you there for... Oh, no. It was, I was going to tell you a story about Liquid and DJ.
Tell me a story about Liquid and DJ.
Okay.
Wait a second. That's First Blood. Yeah. It was very, very exciting First Blood, but that's the way you're expecting the First Blood to happen if there's an person involved, so just punch him.
Just punch him to death with Orb of Venom.
Yeah.
There is a meta, by the way, that's developed, where pretty much every safe laner gets Orb of Venom now. Because it's a free... If you think about it like this, the way that it was described to me, and it's so simple, but it's insane, right? It deals an extra 15 damage per right click.
That's actually quite a bit.
Yeah. when it was explained to me like that, even though that's what it is, I was like, really? It's a lot.
Q is struggling here, by the way. He's sitting on 6 last hits. Miracle 19. I mean, he kind of needed that Clockwork to maybe be able to do a little bit. Obviously, Clockwork's not the best hero for that against the Morphling, but we talked about how much they needed to be able to fight and how much Hero needed a fighting core and be able to blow people up. But at this point, not going to be able to do that for a little while.
Yeah, he's still okay. Like, you're a Queen of Pain at the end of the day. You're gonna get what you can, but the downside right now is that Fnatic is losing 3 lanes relatively hard. Yeah, this troll's doing okay, but so is Mind Control.
Yeah.
The other 2 lanes are dominating, and you can say that. Dominating is the right word for it. First Blood on top of mid having the highest CS in the game, you're going to be incredibly comfortable.
Yeah. Well, they need to recover somehow. You already said Queen of Pain, obviously, with levels can recover. Can start to gank and to make a difference for his cores as well. Especially if they have some nice levels up on DJ as well.
Yeah.
Which he's actually getting. He's level 3. Trying to get some neutrals in there. But also he's getting harassed by Kuro.
I mean, the issue again is that this Clockwork for the meantime will just not really have a purpose in this game. I mean, Febby's doing a good job of walking around everyone's lane and soaking XP. But aside from that, like, he's just kind of static chilling. Doesn't really have he doesn't have a lot to do in the early game.
It's not making a difference. Yet. It's not making a difference yet. Wait. Alright, so I guess in terms of Fnatic, you know, they just need to hold on, not lose too much, because Clockwork's also one of those heroes. Once he reaches level 6, he still has just as big of an impact. This will take a little longer for him to get that level.
Yeah, agreed. I will say, the one thing about Fnatic's lineup is they have a lot of teamfight.
Yeah.
You've got Queen of Pain, Troll ulti, Disruptor ulti, the Clockwork hook, and Pit Lord just has a ton of utility. On the other side, if you look at Liquid, let's count how many real stuns they have. They have Cask. There ends. That's
Yep.
You can imagine when there's a BKB on the side of Fnatic on the Troll and the Queen of Pain, what kills them. So there's this like weird process where when you know you have superior team fight, you gotta just mitigate the bleeding. You just gotta make sure that things don't go that horribly.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, obviously Ohio died once, but other than that, they're not dying, and I don't think Ohio is gonna die again. It might jinx him just now, but...
If he died right then.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Almost, but he shouldn't die again, because it was a mistake that he died, obviously.
It was.
So, I guess all in all, they're doing okay. I mean, they're not doing great, but, you know, they're not doing super bad.
I mean, it's only a 1k lead on the side of Liquid, despite...
And look at this! Mind Control! Oh, we're stuck in the cogs. Glimpse does take him back to the high ground and gets... Actually, the Glimpse just saves his life. He gets the Shrine as well. Maybe Matumaman can catch DJ though, especially with the GH coming to play. That's a nice kill for them, and a little bit of an unfortunate Glimpse. As he was stuck in the cogs there too.
Still, I mean, you're going to give Ohio a little bit more space down here, I think. You've rotated the Ursa up here. What he should do is, I don't even think he stays up here for very long. I feel like Matu's making a little bit of a mistake here. Like, somebody has to rotate to this bottom lane. There's no way that you want to just give Ohio a free lane like this.
They're rotating Ajit
and
to there.
What? Miracle dies to QO?
That is
We both missed that, Chiefs.
we both missed that because that
was unexpected.
was the first Sonic Wave. Just reached level 6. Makes the most of it. Perhaps he was just morphed way too much into agility.
I didn't even bother watching that, thinking that.
Oh, Kuroki. Oh, you're so sad. Yeah, they know exactly where you are, and there's no way you're gonna get out of that one. Or, yeah, throws out. Since we needed that much. Oh, jeez, Ohio! That was too close for comfort. He makes it back to base, though. He had a TP on him.
You notice, though, that this TP rotation by Matuma Man top has completely messed up the flow of the game.
For Liquid, for sure,
Yeah.
yes.
Because you make your rotation up here, and what do you remember what I said? I said he needs to immediately run bottom. Like, he can't waste any time, but he wasted so much time that this is a really forced Roshan. Like, if he doesn't get this, then he's effectively wasted about, I want to say, like, 3 minutes of his time. It's an 8-minute game.
Oh, hello! Febby found him, so this is going to be a rough Roshan indeed.
Matema Man stuck though.
Yeah, and Febby is still getting chased down. Miracle's around there as well. He does not have any help. They're all coming for him, and Matuma is very speedy with those phase boots and a tether on him.
He might just cog and TP.
He is not gonna TP, but he is gonna cog, and
he's wasting so much time.
He's got 4 people on his tail. 2 already backed off now, but he should die.
That was so optimistic.
For a second there, I thought, well, if he thinks it can make it, maybe he can.
I mean, Febby's a pro.
He knows what he's doing.
He's got this. But look at this Ursa. Like his game was insane.
Yeah.
There was at one point where I was like, this Ursa is having the craziest game of his life, and now, what is he? He ran top. You know, he saved his teammate, but it wasn't worth it.
They lost the tower bottom as well, and with that, a lot of map control on their own jungle.
Exactly. And I made a video about this. It was like, if you lose this tower, you're just gonna lose this space. People are always gonna make your first rotation down here if you're dire. This is still prevalent in 2017 that, you know, this is the area of the map that you're naturally just gonna fight around. When you lose control of this area, it becomes awkward to play. That's why, even if it seems like a weird idea to TP all the way top and run bottom, you just kind of have to make that play. Because even if you get this Roshan, this game still feels really awkward for Liquid.
Yeah, and they are gonna have a rough time taking this Roshan as well.
Oh,
QO
don't
He's jumping in. He is he got the Aegis. He's not getting out alive.
Kuro's down 2, and if they kill GH and this Ursa...
Oh, Matuma Man, he's trying to get himself out of here. He can't though. I mean, that's so worth it. That is insane.
That is...
And the super part is, Liquid knew that they were visible as well. They had the flare come out, so they were aware something was going to happen. It's just a little bit unfortunate how it ended up going down for them, but great going for Fnatic. I mean, they fully recovered by this. This is just their laning stage is won.
This Ursa all in on that Roshan.
Yeah.
He was like, and that's the kind of mistakes that you want to look out for. It's not these like individual mistakes, it's like what was the biggest mistake that led to that? And it was that TP top has pretty much snowballed into this, because then you're forced that he has to do this weird Roshan, then they chase this clockwork. He's still stuck around that area, so he goes back for the Rosh again.
And all of a sudden he's just not gonna get out of control, and they needed that. They needed him, and they just profit to do really well. Mind Control is still doing well though. I just gotta put that out there. He needs a little bit more before he has his Orchid, but he's doing okay.
Yeah. This Clockwork is too though. This Clockwork's level 7 at 10 minutes.
Very good. Teleporting out from bot lane. There is no vision for Liquid on bottom lane, or rather in their jungle at all, so it's all territory of Fnatic.
Yeah. If you want to get control of that area, I think you have to smoke there as minimum 3, and then you can relocate somebody in. We can do our cool relocate
yes, we can finally! I mean, they need to. At the moment, there's 4 of Fnatic in their jungle, so they would, even with 3, still be outnumbered. And we do have relocate online, so it's time for the shenanigans. We do have Mind Control trying to pressure top a bit. He is teleporting out, though, so maybe they want to try to take a 5 bottom. I don't think so, though. I mean, Fnatic really wants to take this 5 bottom. Yeah. They're ready with the hook shot. Febby just wants to.
I mean, they have hook shots, Static Storm. What's Liquid going to do to fight that? Liquid's best option right now on their prerogative is to split the map and make it so that their cores are just getting more XP. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Because if you only commit 1 or 2 people to defending a push at a time, that means you've got other heroes on the map just consistently farming. They're going to go for the TP on Q.
Oh, they got him! They didn't even need Miracle coming in there as well. That was really close. I didn't miss that one either. He was... he knew he was in a tough position as well. He tried to teleport out at the last moment.
You sounded way too proud of that. I didn't.
I was proud of that because that went really fast.
Yeah, that's our basic job shooters.
I know, but it's at the same time, you know.
No, I'm just messing with you because we missed like 3 earlier on.
Yeah.
We gotta be happy about the ones that we take. We take those.
Yep, and that also relieves pressure from bot lane, so that saves their tier 2. That was a very important kill.
That was
and they take the tier 1 to boot.
That is a really costly mistake by QO. Shouldn't be dying like that, especially since you're a Queen of Pain against no stuns. If you die, then it's usually going to be a personal error.
Goes back to farming straight away. There was a lot of angry drawing on the mini map from Febby.
He's not happy about that. Well, because, again, they were in a really fine position, and then he dies. They lose that tower as a result. They can't defend that. And at this kind of level, the snowball mistakes like that, they add up so quickly. Like, maybe if Liquid were playing against a lesser team, they could get away with that Ursa TP. Or maybe if, you know, Fnatic, Kyo can make plays like that. But when you're against the best of the best, then things like this will happen.
Liquid goes for a scan, so they know that something's up in their jungle.
Oh, is this gonna...
Again, there's 4 from Fnatic over here, and they cannot have the Underlord here because he already used his ultimate. He would only be able to teleport to the tier 1 bottom, but he's farming top at the moment.
Yeah, they're gonna go for this 5-man push, but during this time, this is where Liquid should just be farming. Everyone's getting solo XP. There's a Blink Dagger now up on Matu.
Yep. Miracle showed himself bottom. He's not farming. They might want to try to go for a kill up top though, Matuma.
Yeah. They have relocate. Plus they know for a fact that the Underlord doesn't have his ultimate. So if there were an opportunity, it'd be now. Oh, here we go.
Where did they go?
And he's gone. No stuns. That time,
That was
it was not optimistic, Shooter.
oh, that was just Plucker just getting out in the meantime. Ooh, Ohio, I don't think he can get out though. He did. Blink Dagger coming into play from Matuma Man. Oh, DJ. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here. He does not make it out of life. Q in the meantime dives for mind control, but he gets sprouted up and his blink is on cooldown for the moment. Cass comes out as well. He still managed to blink away. The Cass is chasing him, and
he's gonna get
Miracle
caught.
is at the right place at the right time. Nicely done. 3 down on Fnatic, and that should be at least tier 2 down as well.
Liquid are just... This is just straight up outplaying them right now.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting things that they shouldn't. At bottom, GH is going to go down to Ajit, but...
I mean, he had to relocate back into the hands of a troll. It's always rough.
somebody always has to die for the cause.
Yep. I mean, this was just Liquid with the series of events knowing exactly what Fnatic was doing, basically, and where they were going to be.
And the big thing is that Fnatic went up 1 by 1. They didn't have their Clockwork, who's like their second most leveled hero. And they need him. Like, the downside again of Disruptor is he can't static storm defensively. It's not easy. He's gonna do it now, but even then, he's still gonna go down.
Matuma!
Where's the hook?
Not there. He had it though. He's
just too far.
Too far away.
Like, they're just losing heroes left and right. And this is not how you want to play Disruptor. We talked about it early, right? Witch Doctor and Disruptor, both heroes go on the offensive, try to make moves.
You want to fight with them. They have not... Well, they've obviously tried to fight, but so far Liquid has just been very, very strong in just avoiding the fights that Fnatic wants to take. Which I guess is the whole point of, of Liquid at this point.
Why are you laughing, Sheeves?
They do manage to take...
I got that one.
I didn't.
We shouldn't be laughing about this. We should be harder on ourselves.
Yes, we should.
But it's okay, guys.
I mean, that's the type of game it is. There is a lot of movement around the map from Liquid, and they need to pick those heroes off when they're by themselves, 1 by 1, preferably.
Yeah, and again, they're gonna TP on QO. They've got Orchid too. But
Control's got that finish.
no stun.
No, and there's a Shrine as well, so it's a little bit risky to go uphill. They don't have vision there either.
Yeah, this early Orchid pickup, by the way, is a lot of times it's questionable. Because as a Nature's Prophet player, you don't have that, but man, Liquid's just killing them everywhere.
When we talked about what Fnatic needs to do is that fighting and pressure on QO to lead those fights and have a fighting hero. So I guess Orchid just completely counters that and make sure that Queen of Pain, the hero that's supposed to be doing a lot, can't.
I mean, they probably weren't anticipating the Orchid to come out this fast, but
yeah,
I didn't think it'd be like this. Like, I understand you have a global lineup, but at the same time, like, people are dying pretty unnecessarily.
All across the map.
Yeah, that you shouldn't just be getting picked off like that, but
that's fighting against the Nature's Prophet and an IO for you, I guess. With the Blink Dagger Ursa as well.
Especially if you like, I just checked Fnatic's vision. It's not even like they have bad vision, and it's not even like Liquid doesn't really see a whole lot on the map. Like, they're just kind of going for things.
Their vision is very minimal. Like, their last word just vanished.
Yeah.
They also had a ward countered in the enemy jungle, but overall, yeah, not a lot of vision.
So they're gonna smoke up.
They have the Lincolns ready on Miracle, so he did still go for that item.
They're just chilling.
Ohio walking up the high ground, casually walking into 5 people.
Oh, Fnatic. You probably don't want to fight this.
No, Troll sprouted up, should be able to get himself away still. DJ has still got Glimpse available in case someone comes too close. Yep, there you go, Mind Control gets it, and teleport out from DJ himself.
Yeah, the upside. Oh, at bottom. He'll get spotted. He doesn't have Blink Up.
And instantly there's a relocate. I mean, Mind Control was late to the party, but he could have been there too. Then there's 3 people all of a sudden. 4, rather.
Imagine if there was a lifestealer.
Imagine if there was a lifestealer, yeah. But I mean, that's how fast they can go. One person shows himself on the map, boom, dead.
Yeah, they're gonna run into Ajit here too.
Yeah, Control, he thought he was safe, seeing so many people bomb.
Oh, this is the best fight that they're gonna get.
Ohio tries to save his teammate, not able to do it. Kuro getting people chasing him down, but Miracle here to save the day. Gets a kill on DJ. Febby trying to run away, shouldn't be able to do so. Just Ohio making it out. Oh, I spoke too soon! Ohio not making it out either.
What?
Full team wipe, and he just stopped. He knew it was dead. He just gave up right then and there. And that's... I mean, that is this tier 2 tower. Can they go further?
I mean, the saddest part about this game so far is just Fnatic has... We talked about how they have the superior teamfight lineup, right?
Yes.
Just because they have so many stuns, they have different ways to set up the fight. It has never gone that way. Liquid has just been picking them off one by one.
They never got to the point where their lineup is strongest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or have the initiation they needed.
that's the rough part is because when you judge lineups, oftentimes teams will do it by did we win or did we lose, right?
Yeah.
And from my perspective, Fnatic's lineup still kind of looks okay, but like how do you judge this as a positive? You're gonna say our lineup was bad.
Well, that is one way of putting it. You could also say, and I would imagine that also Fnatic can look at them as like, our lineup was fine, but we just executed it badly.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds maybe a bit harsh, but
After the Roshan fight, I really felt like Fnatic had a pretty good idea what was going on. I was like, felt like they made the correct play, they contested that Roshan, Ursa didn't get it, they killed a bunch of people, and then they just started losing heroes left and right. Now they're in a position where they have to 5-man. Look at this. They're afraid to run around the map.
I mean, rightfully so. Every time they run around the map, they die. And how are you going to stop that? Because it's not like they're dying because Liquid's got this amazing vision that they can gank you with. Because it's not that. We already said that they did actually have quite minimal vision, actually.
Yeah.
But so how do you stop yourself from dying other than grouping up? Is there a different way? Are there items that they can have to help them survive against that could make a big difference for them?
No, I think they're pretty hard committed to what they have. It's not once you have Queen of Pain, you start going for the Orchid. You can't really change. You're sort of stuck there. And Fnatic, they understand. Mind Control lets them know a little bit too early that they're all up here.
Yeah, Kuro walking that aggressive with nobody in sight is also kind of a tell. And that's a nice word from Fnatic as well, realizing that if a Witch Doctor is doing that, you get the hell out. And they did, and they go back to farming.
Trying to figure out. They're drawing a line too on the map. That's the frustration line, like this is where they're going to be. Roshan going to get spotted out by the rocket flare, but it is way too late.
And there's a cheese as well. Some vision coming out, seeing if there's some people. The shrine is not up yet. 2 minutes before that happens, so Liquid is going to look for it.
Yeah, they're going to walk up this cliff too.
Not
Nope.
yet.
Okay,
But
they're not that cocky.
But they're just already pressuring. I mean, they're not afraid.
They're a little afraid. Otherwise, they would have walked up that cliff.
Otherwise, they would have walked up the cliff. All right, but they're. I feel like they're very comfortable in this game.
Of course.
It's going quite well despite the first.
They're
Roche
they're
engagement.
cautious. That's a better word than afraid.
Yeah.
Cautious.
And they don't have to be super aggressive
Yeah.
because their lineup is not going to get that much weaker later on. If anything, it's going to get stronger.
Do you remember what happened at the last TI when Liquid played Fnatic?
No.
It was. I'll tell you because it haunts my dreams.
All right.
It was Fnatic. It was game 2. So game 1, Liquid lost fair and square. Game 2, Fnatic had a Drow lineup, and Liquid had a Sven and an Axe.
All right.
And Liquid aggro tried. It went phenomenally well. Liquid was up something like 12k or something like that. They had a bunch of heroes that could go BKB. Instead, everyone built really cocky items. They started doing these like really sloppy, lazy pushes. And mind you, this was like the elimination game. You know, whoever wins this gets to play MVP.
Okay.
Liquid eventually lose this like 12k lead against a Drow lineup at 15 minutes by just getting way too over aggressive. And that was like a huge lesson that I think, a painful one and one that took a year to kind of come back and redeem, but if something like that happens to you, Shiver, you should be cautious for the rest of your career.
I mean, painful. Oh, well, that was a disruptor. He's already out. Showing off. Oh,
and he
they actually
dodges
go in. Yeah, but Miracle didn't dodge it, but he's fine. He's just morphing into strength, and it is gonna be Fnatic that is in deep, deep trouble. Troll trying to get himself out. It's not gonna happen there. It's not gonna happen there at all. Ohio, you can't do anything either. He's just, yeah, GG's called. It's just over. It's just over. That was, I mean, it started out good for Liquid. They had a bit of a rough patch, but they recovered really well, and they just flat out outplayed Fnatic, I'd say.
I think the lineups are actually, like that one moment, I'll bring it up because it was probably like the game-defining moment. They go for that Roche play.
Yep.
Excellent. You and I are like, oh, Fnatic's doing it.
Yeah,
Poof.
they recovered.
Just like bit by bit, they just got chipped away.
Yep. Unfortunate for them, but they are going to have another chance, so we'll be right back with Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Fnatic.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Fnatic's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Hello and welcome back. Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Fnatic in the group stages of the International 2017.
Seconds remaining.
And Team Liquid handedly took Fnatic out in Game 1. Fnatic had a couple of showings of hope, of light, but unfortunately just getting picked up over and over. We're sitting here together with Blitz. Achiever, Blitz. Game 2.
It's that keeper of the light Liquid.
Yep.
Don't give. That's what we learned at DreamHack Atlanta. Don't give. So
GH, keeper of the light.
So this is what happened, okay?
Yeah.
We gave him. We're like, it can't be that bad. That's literally what went through our heads. We noticed that all teams kept banning keeper of the light against Liquid. We're like,
yeah.
It's fine. Misery's like, let's find out what happens when we give it to them. It's probably not that big of a deal.
It's probably not a problem.
And then we played against it, we got destroyed, and Misery's like, I'm never giving them that hero again. That was the least fun thing.
But it's one of those heroes. You remember first game, you said like IO gets banned a lot.
Yeah.
And you know, even though we don't pick it, or even though people don't pick it that often,
No,
they keep banning it.
something
Coddle was not banned in Game 1, was he?
Coddle's something else.
He's just one of those heroes as well. But GH is actually a beast on that hero.
You could have just stopped it at GH is a beast.
But that's true too. That is actually true.
Did I tell you what happened? I did tell you we ran into them in Battle Cup, and I told GH, I was like, I messaged him, I was like, hey man, just give this one to us. it was me, Cap, Gods. I was like, come on, the casters need one, and he's like, are you kidding me, dude? I'm gonna try harder than I am in TI. Like, these are gonna be the most serious picks you see out of us. They picked so seriously.
Oh, not a chance.
They were not messing around.
Oh yeah. All right. So Fnatic, they bummed out Game 1. They already had a very rough series against LGD earlier this morning, so they haven't got a single win to their name just yet. And you know, at this point, it's day 1 of the International. You're kind of starting to tilt.
I think it's scary. Because if you think it, you're looking at the rest of the groups, you're like, guys, everyone else has a win here or there, and we're not getting any. Like that, you know, when you're a team like Fnatic, you think like, oh, there are other teams like, no offense, but Hellraisers or Infamous, you think like, those guys will buffer the end, but suddenly you go one game without a win, another game without a win, another game without a win. Like it, you know, if they have another hard series, suddenly they're 0-6 and they're staring down that barrel. Yeah,
and you know that there's no going to the main event in the bottom 2.
Yeah.
Well, bottom 1 of the groups, that is. So you do not want to be that one team. There's always going to be one team at the bottom, obviously, but you don't want to be that. It sounds very
even
simple,
being bottom 2 is like, I mean, it doesn't feel good.
It's
like,
mentally very difficult.
Yeah, because so everything I understand about teams, working with 2 different teams so far, and having to go through the qualifiers, which obviously isn't the same thing, but lends itself to its own stresses. When you get behind early, it's hard to stop that bleeding. Like you feel bad. You lose one game, you lose another game on top of that.
You're starting to doubt yourself.
It's like I said the last game. Do you really know if that's a bad lineup? Like, what was it? Because if you think it's a bad lineup, then you say it's a bad lineup. But what if it was a good one and your play was just atrocious and that was something that you could have continued to use?
Yeah.
It's hard to say, and suddenly everything that was once so solid becomes very, very shaky.
You're trying to fix things that maybe didn't need fixing, and then
and then you focus on other things
that you didn't practice, perhaps.
Yeah, that's why the fun part about TI for me is there's always like one team that kind of like goes unnoticed throughout the entire thing, and they just make this sick run because everyone underestimates them. They pick up wins that you don't expect. Remember DC? They did so well in the groups last year, and then everyone's like, "Oh, they're gonna fluke out," and they got second.
And everybody thought that every single game again. It's like, this is the game where DC's going home. And there's nope.
At least it happened in the finals.
It happened in the final as well. You know, it's going to happen at some point. Finals is the best place for that. So let's take a look at the lineup so far, because obviously Keeper of Light's scary, but pair that up with the Bristleback. But Or scarier.
Yeah, it's one of the best combos. I think Bristle is a lot worse of a hero than it used to be. Like, there was a time period where this was like tier 1 of tier 1 heroes.
Yeah.
Especially when Solar Crest was like the perfect item. But since the nerf to the Solar Crest and since some minor nerfs to Bristle, he's gotten a little bit worse. But with Keeper of the Light, because you can just chakra him, he can spam his quills nonstop.
So you need something that builds a Shadow Blade generally, right? To get a Silver Edge to make
Yeah.
sure that you can actually kill Bristleback.
Silver Edge carries are really nice. Or you need a hero that can churn him. So like Legion, Axe.
Yeah.
But obviously they already took their offlaner.
Yes, and they have a bit of a wombo combo thing going on right now. And at one point, you know, it's great if everything comes together, but as we saw previous game, that is something that Liquid's very adept in. They're gonna avoid that. It's very easy to see right now what Fnatic wants to do, and so it's also easy to avoid.
Yeah. Last game they had the superior team fight too, and it didn't seem to matter because if you have the superior team fight, but the enemy team just outplays you, you're never gonna get into that position.
You're never gonna get your wombo combo online.
I saw 2 disruptor ultis that game.
Yeah.
And that's no slight to DJ. He didn't really have an opportunity to use him. He was just getting blown up every fight.
Defensively, more than often. Last game, you already said you'd like to see a Lycan for Team Liquid. This time they go for it. The Matumba Man Lycan. Talk about signature heroes, by the way. You got him going on.
He loves that hero so much.
It's the hero he grew big with together with the Slark.
That was like old days when he was
4 captains, 4 sailors.
4 anchors.
4 anchors, that was it.
Plus sea captain.
Thought 4 sailors and a sea captain would have been nice with anchors, sure.
Did you see that Reddit thread thing that they posted about him? About posting on the joint Dota forums?
Yeah.
About looking for a team?
About looking for a team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what the weird thing was? He was looking to play as an offlaner.
Yeah.
Man, history could have been so different.
That would have been pretty hype, by the way, if there was a random pickup group on the Join Dota forums that actually made it.
Yeah?
Been legendary.
That's called Team Veggies. We're gonna make it.
Someday, I believe. Bloodseeker picked up as well.
That's the counter to Lycan.
Yeah, and that's one of the heroes that I've been told that this TI, Bloodseeker TI. You don't agree? For people at home, he's making a funny face. He does not agree.
Fnatic likes it. So in the game that they won to make it to TI or something, they had like Bloodseeker Tusk, and then Febby was just kicking people across for Q. I mean, that was hype. That was hilarious.
Would you consider Bloodseeker a hero that goes for Silver Edge? I mean, it's not really typical, but he could.
He can. I know Q is really flexible with this build. Out of all players, I would say Q is probably one of the most flexible.
Alright.
If not the... I'm gonna make that a definitive statement. Because you know everyone always hems and haws and they're like, he's one of the best players. Like, of course, everyone's one of the best players, but somebody has to be...
We're here with the top 18 teams.
Yes,
Everybody is one of the best players in the world. That's why they're here.
So I'll say Q is insane. He's gonna do... He'll do crazy stuff if it calls for it.
He can put the team on his back and...
yeah.
On the Bloodseeker, you think that's enough? I mean, it is obviously a counter to Lycan. At the same time, Bristleback is still going to be very scary.
He is.
And it is actually... Liquid bans out the Death Prophet, so perhaps Q is not going to play that Bloodseeker.
That is an Ember.
That is an Ember. You like it? You don't like it? It's quiet.
I know it's good against Lycan. And if you look at Liquid's lineup once again, they don't really have... They have one stun. That's like a Kuro special, by the way.
They got the run edge thing going for them, though.
It's Kuro special is like, how many disables can I get away with before somebody punishes me?
Oh, we've got ourselves a Miracle Zeus. You're quiet.
This game's wild.
This game is wild, and this again. I mean, Fnatic's teamfight lineup. If they can get it working,
that was
the potential.
The
potential is insane, though.
Okay, so here's the coolest fight that they can think. Let's think of this, okay? So Ohio, 5-man vacuums into a 5-man fissure, into a 5-man witch doctor maledict.
Ember chains.
Ember chains with Bloodseeker thingy.
And Q is gonna have multiple Battle Furies. Yeah.
And he's gonna remnant in, and this Earthshaker after that fissure will simultaneously totem, Echo Slam, totem again, And if that doesn't kill Liquid, then
I mean, then nothing can.
I don't know. What do you hope for? Like heart disease 20 years from now? Like.
I mean, the potential is amazing. Again, we knew the potential was amazing previous game as well. It's all about being able to pull it off. Now, the upside here is they don't need all the heroes to have a nice combination. Like, anything matched up with the Darkseer is nice. Well, mostly anything. I mean...
I think Lycan's one of the better ones, because he has really high regen with his, the third spell escapes me right now. Feral Impulse? That's what it is. If he has Feral Impulse, then sure. Then you can do something about it, but... What are you gonna do? Oh, can we do predictions? That's my favorite part about casting.
Yeah, I don't have that.
You don't have that?
No, because they put a separate account on this. I don't think this account has a...
Okay, do it with me then.
All
Which team will win?
Seriously, that's it.
That is straight up just the category.
Well, if previous results are anything to go by, I think Liquid will win this one.
Valve is savage.
Despite all the wombo combos we just talked about.
Alright, team with the first tower kill.
I think you gotta go for the Lycan.
Yeah.
You gotta go for Liquid.
I mean, if you look at Fnatic's lineup, they don't really have building hitters. They actually don't have an offlane. Bloodseeker's their best building hitter, and that's scary.
I mean, that says something. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will say Team Liquid as well. Last player to be killed.
Alright, so this
So
is...
you think Liquid's gonna win? So it's gotta be a Fnatic player, right?
No, because last player to be killed is not the last player to be killed before the game ends. It's the last player that has one death next to his name. So everybody is gonna die at some point, but it's gonna take a while before everybody dies once. Like the last player that is gonna die at some point. It's a really weird way of saying it. I know that I did this wrong multiple
Sheeps,
times.
we're running out of time.
Alright, I'm thinking it's gonna be Bristleback because he's gonna take so long to die.
Alright.
Or Matuma.
Team with the most Roshan kills.
Well, he's gotta go for the Lycan team again.
Okay, so we've all in on the Liquid train. I don't think
but
this...
regardless, you got a good Lycan, rather Roche lineup for Liquid.
They do. Plus they're spamming the in-game chat wheel.
Yeah,
that's how you know the spirits are high, Sheeps. When your team is doing that.
Yeah.
You ever see that? Like when teams win team fights and they all spam like they're all dead.
Yeah.
That's when you know
they're having a fun time.
Yeah, they're having a good. The enemy team isn't, but
it's building the enemy team, part of the strategy. Let's take a look at who's playing what. We've got Miracle on the Zeus in the middle lane. Kuroki's helping him out with it so far. We also going up against Kyo.
Oh, that was so neat.
Ember. What was neat?
Febby blocked the mid lane with the fissure because he knew that Q was going to be too late for that.
Yeah, oh, hello, Miracle. Careful there, wrong side with the Fisher, but he's got some help. There's a lot of people middle! We got 5 people hanging out here, because GA's comes by on his Keep of Life, Febby on the Earthshaker. This is nice, if I want to introduce everybody, everybody's kind of...
They'll all just swing by.
They'll all just swing by.
It's like a guest episode, you
I
can
mean,
just...
I mean, really, what's happening here?
Yeah, it's like Miracle featuring Kuroki. Featuring GH.
Oh, featuring QO dying, perhaps. Oh, there we go, Miracle gets first blood. Very nicely orchestrated.
If at first you don't bring 2 people, bring 3 and you'll get a first blood.
Yeah, easy. Does mean that we got a 1v1 lane going on the bottom lane again. Mind control on the Bristleback, Ohio on the Darkseer. What do you make of that lane? He has got help now from, or help. They swap lanes actually. Matuma Man comes.
They should have.
The Lycan.
They thought about aggroing because they have a model.
Miracle? Ooh, Kuroki to the rescue.
Miracle, he's fine.
He's
gonna bottle crow.
Yeah.
You were definitely worried. There was panic. There was definitely panic in your voice.
Jit's playing the Bloodseeker on top lane. He's getting supported by DJ. That's a pretty straightforward lane there, at least. And now up against Bristleback. Witch Doctor is actually one of the heroes that is really good against Bristleback on the offlane if he gets a couple more levels in his Maledict. I really like that.
Just the downside right now, of course, is the fact that it's going to be the dual lane.
Yeah.
And I think Coddle is just one of the best heroes at dual lane because you can shove the wave in and you can end up pulling the big camp right to the side, which makes it really difficult. But Liquid, they're going to get this one-on-one matchup that we discussed. The downside, of course, is that the level disparity is a little bit more annoying than you would like. You want to be able to lane against this Darkseer when he's level 1, because the level 1 Ion Shell is pretty garbage. But once it becomes level 2, then it's considerably more annoying.
Hey, they're actually swapping again. Darkseer went top and like musical lanes out here. That means that they were just not happy with the Bloodseeker up against the Bristol. I guess that makes sense.
they can't do anything to that lane. Whereas Darkseer against Bristle, it's okay. But you notice that GH does the side pull like we talked about.
Yeah.
DJ
maybe.
should stop this. Somebody should stop this.
Wait a second. I think someone
get
should
quilled.
stop Miracle. What? Do I have to switch? No?
No, you're good.
Oh.
Oh, Kyo lost his self though.
Yeah, and let me... Well, there's no shrine yet for another 2.5 minutes, so... He has to go back. But that's good news for Febby. Experience all around.
That's just a really annoying lane right now for Kyo though. The fact that you have to go all the way back during this time, you're going to concede this level 5 to Miracle really soon. And normally you see the opposite happen. Like, normally teams are trying to 3 or 4 man mid Miracle, but they just don't really have the lanes to be able to do so.
Overall though, I mean, I like Fnatic lanes right now. They swapped and I think Liquid kinda is letting it be. Obviously he's not ideal for Ohio here, but he is already quite, like he's level 4.
Yeah, he's getting levels as a Darkseer.
It's going better than previous.
Yeah. Anything goes better than Pillord against Ursa.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Everything is a stark improvement over that life.
So what are we looking at in this game? Are there any like power spikes for either team that we look forward to?
For Fnatic, they don't really need too many items to fight. Like, they have really strong spells. In the last game downside, I felt like they needed items to be able to fight.
Yeah.
But this game, I mean, they have Rupture, which is independently strong. Ember is one of those heroes that you don't get a lot of farm, it's fine. Your just raw ability to team fight is going to carry you through. The problem is getting to that point, because the last game we saw them getting picked off everywhere relentlessly.
Yeah.
But this game's really different, just because they don't have stuns, but they also don't have that global presence that their previous lineup did. So the tempo of this game is going to be a lot slower for Liquid, which you can see reflected in the fact that 5 minutes in, there's no kills.
Yeah, just the one. So GH on his Keeper of the Light, he has his pretty greedy playstyle, right? So where is he gonna get his money from? Is he gonna be left alone? Is he gonna? Oh, wait a second, Bite Tusk. Nice kill. There again, we have a lot of people hanging around mid lane.
You got to counter the 3-man.
Yeah, with a 3-man.
Yeah.
And it works out. And
It
then,
does.
well, yeah,
In a way.
In a way, they.
You really want a miracle.
Fair enough, and they shrine it up as well. That Kuroki's gonna help out middle, being the bottom carrier for a bit there. So where's GH gonna be getting his money from? That's my main question, because in a game like this, farm distribution. Wait a second, it's a mid once again. Nice Fisher coming through as well.
Kuro just came back and died.
Kyo lives though. That's pretty impressive. That was Witch Doctor. That was the curse. I really am a fan of Maledict.
Last game Kuro went healed. Did that make you sad?
Yeah, because you don't really notice the Witch Doctor that much, and
He doesn't have to be a star sheep. He can just chill.
But DJ is gonna be the star.
DJ's gonna be.
He needs to be the star.
Does. Oh, I was gonna tell you my Liquid story.
All right, what's the Liquid story?
All right, so Liquid's at Manila, right? That was when I was able to full-time
Is
coach them.
this ESL Manila or Manila
This was
Masters?
the Manila Major.
Major.
This was last year. So you
Last-
remember they played against Fnatic in the loser bracket?
Yes.
And remember the crowd? They were going crazy every time DJ did anything. They would shout like,
Slightly biased.
yeah, they would go
Oh.
DJ. And so Liquid, to counter that, whenever they would kill DJ, they would scream that. Or whenever DJ killed them, like whenever DJ did anything in the booth, they would just all chant.
That's difficult to play against. I would imagine mentally, everybody cheering for the enemy
I,
team.
I think they thought it was hilarious.
Oh,
You gotta appreciate that.
we got our first rupture. Matulaman is the target.
He has
does-
TP, but he can't get out of here.
No, there's. Oh,
It's
he
that
tried to
Maledict.
solve. Just that Maledict. Works. Nice kill. And that's what you want to use that first rupture for. Kyo does end up going down. They abuse the fact that they know that Kyo was alone. But overall, I mean, slowing down that Lycan, that's why you pick up the Blessing.
Yeah. Downside though is, I mean, Ember's had such a rough game so far. He's got 1,800 net worth in a game where the Zeus has 3,100. You're not gonna feel good about that. And right now it's just kind of snowballing out of control. The upside, again, Kyo, I mean, you can always kill people on the map. We talked about the kind of player he is. This guy needs to kill people on the map.
And if he's gonna get the help of the setup of the Bloodseeker and the Nurse Shaker, he could already do a lot, despite having maybe not a lot of farm.
Matuma Man, though, gonna be the one to rotate over. And I think Zeus is gonna come here.
Yeah, this is Kyo is in a bit of a scary position. They knew where he was as well. They got the wolf running at him. One more hit and he gets it. But
He's got one remnant. There is a Zeus.
Oh,
ulti.
nice
Nope.
teleporting from Febby. He's trying to slow down his wolf. Is it gonna be enough? There's still so much time
He's
left
still
in his
gonna find him.
ultimate. Yep. Knows where he is. Sniffs him out. Tries to go for
Maledict.
Febby, but
No.
Snowball coming out as well. Maledict coming out for 2. DJ, he might be doing this. Matuma is taking a lot of hate. Febby is still alive for the moment, and Matuma Man, despite getting the kill, goes down as well. Ohio coming in with the surge.
The Maledict.
Okay, the Maledict is doing so much work right here. In the meantime, Miracle did get ruptured, but he had an invis rune, so he makes himself goes away. They think he's there. This is really nice.
They're trying. He misses the Maledict this time.
Yeah. And Miracle is just fine.
They were trying to do the Ion Shell on top of the wherever he was going,
Yeah.
but they didn't know that Miracle just stood still, and he misses the Maledict on top of that.
Nice.
I'm so hype about this Maledict though.
This Maledict is working out really well. Now, there's one scary thing about this game right here, because mind control is not stopped whatsoever. He's just doing bristleback things. That was a Earthshaker, by the way. Coming in to take back kill. But this bristleback is going to be very scary.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot that you can do against him because you've got to salvage the other lanes, and that's generally what you want to do when you're really far ahead. Is you want to just continue that snowball towards one lane direction. So Fnatic has to reply to that because their mid's just getting destroyed. Like,
Yeah.
That's not really a solvable position. We keep talking about like the comeback potential of this Ember Spirit, but there is a point where if you get way too far behind, then you don't really have recourse to get back in the game. They're making the line at bottom. I mean, we talk about this all the time, this rotation from Dire, but Liquid, as long as this Bristleback's here, he's just going to stand in the middle of it.
Yeah. Liquid's going to be ready in case the push comes from Fnatic. And Fnatic, yeah, like last time, they want to secure this this jungle a bit for them. If they can't get, if they can't get Ember to get big, they might as well get some extra map control and then just basically give him extra farm because of it.
I mean, Bloodseeker's had a great game at least.
Yeah.
That is the huge upside of this game so far for them.
And Rupture is up. They are gonna rotate around. The Radiant used the scan. Doesn't actually. Oh, there's 2 scans going on, and the scan for the Dire actually scans people out. So they know Kuroki is behind control. Let's see if they can get it though. This is a very fat bristleback. Let's see if Kuroki can come in to save him. Oh, he can't, not in time. He wanted just snowball to pick him up. Can't do that. But Miracle coming in. Make sure that the Bloodseeker goes home. Bloodseeker dies, and Febby is gonna teleport out of here, but gets interrupted, and that's a double kill for Miracle. Nice teleport in there as Tusk still ends up dropping.
Yeah.
A little bit too deep.
Kyo makes his way down here. They're able to pick up the Tusk.
Yeah.
And Miracle's looking for more. He's got a lot of mana to work with, but unfortunately doesn't look like he can pick somebody up as Fnatic gonna go for that Shrine, and he's got to be a little bit careful here.
Shrine on nobody's. But they got the Bristleback, and I think that's an important thing there. Is it?
Yeah.
Like, how important is that? Was that worth it? Because they lose the Bloodseeker, and Bloodseeker is also...
I would say that it probably wasn't, just because you lost that top area. If you notice that Matuma Man takes that top tower,
Yeah.
he gets free farm during that time. If it was a little bit cleaner,
Oh,
maybe.
Kuroki, you got the curse on you, dude. You're not gonna get away. Mind control. Got 4 people chasing him down. He's got the Rupture there as well. Cask. Oh, unlucky, bouncing towards the wolves.
Matuma Man pops the ult. They know that there's no shrine. Liquid should probably just chase this and see what they can get.
And they're going for it. This wolf is not gonna let go. Goes for the Bloodseeker, taking a lot of damage. Nice curse coming out from him though. He managed to get away. DJ. Oh, this is all getting very scary here with the Keeper of Light constantly feeding mana into
Maledict!
Miracle. The Maledict is working. And with this Witch Doctor, this DJ is the hero right here. He's making this happen. The Tuma Man is wolf form ended. He does not have a shrine. And Ajit is getting speedier by the minute, especially with the surge there from Kyo. Should be able to.
If he gets the chains.
Has it to Kyo.
Oh, he's just gonna die!
He just died! And now
And here comes the snowball!
And he's gonna get another kill right here. One more hit is needed, but he is too speedy. Ajit's not gonna die this time. Kuroki chasing this down. Knows he's chasing down a Darkseer without mana. Nice ultimate. Ajit still drops. Yep,
instead.
that was the Thunder God's Wrath. And that almost, by the way, killed up DJ as well. That was nuts.
The Maledict baited them into that fight. They shouldn't have
He's
taken that.
maxing it out too, as in he is maxing this over a cask. I am really liking this, and it's working out. They don't have maybe the right-click damage that much, but with the Maledict, they're able to just do so much damage in a fight like that.
Yeah. The fight at bottom area was amazing, but if Fnatic doesn't overextend there, then
That would have been amazing,
Yeah.
and now it kind of wasn't, I guess.
I mean the fight kind of resets, like it's even-ish, but at the same time, like the biggest downside for me anyway is just QO is just getting crushed in this game. Like he
doesn't have anything.
what does he do? Like he's an Ember Spirit that doesn't really have a lot of farm. Mind Control has farm, but you know, Rupture destroys this hero. I think Rupture right now is the best spell in terms of being able to control up their heroes. Like there's no one that's really immune to it, right? Matama Man doesn't want to get ruptured. Mind Control definitely doesn't want to get ruptured.
Mind Control can get a Blade Mail, and then he can get ruptured all he wants and just walk around kill Bloodseeker.
You're still gonna die really fast though.
It's true.
It's like a 1-for-1 trade.
What is happening here that this game is turning into this fighting matchup? Why do both teams feel like they can work with this?
I mean, Fnatic just feels like they have to, because I think in the last game they knew they had the superior team fight, but they were never able to get things going. So this game they're countering it by 5-manning, right?
Yeah.
And Liquid is trying to match that tempo, keep their towers alive. So they need to drag a lot of heroes down here.
And it's working out. Oh, yeah, catches Kuro, goes into the snowball, delaying his demise perhaps a little bit, but might just be setting up for more punches this Witch Doctor as well, but that's not going to
Mind
be
Control
enough.
gets dragged back.
Yeah, silence for the moment. Hey, look, it's a Maledict. Is there enough damage? Does Witch Doctor does as much damage before he dies?
Everyone's getting really low though.
Yeah, Miracle coming in there, and he has a lot. Again, this Keeper of Light keeps feeding mana to Miracle, and it's paying off like crazy. That's already 3 down for 2. Still, I mean, they still get the Bristle back.
Yeah. Bristle is
Oh, this Keeper of
considerably
Light wasn't
slowed
even
down.
here. Never mind that.
Yeah. This Bristle though is considerably slowed down, but I mean, somehow QO has completely salvaged this game now. Like 1 second he was the second lowest, and now he's got 5,300 net worth and he's come back, but not quite enough. As Liquid, their 2 cores are still very well on top.
I got the feeling that this Zeus somehow is basically Miracle is flying under the radar, because constantly when Fnatic fight, they make sure that they focus on Lycan, they focus on Tusk, they focus on the Bristleback.
Yeah.
And this Zeus is just...
I mean, he just chills and then he TPs in at the last second, sees what happens, gets a bunch of kills. Doesn't have to commit too much to be there.
Oh, that's Lycan that they find. It is a double damage Lycan. Perhaps they can kill him. Yeah, they can. This cask is making sure of that. Miracle coming in as well, and this time...
Oh, is this where you wanted to be?
Ooh, that Echo Slam was not really great though, but it is enough to kill off Miracle. My Bristleback standing there. It's some
Mind
DJ
Control's
hate.
getting really low.
Yeah, do they have enough damage to
They don't want to go in there though.
This is very scary with the Quills, so they don't have the Maledict. Otherwise they would have gone for sure.
That was 4v1 and Mind Control just kind of chills there.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he was too. It wasn't like he was...
Nah, he was completely trapped.
Yep.
They were like, no. They rethought that one real fast.
Yeah. And then that's one of those heroes that potential to turn around is gigantic. It's too scary. Oh, QO wants to go in for Kuro. Let's see if we can find him. Yeah, gets a chainsaw as well. Goes to the snowball. Mind Control.
Everyone's about to
there.
respawn.
Yeah, this is maybe the wrong time to fight. They do get the curse off on the Bristleback, so perhaps they can get some extra damage in, but he is taking a lot of damage as well. Look at those quills.
Get out, get out.
Ooh, that is Zeus time. Already 1 down. Teleports in, wants to go for more. Can he find it? Punch. That is a Jit trying to get himself out. He won't be able to make it. Miracle gets another kill. To my man on the hunt. I don't think he can find QO though. QO is just fine. But that again, they overextend. And it's just they stay around a little bit too long. Again, they get the first back. It's just not enough though.
This is so weird. Just like Fnatic get 2 really good kills, right? They kill the Zeus and the Lycan.
Yeah.
They can chill. They finally
they can
don't
get the
die.
tower.
Yeah, they don't die for. That was the best decision they made. They didn't die for that bristle. Because they're like, we're just gonna get quilled to death, which is what happened like 2 seconds later. And then they decide to dive him. Like when everyone on Liquid is starting to respawn, they're like, now's our chance.
What made them change their mind that they can actually do it though?
I don't know. A serious amount of overconfidence. Because you know
I would
that.
say it's maybe indecisiveness about not going like earlier, and then decide, maybe we can, and then go.
I mean, I don't.
Obviously, we don't know what's going on. But
It was. I think it was the first move was smart. Like,
yes.
For them not to go there, that was very disciplined. And then they make that play. They fake themselves out. Like you can tell there are these really bright moments for Fnatic where, you know, they've got everything together, then they make this one decision every single time. It's like, just stop right there. Like, you don't have to do more than that. But I think the problem is it's just kind of how they're geared. Like, they want to fight, and they want to see how much they can get.
Yeah.
But a team like Liquid, they're just going to consistently punish them.
And Liquid is not pressuring them at all. Liquid's only fighting when they're being fought, basically.
Yeah. This is like the second coming of MVP. The spirit of MVP lives on in the two Koreans. You gotta battle.
Gotta battle. And in the meantime, it looks like DH is getting a lot of farm. I mentioned that he fed mana into Miracle a lot, but there's just a lot of times, just like right now, where he's just farming. Right now, he's actually helping out Miracle a bit, but they're just pressuring that top lane. Ooh, Rupture, mind control in a bit of trouble, but everybody teleports in to try and help out. And Miracle is still very much alive, very heavy on the HP. Oh my god, this damage though. Matuma Man coming out. He's taking a lot of damage here too. And Jit, can he get one hit? No, he can't. He drops. Nice vacuum. But it doesn't matter. At this point, Fnatic is just on the run, and they are not going to be able to get the chase potential of this team. I mean, the only reason Kyo's out is because he has spirits and things, but other than that, you can't. Good luck trying to run away from this.
Yeah, he had less than 100 health. He gets out of that. And what we thought would be a teamfight advantage for Fnatic, well, in the past what would happen is they rupture Bristleback, and that's fine. Like, you could kill him before he had hood or anything like that. But now, you rupture him and then you've got to look at him because you have no physical damage and you have no ranged heroes.
And what do you do?
Correct me. They have one ranged heroes. They have a Witch Doctor, but he's not dealing any.
He had the curse on him.
Yeah, he's not dealing any physical damage. He just kind of chills.
Yeah, and the curse was only on him. Oh, you can't teleport out now, Kuro, and he's already got cursed up, so he's dropping.
Curse Watch 2017. That's my favorite part about this game right now, to see who gets maledicted.
Yeah. I mean, it is the only way for them to kill a Bristleback at this point. Like, where else are we gonna get the damage?
I mean, is that even enough at this point?
It's gonna be a tricky one. Like, you need him to walk a lot with the Rupture on.
Yeah, he needs to just continue. He needs to run into some like weird visual bug where he doesn't see that it's on.
Yeah.
And he also has to have like the slowest reaction time of all time, so that he doesn't realize he's losing HP, and he doesn't see the maledict as well.
A lot of ifs. That's not gonna happen.
I don't know, Shiver.
Unless he maybe already like low from a previous fight. I don't know. It's obviously it's all wishful thinking here for Fnatic. So all right, this way of fighting doesn't work anymore. We now had like 2 fights where they just
You gotta pivot.
Yeah, they gotta do something else. What are they gonna do?
You have to split the map and farm.
All right.
And you have to use like 2 or 3 man hit squads to set up kills. Everything else right now is so rough. Like what do you do? Where do you go from here?
I don't think you can stop Liquid from taking Roshan, first of all, but they might be able to take a tier 2 in return. They scan, they know nobody's there, they know that there's a Keeper of the Light on top lane. Kyo is actually completely out of mana.
This is the best part about Coddle.
Calling him in, and they should be able to punch him. He does not have a spirit, he does not have anything. No mana, no nothing. He doesn't even have a teleport scroll. Rather, Boots of Travel is on cooldown, and that's just... I mean, they don't even get the tower on bottom lane because the teleports are coming in and Mind Control is already running them down.
Oh, this is so brutal.
Nice vacuum though. This might be working out just fine. Witch Doctor coming out. Echo Slam not really doing too much damage here, and the curse is not enough because it's not on Mind Control. That means the DJ dies, but Superman can just stand still and let the curse tick out. He's not dropping. That means the rest of Fnatic has to run. Run and hide. Ohio knows he can't, and he's gonna try, but there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, he's gonna go down 2. Liquid, 21 minutes with a 10k lead. This game looks very similar to the last one.
And this point, you know, the wombo combo we talked about, it's not gonna be enough to kill the Bristleback.
Yeah.
You might kill Keeper of the Light, but Keeper of the Light, we know that GH is not going to be in the fight that much.
Oh,
so
QO is just... He's like, guys, we have to do something. He commits all 3 spirits to this. This might actually be a kill on Miracle. It definitely should be.
Will. Yeah.
Yeah. He knows he's alone, but that was like a frustration kill. You see QO's just like one remnant after another. He's like, I'm not giving this one up.
And they get a tier 1 tower off the back of it. They give up their tier 1 bottom, and at this point the trade is worth it.
Oh, definitely. Any sort of trade when you're behind.
Okay, so they're
pinging though.
can they fight this? I think they
They should TP in Bristleback. They could have defended this.
I don't wanna. I mean, they don't have to. Maybe now they do, because now they need to save Kuro. Kuro goes into Snowball, buys time for his team to come over. Walks into the silence, still gets the punch off, but is dead. Yeah, he will still die to the curse. Should still die to the curse. He lives! He's taken down!
12 health.
Oh, okay. In the meantime, Bloodseeker did end up dying because Matuma Man chased him down. There's a bunch of wolves now also chasing down DJ, and DJ is trying to live.
Ooh. Denies himself. Sick.
Yep. Very well done. But unfortunately for Fnatic, they didn't get anything. They get the tier 1 and they just they overcommit again.
That's when you know things are rough. When like the best thing that can happen to you is somebody suicides.
Oh, this is a rough game for Fnatic because it didn't look that bad at the start. They can't find fights, and they won some fights, and then they just overextended a couple.
Yeah. The thing is like both games look relatively promising. It was just like these 1 or 2 decisions. Fnatic gets a kill or 2, like on a core hero. Then they're like, we have to press this, and Liquid are like, okay, we will be happy to oblige. You have no spells up. Let's fight.
Still back. A lot of damage. Has got the curse on. Can't escape. Basically, this damage should be maybe enough to kill him. Perhaps. He is taking a lot. I am hopeful. But at the same time, there's an Illuminate and a Thunder God's Wrath.
He's got like more than half alpha.
Never mind. I was not hopeful at all. Fnatic is just not staying alive at this point. They're just getting harassed so much. They can't even come close to defend their tower at this point. Liquid can just stand up here, and this is an Aghanim Scepter Coddle, so he can just heal his team over and over and over again. DJ can't help his team at this point. There's no amount of Melodic that can save him.
He isn't there.
No, there's not even a wall vacuum. Vacuum is available again shortly, but the combinations, the wombo combo, it's just not happening. And what's gonna force Liquid out of this base?
Absolutely nothing at this point. I feel like they're so comfortable. They can continue to sit behind this. This guy still has Aegis, by the way, Shiver.
Now, while this is happening, and we hammered a lot on Fnatic overextending, but Liquid played this perfectly as well. They just let Fnatic do what Fnatic does, and they just play off it.
They just capitalize on mistakes.
Yeah.
Liquid might have been a little bit too cocky, sending heroes in. Like Mind Control, 2 times. He got sat in front of a tower, he got ruptured, he got killed.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, you see Fnatic just overextend a little bit. Just a little bit. But they are going to hold out because it's TI, and I mean, look at this effigy. The top left. Pray for the win.
Oh. Well,
so pray hard.
Pray hard indeed. They need all the faith they can muster, because I mean, this is a rough situation to be in. And as you mentioned earlier already, like this is their 4th game today, like their 2nd series. They haven't got a win on the board just yet, and it's just a tough mental position to be in. To get out of as well.
I mean, if you're thinking about it, like your hopes and dreams slowly slipping. It is only 2 games though. It's not a doomsday scenario yet. It's just rough.
It's true, and we've seen plenty of teams recover after a day and then just come back in 2nd day and just be twice as strong as they ever were before. You know, sometimes that's the case. It's just you got to be able to get out from that slump.
Yeah. Right now though, it is absolutely rough. As Mind Control going to be pushing up. Not sure what they can do to defend this.
They have like the wombo combo has to come together at least once, and this is
they're
exactly
gonna
smoke. They're gonna try to wrap it.
Debbie's got Blink. This is the best opportunity for it.
Right.
They're gonna catch this.
No, though, Miracle. He was already there. Kuroki jumps himself in. He's gonna be the only one to die, or at least he's gonna die. Perhaps they can get more. Miracle has to be careful. Gets Echo Slouch. Walks into the wall as well. Uses himself up in the air. He's fine. Uses all his mana. Gets the Thunder God's Wrath off. Gets the Earthshaker actually, but still end up dropping. GH. That's GG. They already done, because in the meantime, what we didn't see was Mind Control and Matuma Man just didn't care.
I was watching that. I was like,
they just didn't care, and they just went for the buildings.
They're like, whatever, guys. Come on, we're just gonna win the game right now.
2 out of 4 in the predictions, unfortunately. Hey, we were right with Mind Control though. Last play.
Did Fnatic get a Roshan? They didn't.
They didn't.
How come? Team with the most Roshan kills. Your pick, Team Liquid. Result, none.
Oh, they had a Roshan kill we hadn't ages in the Bristleback's infantry.
That is bugged?
Could be. Well, there is going to be more games of Dota coming your way very shortly, so stay tuned. This was, of course, Team Liquid with a 2-0 against Fnatic, and that means Team Liquid is undefeated. This was their 4th game, second series.
Sheeper.
Yes.
It's glitched. We got 4 out of 4.
We got 4 out of 4. Nice. All right. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Dota 2 action.
ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Turn to pick.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to the International 2017. We're going to be taking a look at, I believe, our 4th series of the day, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be OG facing off against Digital Chaos here on Stream B. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by the man, the myth, the legend, the great Blitz Dota. How you doing?
I'm very good. It's going to be a really hyped game. One of the few games at the International that, at first glance, looks really one-sided. But I think will end up being close-ish.
I love that description. It's great. I kind of get what you're saying, though. Like, everybody looks into this OG almost guaranteed to get, like, top 4 or even higher, some people think. And on the other side, it's Digital Chaos, who have, I think, a lot of, like, local favorites, if you will, of this region. Talk to me about it. What is it that you see in DC that you're liking right now?
Do they? Do they have local favorites? Like,
I don't know. You like Bulba, don't
they've
you?
got 2 Koreans, Abed, who not many people know a lot about because he doesn't stream or anything, and they have Mason, who has had a has a tumultuous history with.
Why are you
the
flaming
community.
DC
And then there's
right
Bulba,
now?
who I think everyone in the community has ragged on at some point or another, and like openly laughs at.
Okay.
So they're kind of like the scrappy. They're like the Mighty Ducks.
The Mighty Ducks.
No, they're not. Because the Mighty Ducks become champions. They're like the
Jesus.
They're like the Bad News Bears.
The Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we'll have to see. I'm down to quack through this game if they end up taking it. Granted, of course, OG also incredibly well-known team. You're saying that they're not favorites on DCs. I would certainly say that OGs have some fan favorites there. But this is something that we saw from DC in the first series that I watched and casted of theirs. Silencer Batrider is an opening. Obviously, tried and true combination for initiation, but they also were running a lot in Southeast Asia leading up to this. Do you think that that's something that's sort of still viable? Do you like that style of play?
I mean, I think Batrider right now is a really good hero. As a silencer, you can see that TNC really valued that hero. They played against EG earlier today, like you said. And I don't know, I feel like the thing about Batrider is, like, how many times has Ice Frog nerfed him in one way or another? It's been like 10 straight nerfs. But the thing that this hero provides is, no matter what, you should be able to win team fights with this hero. And with the combination of silencer, I mean, think about it. You blink in, you grip somebody, silencer pops his global. That should, in theory, be a teamfight 1 every single time. And Batrider is also one of those heroes that, even if it's 4v5, the high ground never feels great. Because there was a game we played at Galaxy Battles against Infamous, and they let the coaches stay in the room as long as you didn't say anything. Of course, there was a guy in there, like an admin, but I got to listen to the team comms, and there was one time where Rasmus was saying, like, don't go high ground. It's 4v5, but still don't go high ground. Like, we hit Aegis and everything, and we went high ground anyways. We got wiped. And he was talking about it. He's like, never go. You have to be so much more careful against Batrider. Because what ends up happening is you just get gripped to tier 4s. Even if you respawn with Aegis, you get stunned. You're stuck at a tier 4 tower. You've got 3 different towers and 4 heroes beating on you. It doesn't matter that you have the numerical advantage.
Right, and it's something that feels so much more attractive now to go high ground because, you know, there's less shrines on the side lanes, and, you know, there's a second on the second Roshan there's cheese, but yeah, maybe a little bit more difficult to do that against him. We'll see if they double down upon that as well. In the last game, they ended up taking a lifestealer with it as well, if I'm not mistaken, DC, which was like just the uber initiation. Unfortunately, LGD proved to be too much for them. On the other side of the coin, though, it's going to be OG taking a Slardar and Coddle.
Was it LGD?
LGD versus DC.
I thought it was
no,
VP.
switching that up. It was Fnatic versus LGD.
And
There's
VP.
so many games.
You're forgiven, Gabe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, Slardar, Coddle. We saw Coddle, I think, in the last game that you casted as well as part of like a dual lane, just constantly spamming out the waves. Pretty good stuff.
I've been telling Cap that I think Slardar is a good hero right now. Like, I kind of felt it. And I told him this is the one time that I'll ego check myself for you, Gabe. And when I say that, I'm saying that very sarcastically. I hope you know.
Oh, I know.
But I was like, there wasn't a lot of Slardar being played. I randomed him in a game. It was like 7.2k average game, and I felt I was the best hero in that game, like without a doubt. I was like, you can kill anybody. I mean, GH and Envy threw my game, but the hero itself felt very strong.
All right. I'm liking that. Is it just like his early movement and like the way that he's able to get in quick with sprint?
It's what Dota always comes back to is like it's like this really weird roundabout thing where people they over rely on team fight. Okay, and then what ends up happening is once you do that, you counter that by being greedier and greedier. So you pick heroes that are more centered towards splitting the map up, right? So if you have one side that only wants to team fight, then the polar opposite is going to be a team that never fights. So you have a team that just pushes around the map, shoves in waves. And then you go too hard to that side. So then you need to swing back to the other one where it's like, okay, we've gone too far in the direction where we have like no disables, no team fight, no ability to fight. But Slardar is kind of perfect at that, because if you think about Slardar as a hero, this hero allows you to Roshan. It turns any of your heroes into physical damage dealers. Like any hero is liable to just get blown up. You have an instant initiation stun. You have a bash that is useful late game. Sprint allows you to play very fast around the map. I guess the downside that we found at ESL Genting when we played him like against heroes like Sand King is sometimes it feels a little bit difficult to get your stun off.
Right.
And sometimes if that Blink Dagger gets delayed, that's when things get a little bit rough and it feels like you have sort of a useless hero. But I think in this kind of meta, when things are a little bit more slowed down, he feels very strong.
Wow. Well, and you know, it's kind of interesting that you talk about that, because a hero that relies upon that Blink Dagger to make stuff happen and can sometimes struggle to get that, then also an Invoker, maybe a hero that takes a little amount of time to come online, and now a CK as well, who granted does become this sort of indomitable force in the mid to late game once he starts to really get items up. And now you look at what DC is running, all these heroes feel like they come online fairly quickly, and even if Batrider struggles in the lane, he can retreat to the jungle. Is that something that you could see being a problem in this game, where OG don't quite come online quickly enough?
I mean, I think right now it's just a game of counter picks. I know that's how DC like to draft in general. So you have the Sven to counter the Slardar amp, of course, and more importantly, he's very good against CK, because you have the cleave, right?
Yeah.
It naturally makes sense. And you're going to build a BKB against these heroes. But the downside of the hero, of course, is it's very easy to get kited. The one thing I would say that Coddle, by the way, enables more than anything too, that we should talk about really fast, is this hero is one of the few supports that can so safely lane shove. Like, that's going to be a term that, until I die, that I'll reference until people get, is you want to shove in lanes at all times. That's how you're able to make plays. If you can shove in the lanes, then people have to react to that lane shove because your tower's being hit. If you lose a fight, you immediately lose objectives. That's what lane shove does for you. Coddle's one of the few heroes that can just do it with no risk.
Right. You
push in a wave, you pop your ulti, you let your Illuminate go, your ghost form. It's like weird ghost man, like Casper just fires off lightning or some shit, and what do you do against that? You're not going to chase that around. You can't do anything against it. You can't really protect your wave against it.
And he's really quick too, so it's even harder to do it.
Yeah, you just get triangles, you're running around, and you're like, boom, you do it again like twice in a row with Chakra. Cool.
Well, that's certainly one of the ways that will, help enable them to, like you're saying, all the great things about lane push. And yeah, I'm kind of sort of curious, because it was interesting the way that the draft progressed. OG took a really long time for that third pick. It felt like they were trying to wait on, what is it that we really want to take. Are you surprised at all seeing the mid taken this early in the draft, in like the first pick of the second phase?
I think OG has to give up something.
Oh.
That's a good pick. They needed lane shove.
Yeah, talk about being able to shove lanes quickly. Just one burrow strike, 2 right clicks, and it's gone with Caustic.
Yeah. I think that's really good. That was a pretty good hero to just like kind of pair everything together. But I'd say right now, I think OG just felt like they felt comfortable showing the first 2. Because when you play against a Batrider, it's just obnoxious no matter what. It doesn't really matter what you have. Things don't really get easier. Like, you could say, okay, you get a Linken's carrier, but even then, Batrider will get 4 staff.
Right.
You have to show something, especially when you're second pick.
Wow. Coming down to the wire at the end of the day, it's going to be the Bristleback Taken. And it is going to be a off-lane Bristle. Assuming with Fly there in lane. This is like that classic combo. And I remember, I mean, for a while you were also. Wasn't this like the big thing in Southeast Asia when you guys were playing? Is that correct, or was it?
It was
later
IO
than that?
Bristle.
Okay.
When we were in there. You bring back dark memories.
I'm sorry, man. I don't apologize.
It was who was a combination of people. It was March. It was March's Bristle.
Okay. You know, and I was doing some research about these teams back in that day. It was Jarek's playing on Hot 6, and I think that he was housemates with Forev at the time too. So
they all
long lost teammates.
They all lived in this like tiny apartment together.
Yeah.
Like all you have to do is play Dota.
That sounds like the dream. Well, from a tiny apartment now to a big old hotel in Seattle, it's time to see if they're going to be able to take game number 1, OG versus DC, 4th match here on the B stream. And do you have a draft that you're particularly favoring? You felt like you really liked that Sand King last pick. Is the Bristle the perfect answer for it, or how do you see this game playing out?
I will say... Okay, I want to hear your opinion first. Who do you think, just bare bones without any analysis, who do you say wins draft-wise?
I would say that DC wins draft-wise.
I think so too, because I feel like the Silencer is one of the heroes that Bristle can play against. Like if you're imagining Quill Spam, you just get cursed. People don't realize it, but Curse is... Oh, that spell's brutal. Actually, everyone realizes it now. Arcane Curse is insane. Like that spell is by far one of the most annoying to play against. It just feels like it's on you forever. But at the same time, I think I do like DC's draft a lot. I feel like they have really comfortable ways to take team fights. They have good late game. They have ways to lane shove. Like everything on paper looks good, but you always have to take into account that you think that OG might be a better team, right? So maybe they can overcome these deficits in the draft.
I really like this too. This ward placed down, he was able to just get it in time, the Sand King, before the Bristleback walked up the hill. So he'll be able to have vision of the stacks. And they've committed both of their wards actually to making sure that they know what S4 is doing at all times.
Yeah.
Well,
that is a heavy commitment though. I figured they would have placed down a ward mid, but I guess they feel comfortable that Jarex can't really mess with a Queen of Pain. Like, it's a Queen of Pain, right? Abed can always just blink away. There shouldn't be a way that he really dies to any sort of rotation. Because the only way that he dies is if CK makes the rotation over. Which, by the way, No-Tail, out of all carries in Dota, is more than willing to do. Like, this guy will grab level 5, smoke up with the rest of his team, kill mid, take that tower.
A quick little bullion move here by Mason himself is going to force Ana back, and that will mean no bounty rune for him.
That's how you get 3.
Hey. Do it.
Dude, look at that DC immediate gold lead. They take a demanding lead, a commanding lead off the start.
I'd say insurmountable.
Yeah, 300 net worth at 20 seconds into the game. Just think about that. It's exponential.
Yeah, if you have exponential growth, it's going to be 30,000 by 10 minutes. It's over. Well,
what was the point?
I don't know. A couple little things here. The Invoker versus Queen of Pain matchup. I feel like we've seen it so many times throughout this patch and past ones as well. Anything really new evolve with this matchup here?
No, it's going to be really annoying for Invoker in the beginning. Obviously, the later the game goes, Invoker is just one of those heroes that will shine. That's just the nature of the hero, but pre-Aghanims is going to be the time period where Queen of Pain is just going to fight lane-wise, one-on-one, straight up one-on-one. It should be very easy for Abed to bully this Invoker, which he's doing so far.
Well, bottom lane, actually, they've already found it. Bulba will save the day, though, as Jerax gets stunned by him and takes some tower shots on the way out. But that was setting up to be a really nice play. And, oh, Bulba, maybe getting a little bit too big for his bridges now. It's going to end up dropping. Well, unless he gets a triple burrow strike, can he actually make his way out of here, though? It seems like it could be quite tough. He will not have another one.
He's got boots. He's got boots.
Run away, little man. Run away, Sunstrike. Oh, no. First blood. Bulba picks it up.
Everything was going so well. If he doesn't make that play, I'm not even kidding. Like, they survive. Look at top. S4, he had to pop his salve. He was getting quite low up there too. He doesn't like that lane. This bottom lane, Forev was getting the wave shoved into him. This Queen of Pain was doing so... I mean, in CS alone, it's 6-2 against 9-4. If Ana doesn't get that kill, Abed can snowball this lane. But that first blood, it's going to have repercussions.
Yeah, and we saw up there as well, Bristleback just getting level 2 as they decided to go on him, and that, I'm sure, kept him alive. Left only 100 HP after the fact, with his back turned the whole time.
But you're still a level 2 Bristle with no stacks.
Yeah.
Like this, ideally, let's not overthink this. This is still fine. Let's calm down.
Okay.
Everything is okay.
We're
DC
here.
is still in a perfectly fine position. Somehow, they've triple stacked. This is like a quad stack. If they clear this up, this is going to be really good for them, as Fly should be blasting this pretty soon, and you need to ideally do this with like 7, I think. 7 or 8 when you start it. This is just going to leave a lot of creeps behind.
Really unlucky the double Centaur too. They had those like 3 or 4 instances of Cloak Aura on him, just giving so much magic resist against that Bat Rider too.
Yeah. And they're going to shove the wave out, Fly, which is what he should do. He can even pull it to the side after, which is what I imagined was going to happen, but not actually going to do so quite yet. But you're going to get double range creep, and Forev's just going to get a lot of experience here. I feel like Fly, I thought he was going to shove, but they're going to stun, harass Forev out a little bit, and this next wave he's going to pull it in. So gets delayed by a little bit, doesn't really change too much though.
Well, meanwhile, mid, you know, Jarek sticking around as well. They're not going to be able to find a kill onto Forev, like you mentioned, and so that left him free to force a blink out from Quap. The Bet has to play a little bit safe for the moment. And of course, it's going to be Bulba still sticking around here as that level in Sandstorm, so no extra pressure with the Caustic, but I guess he's going to soak up some of this experience as well. They've been able to pull off one of those range creeps as we miss a kill up top. S4 goes down. Pick up by Mason.
Yeah. Very good kill by him. As, again, this is just going to be a really rough lane for this Bristleback. Like, this is not meant to be the easiest time. So, laning advantage so far, I would say goes in favor of DC, just by like a slight margin. It could have been even better though. I'm not going to harp on it too much though. That first blood, things happen.
Right.
As Ana going to get right-clicked. This is a DD Queen of Pain. You want to be careful, but...
Gets her to blink away.
Yeah.
Alright, well, holding back for the moment. Looks like S4 is going to retreat to the jungle. Do you think this is something where it's worth sending a support over to soak experience since you have vision, or just keep the lane under control?
I think you just keep the lane under control for now. Okay. He's going to stack, Dubu's going to stack on like crazy. So just keep the lane where it is, let Dubu get some XP too. At some point what will happen is Dubu will stack this probably one more time, and then when Mason gets his 6, they'll just swap out. And Dubu will get the lane XP and Mason will just farm the jungle camp. And that's how they snowball. That's exactly what they did in the NA quals, and I don't think things changed too hard. And that is exactly what he does. He stacks again, these creeps will die. Because if you just shove the wave in, S4 doesn't necessarily have to be there. You could always just send a support, right?
Yeah.
You could send Fly, he TP's in, just blast the wave back.
I really like this. I mean, you see the stack there going on. You're also seeing right now that Bulba with the Sandstorm has been able to take out a double stack on the hard camp. They're getting a lot out of the map right now, DC, and
They are.
it doesn't really feel like there's a great way for OG to do much to contest this.
Yeah, OG's not getting that much out of this lane right now. Like they, this bottom wave, they're splitting XP between 3 heroes. Doesn't feel that good. And meanwhile at mid, I mean after this first blood, just had a fine game. Jerax has even sacrificed a little bit of his game by going there, if you noticed in the beginning. So this Queen of Pain getting bullied quite hard. What should be a winning matchup for one side, in fact is not. As Bulba gonna make the rotation around, he's level 3. He does have this level 2 stun, but I mean you don't really dive a Raindrops, Wand, Invoker.
Yeah. And now it's just a regen up top too, so that'll allow them to, you know, continue to establish a bit more dominance in this lane, I'm sure, after spamming out the spells. Forev, in the meantime, went over to contest the stack. Yet again, it looked like he was able to pick up a few of those big
Look at
creeps.
Mason.
Are they actually going to pull back in, though? They're thinking about diving here on the Bat Rider. A whole heck of a lot of damage. They stun him up as well. Sunstrike coming through. Forev actually heads up towards the north, but still will end up dying. And yeah, as you mentioned, Mason doing the stack.
I mean that's still a level 4 Bat Rider, he's fine. He forced 3 heroes there, and meanwhile, if you look at Bulba mid, they're going to make this rotation on Ana. It doesn't look like they're going to get the kill, as Dubu instead is going to go down, and we talked about No-Tail. If there's any carry that's going to rotate when he's level 5 out of a safe lane to make something happen.
Look at this guy. No-Tail's crazy. He's just like, yeah, I'll come mid. Why not?
He's
We'll
like,
find a kill.
it's all good.
Abed thinking about going in for that.
Queued that up, but you would die.
Yeah. Well, that's just going to be the Shrine used, getting a little bit of extra value out of that. Still a stun over here on Bristleback. The rotation in from Jarex probably keeps him off. I don't know if they could have killed the Bristle either, but maybe make his life a little bit more scary. But 7.5 minutes in, 3-1, with a little bit of a lead for DC. Do you think that they're liking where they're at in the game? Is there anything they need to be worried about?
No, I think they're very comfortable with this pace right now. Because you know that no matter how much farm Invoker gets, it's empty net worth. In the sense that this hero has always been farm. Like, when you think about the hero, the problem is you think about all the cool combinations he does. But if you think about it, he only does that once he has like 3 items, right? He has Midas, Boots of Travel, Aghanim Scepter. Right. But pre-Aghanim Scepter, this hero doesn't fight. You create space for him, and he just pushes the map in and farms. So for DC, as long as they're not losing anything horribly, they're not getting picked off, I think they're okay with the pace of the game. Because they can press it once this Bat Rider gets blinked really fast.
Yeah.
And OG, they're going to be in quite a pickle trying to fight that out, which is why I liked DC's lineup better.
Well, and we've just been seeing this massive acceleration of farm from Mason, who has 77 last hits at 8 minutes in. And it's not looking like he's going to stop anytime soon, just moving into the jungle. And like you said, giving Newbee over the lane. This is... I mean, like... Do you just keep on building up your advantage in farm? Do you think that it's worth it going for like a Blink Dagger afterwards for Mason after Mask of Madness?
Yeah. I think Blink's perfectly fine here. It's a very justifiable build, because you want to push the pace. As Dubu up at top, he's going to get dove. That's 5 stacks.
Oh, but he isn't going to be able to get it off that last time. Oh, end up time, Dubu!
There's a Sunstrike.
Oh, be careful, buddy. He's going to TP back home. But...
And it's not going to shoot it out. Any Dubus in here? Just one.
Oh,
man. Oh, that scared me, Gabe. There's going to be a 3-man rotation up here as No-Tail. Gonna lead the way. They got Sunstrike too.
Oh my god, it's so much damage. Mason throws out the stun, needs to get out, but not going to happen. S4 able to take him down, and now highest net worth hero gets brought down. That's a big one.
Yeah, that is No-Tail in a nutshell. He TPs in mid to save his mid, then he goes and ganks, even though there's an empty lane at top. One of the most proactive carries that you're going to see. By far. This guy creates so much space for his team.
I think, you know, I was remembering back to even when they were doing, you know, all the Radiance Illusion pushing heroes, and people would always say that they played it different than others, because he would, like, you know, go into a fight with an Auk or a Naga to make sure that the team was able to buy space for the rest of them, and doing the same type of thing here, going for the treads early on, and now back for the armlet. No need for Midas.
Yeah. He's just like, I need a fight. Let me help my team. We're going to win lanes. There's no other way that you can reasonably bring down that hero anyways, as Bulba.
More help for Ana. Finds himself a Sunstrike. Jarex is feeling it. They're having
just
a good old time. God. You gotta love the chat wheel. It's too good.
It's the best. They're probably... It's got to be because it's Bulba that they got that excited. And the lead finally swings in favor of OG. I mean, it almost was going 1k in the favor of DC, which isn't insurmountable, but still. It's one of those things where, you know, you felt pretty comfortable. Now the CK is just becoming a terror. He's killing everyone on the map. No-Tail gets to do his No-Tail playstyle with this hero.
Yeah, I love the build too. The 4 points in Reality Rift, -7 armor, particularly against, I mean, Sven, who has the high armor, but just even for pickoffs, it just transforms all those other heroes into damage dealers. But mid lane, Abed's come back in with Dubu. Looks like they want to put the kibosh on this. Jarex is still hanging out in the area, and it hasn't really been a whole lot of concerted efforts towards taking down objectives yet. Do you think that changes sometime soon?
No. I think both teams, honestly, especially DC, like, they're not really going to go 5-man for tower or anything like that. They have very split-heavy of a lineup. So there's no real concern for them, because they're going to win, or they think anyways, that they're going to be able to win the team fights, right? And once you win the team fights, you can take those towers anyways. The tower that they have to protect is this mid one. If they protect this mid tower, then... I just understood his name.
Mid one? Oh, Blitz. It's amazing. Uh-oh. Dubu! He's in the mid. He's going potentially down here. Not a whole hell of a lot that they can do to stop that.
We talked about it. This mid tower is the one that they have to protect. They're not going to be able to do it.
Well, Mason at least is hanging out here. Leading to the side, but feels like it's quite tough to actually get there in time. Sand King is rotating as well.
You see, this is the tower that they're like all out defending for.
Oh, good play. Reality Rifting to get away from Mason on the Sven. They drop the
There's
global
the
as well.
global.
Sonic Wave out, trying to find if they see if they can catch No Tail, and with the right clicks coming in, it should
he
be
gets
the
denied.
but denied coming from Ana. He might end up paying for that one as they do have dust on him. Burrow Strike is gonna come through. Bulba finds him, a pretty good Illuminate.
Oh,
and now
S4
S4
comes in
here as
too.
well. They're all running in, but are they just running to their death? S4 up on the high ground, trying to bring him
He's
low.
getting
In
low.
fact, it's going to happen. OG lose 3. And my God, that was a hell of a defense.
That Arcane Curse, and we talked about it. You can give up that top tower, Gabe. You can give up that bottom tower, but that mid tower, if there's anything you know about North American Dota, any good team, they're not going to give up that mid. Because if you give up that mid tower, it opens up the entirety of the map. You no longer have to play these really weird smokes. You can just go up through mid every single time. You can cut across. Your jungle no longer becomes safe because you lose access to that entire north-left side. So it's essentially conceding map control. You're saying to yourself, we'll play from this really horrible disadvantage for nearly no reason.
Oh, and certainly not wanting that to happen. Granted, the tower is now only at 63 HP.
They're thinking about it. They're like, do we deny this? Because again, it matters so much. It provides vision as well.
Yeah, and the nice part also about having these heroes is they can just run in here in a second, and it looks like Dubu is going to go for the deny.
He feels it now.
Be able to get it, and
Gets the blink out though.
nice play there by No Tail and Jarex. Tried to get the Reality Rift into stun, but didn't quite work.
Did I just say north left? Like, why didn't you correct me?
North left is a thing, sure. I'm not about calling you out.
Yeah, but why could I just say upper left?
Or northwest.
there was a lot of ways that could have gone better, Gabe. 2 North American casters.
Yeah. And a geography.
Lol. And a with direction slash. It was both.
Uh-oh. Movement in right now, though. Bulba is not quite in position for the stun. The rest of them a little bit farther behind, but they will find Ana. Burrow Strike.
Oh, they're going to grab this Invoker.
Can they actually do it? Sonic Wave is a hell of a lot of damage, and Mason comes back in for the swipes.
Oh, they're just getting chunked in this fight.
Can they kill him off a second time now? S4 had the Aegis, but now going to already have it down. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage. Double kill for Mason. DC have been striking back with a vengeance.
Yeah. And it does not matter that you have this Aegis, especially if you're going to get wiped like that. This is what I was talking about. I felt like just the raw teamfight ability. This is what this Batrider plus Silencer gives you. Is even though he didn't get global off, this Batrider's grip, it's always going to win you teamfights. And the ability to kite with Arcane Curse and Sticky Napalm, it's fantastic. It's so hard for OG to take these engagements. And now OG, they're going to lose their mid tower themselves. So the tower advantage evens out, which should favor DC in this sense because they can shove in waves with their core heroes. Dubu going to make his way up at top, and even without that global, I mean, Mason, you called it, he goes for the blink first. He's got tons of utility. He's very strong right now, highest net worth in the game. This Invoker still can't fight.
Yeah. He is only 700 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter and picked up that health talent. We'll see if it will save him. This little rotation as they have the dust, they have the jump, they have the Burrow Strike.
Oh,
Ana
this
in
is a huge
trouble.
kill.
And again, taken down. Right now, 2, 3, and 2. Dangerously close to a meme.
I mean, he was in really good position to get such a fast Aghanim Scepter Midas. He was going to get like a 14-minute Aghanim Scepter Midas, and kills like this, definitely going to slow things down. 800 gold away now. If he just shoves out that bottom lane, sure, but that was a very good aggressive move by DC. Is, you know, their lineup's still paying dividends, as now Forev is going to shove out this bottom lane, and they're still doing this all minus the Blink Dagger on the Batrider, mind you.
Yeah.
And the Batrider, or the Sand King Blink Dagger. Once you have those two, on top of the Sven jump, you're just going to have so much team fight.
It really feels like that's the glory of the Sand King pick.
Oh,
4
up at top.
points in Burrow Strike is, yeah, they found Dubu. I mean, that one that'll happen. But, you know, you have your Tranquil Boots moving at 405 movement speed, 4 points in Burrow Strike, long range initiation. You can just get so much done.
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening here. They're just running around the map killing things, and so far it's been successful. It's Forev. He's waiting here again. They're very patient, but this time nobody from OG is going to fall for it, as they should just let the shove out naturally. They can send out Forged Spirits at bottom if they want, but they've got to be a little bit more careful and protect Nana. Like, you are not going to be able to just farm this Aghanim Scepter for free. People will punish you right now. So the best thing to do is kind of huddle around, which will slow down the rest of your team's farm, but at the same time, it is very key that you get Aghanim Scepter on this Invoker. Otherwise, he's a 3-spell Invoker.
Right. Well, and likewise now, if OG do start to play that more clustered together lineup where you don't let him go too far out and make sure that you protect him, what's the DC answer? Because it feels like they can't find those pickoffs as much.
Yeah, right now for DC, I'm not sure. DC, just wait for Blink Daggers.
Okay.
Like, everything is still fine. Your Blink Daggers are still coming online at a very reasonable time. There's nothing to really, there's nothing to rush in any case. Because as soon as this Bat Rider jumps in, he's going to be able to kill one core. Like, even if it's the Bristleback, like Sticky Napalm plus the Firefly, you just walk in front of him. It's incredibly annoying for Bristle to play against.
Okay. Oh, I like that. Now they do have that Axe done. He had a dual scepter queued up, but now it looks like it's going to be a Lincoln Sphere. Meanwhile, on the side of a bed, he ended up going back for the Veil. So, now that you have the Aghanims, does that feel like you're maybe in a little bit of a better position to take fights, or you still want to try and wait for those next couple items? Maybe a bit too scary?
You can set up for a little bit more, but you don't rush things.
Okay.
As up at top, Mason gonna get gone on. Gets jumped.
Wearing off a good bit of damage. Sunstrike coming through as well. Gonna connect onto him, and with the Illuminate, all the damage in the world, they take down Big Bad Sven. Dubu, he gets out.
That was pretty close. He almost cleaved his way to killing Fly as well. That's gonna be a massive death. That was a Sven that was well on his way to such a ridiculous game, but now things get slowed down, and DC... They're playing... That was a little bit too greedy, because you've got 3 cores farming in different areas of the map. They're all showing. OG, of course, is going to make some kind of move. They have to. Otherwise, you're just watching 3 cores farm independently. They thought that the Sven global would be enough. You know, you just TP out, but OG... I think he still should have gone for that, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to consider why he was free to...
Bottom lane, I'll let you pontificate a little bit further. It's a quick kill on S4 yet again. By the way, simultaneous Blink Daggers picked up right there for both the Slardar and the Bat Rider.
Yeah.
And now because of that, OG want to try and take this fight without their Bristleback, but DC already away.
Yeah, they're going to get out of this just fine. Nobody greedy. That's such a disciplined play, by the way. Do you notice they leave 1 creep behind? Oftentimes, like, people stay behind and they'll farm that, but just because you're greedy, that's just human nature. You see that creep, you're going to want to farm it. At the same time, DC, a little bit more disciplined. They're thinking to themselves, guys, something's really off. Nobody showing on the map. This mid wave is kind of shoving in this top wave. Nothing's really happening. Like, why is nobody showing on the map right now? What I would like to see DC do anyways is they're going to have this Bat Rider ulti up again pretty soon. I'd like to see them make a play with smoke. They've got a Blink Dagger up on their Sand King as well. They've got Global Silence coming up in 20 seconds. Like, all their cooldowns are going to line up really nicely. And so this is exactly when you want to smoke, right before they're about to be up.
Oh my god, you're calling it.
So you make a rotation probably into their jungle, and you just scout upwards through that ancient area.
It's like that is indeed like you're an oracle here. What are you doing? It's almost like you're, you know, a coach at some point or something. My god.
But they're kind of hemming and hawing right now. I still feel like this is the play for them to make. Shove in this mid wave, it's your best chance, but instead they're going to make the call and say top wave is shoving in a little bit too hard. And Dubu's going to say they're probably in our top area, but at the same time, like, I feel like there was like a really small window for some kind of play to be made right there, and they didn't really go for it. You notice they sort of sent half the people mid, half the people are going top, because Dubu's saying to himself, like, guys, we have to shove this wave back. Right. So, but right now, I think you should still go for the smoke. After you clear this out, just smoke to Dubu or something. Like, there's still a play to be made here.
Yeah, and it's that window doesn't really like close at any point until it just becomes like less of a strong hit of that timing, I guess.
Yeah. I still think, I mean, you shove this wave one more time, go. You really want to use these cooldowns.
You're getting antsy for them. You're all about this. I love it. I think that that's the perfect move, and now it's heading out. Of course, Global, like you were talking about. Who is it that they're going to run into, though? Because Fly is the only one that's actually going to be even close to showing on the map right now. The rest of OG are all back behind by their tier 2 tower mid.
This is such a cool move by OG, by the way. You notice, like, because most teams would sit behind somebody at top, right? That's why you smoke to your silencer. But, oh, Fly.
Nicely done. Eul Scepter pickup, and Fly going to be punished for this one. It'll take a little while before he ends up going down, and he'll cause some trouble.
Yeah. The problem with that play, Gabe, or the reason why they only got that Keeper of the Light was because they were just a little bit too slow.
Okay.
Because once that Queen of Pain shoves in that one more wave mid, it becomes a little obvious.
Alright.
The bottom wave's been shoved in, this Queen of Pain blinks in aggressively to clear out that mid wave. Like, what could they possibly be doing? That's, you know, it's a little bit... but if they're a little bit faster, if they immediately smoke, they make that move up to Dubu at top, then they can connect, and maybe they get a core out of that.
Well, and now that we've had that pick-off happen, it does mean that there's at least an opportunity here to pressure for a tier 2 tower. Bottom lane is being shoved in by Illusions, and in fact might be able to take the tier 1 tower bottom of the Dire. With solo S4 there, they're going to pull him back in. A couple quick hits, but the counterplay coming in. Maybe should have popped that global second earlier, but it doesn't end up mattering. They're still going to take down S4, and DC getting set up to do some more damage.
Yeah. That was a BKB popped as well as the global, though. This is probably where DC disengages because they don't have the best vision, but...
Oh, everybody bouncing around. It ends up turning into a 3-person burrow strike. The pushback is nice from the Coddle, and now No Tail trying to see if he can do a little bit more work onto Abed. He lost all of his mana with that, but he still will be able to get that kill and get out.
Yeah, a little bit dicey because DC, you know, they don't have the best vision there, and OG still can't capitalize on that is the rough part. Because normally when a situation like that happens, it's the best time for the defending team to capitalize, right? You see all 5 heroes, you know none of their spells are up, but DC's just a little bit too more farmed. They're gonna 5-man Shrine. When's the next? They have another smoke. They could just go for it again. This Batrider's gonna have his lasso up in 20 short seconds. Like you could. This top wave is shoved in. Abed blinks forward aggressively, at bottom shoves that wave in, and the other 4 smoke and connect to him. That's your play.
Alright. Even without global down, you think that they're so much stronger that it wouldn't end up really mattering that much?
Because you're not anticipating for them to get into a 5-man. You're hoping you just find 1 or 2 heroes. And that way you're grouped up as well, and nobody gets picked off.
Scary stuff happening now, though, as Roshan is trying to be snuck by OG. Do DC have an inkling that this could happen? They don't have those normal vision-oriented heroes that
going to
they
be
would
way too fast.
in the clockwork or what have you, but
Fly would be or No Tail up at top.
Trying to go
This would
on
be a
him.
good trade.
If they can kill him off, Dubu is there as well, but where's the follow-up damage? They don't really have it. Boba is trying to come in right now, but Jerix is also going to scout him out. Can he actually find it? Epicenter coming in now, looking for Jerix. Isn't quite on the mark, but they still might be able to make something of this as they've been able to take down that Slardar as well.
Oh, Fly goes down in the background too. Only Ana and S4 are left for this. They might just get kited for this. He gets dusted.
Oh, nice jump forward by Abed. He's able to find him. Now the blink forward and the stun, but Mason stuck in the trees for a moment. Isn't going to matter. They still take down that Aegis, and Bulba able to dodge away from the EMP. Second time around, should not be that big of an issue. Deafening blast to no avail as Ana will die yet again. 4 down, 16-9. DC looking strong.
Yeah, and they're playing really decisively. A lot of teams, they would think, oh, that CK might be a bait or something like that, but they understand it's not. The Roshan falls, they immediately jump on that opportunity. Mason comes in with the backlines as well. DC, just all over the map right now, playing a little bit too fast for OG. Not enough teamfight on their side, because this Invoker, he still doesn't feel that comfortable fighting. And right now, your CK isn't farmed enough that you can frontline with him, and this S4 Bristleback just isn't that scary.
I guess it's just, you know, again, the sort of the speed of the heroes and the way that they came online causing a lot of issues.
This Batrider, man.
Yeah.
It always comes back. Like, around the time TI rolls around, you're just like, you forget about him. Like, it's kind of a mediocre hero. Bam, Batrider. Right. Because there's no one... This initiation is insane. You, Batrider, global, teamfight is so chaotic for the enemy team. What does OG do? They kind of just have to wait for that 4 seconds. And at bottom, again, they don't even have to commit the lasso this time.
Quick little pick off again as Slardar gets taken down. I was looking up there at the top also, Dubu just sort of like annoyingly throwing an arcane curse and a last word onto the Bristleback and then TPing away.
Yeah, he's like yeah, contribution.
I mean, it's just sort of like the petty little annoying things, the mental warfare of a Dota 2 game.
Yeah, he's got stolen. That's worth gold.
Totally. All right. So Abed down bottom takes the tower, and now the rotation up towards the top. No-Tail is here. Does have that cooldown reduction, depending upon what skill he wants to use. Maybe a double reality rift for funsies. But it looks like OG just going to back out now, not wanting to take the fight yet.
But man, DC, 3K lead. It's slowly growing. They're showing that the VP series, no problems at all.
Yeah.
As mid, they pop the global to save him. That play doesn't even work in favor. This is a very farm Queen of Pain. She's going to have a plate mail. Going to be nigh and killable pretty soon.
Yeah, with the Lincoln Sphere as well. Man, so for OG at this point, the plan doesn't really change that much, does it? You've got Coddle for high ground defense along with like a Invoker, but I guess there's still the issue of a Bat Rider being able to siege high ground as well.
Yeah, because you can just grab somebody. If he grabs Fly, for example, at bottom, which is exactly what he's going to do.
What do you do now?
Goodbye, sweet summer child.
Olba is going to be able to find that kill. No-Tail shows up, though, looking like he wants to battle for Rev. It's a little juke away through the trees. The tornado
you don't want to overextend for this.
Are they going to be running into trouble? Sven is coming in from the back. On the other side, it's going to be Slardar already in a little bit of trouble. They get the Yule Scepter, lift up in the tornado. It's not all going to be able to do it. He's going forward for more. Sonic Wave comes out onto 3. Mason shows up. Big bad man, indeed, with a big old stick. Hitting S4 in the back. Able to take him down. Well, actually, he's going to be able to walk out for the moment. The cheese keeping him alive, but Ana already had to TP home. All 5 of DC are on top of S4, and there are Lotus Orbs and Echo Shells bouncing all over the place. They all die in the end.
10K himself. Coming in clutch for his team. Oh, that was sick spell casting by DC. Dodges that stun, chases through, gets the kill on Jerax. Manages to get his ulti off, sets the team fight for his team. And the thing is, even though his team wasn't all there right at that moment, they got there in time.
Right.
You're in such a good position there. You killed Fly, you have this Bat Rider being chased. OG can't really commit to anything. They use their stun and their tornado. He didn't go down. Now you're in a position where you're fighting 3v5. What do you really do? That's perfect fight territory for DC.
And again, like you said, maybe baiting out a little bit of too enthusiastic of a response from OG. DC
they just want to get something, man.
Yeah.
That's just frustration. They're like, we need to do something. We just let our guy get kidnapped. That's like Taken if Liam Neeson didn't exist.
So who's Liam Neeson then in this analogy? I
Liam Neeson? I mean, it's gonna have to be Ana.
Is it Mad?
It's gotta have to be Ana, dude.
Okay, it's Ana.
Ana's their Liam Neeson in this.
Alright, let's see it, Liam Neeson. I believe in you. Bat Rider, though, looking forward. They're capturing the daughter yet again. Coddle in trouble.
The
Fly
sequel
going down. It's got the same ending. Abed finds the kill. Unstoppable streak at this point for him. And now can they find any more? They have vision over this. No-Tail spotted him. There's the blink back. Now maybe in a little bit more trouble. Pops the BKB, turns to run away. Another jump forward. Abed wanting to get further aggressive here. Now Mason shows up, but a good stun, keeping him back for the moment. Can they kill off Ana? Liam Neeson is down. S4 also in trouble. DC dive in the base, dive in every damn thing, and they're not quite able to get that reality rift pullback. Instead, it's going to be No-Tail falling as well. Jerax retreats to the well.
There's no objective for them to take. This is how you know a team's ahead. Like, I was looking at the map, I was like, and they're going to transition into a push. No, they're not. There's still tier 2 towers everywhere.
Yeah.
As far as the eye can see.
Wow. Well, what was, you know, I was looking at it earlier as relatively even in gold, but the big telling tale was that it was 10,000 experience. Now 30,000 experience lead and right around 9,000 gold.
To be fair, though, that gold is a bit skewed because of how far behind the silencers.
Right.
He's got 3,000 net worth compared to what everyone else on OG has, minimum 6K almost. So he's kind of dragging like 3K behind that. So it was almost closer to like a 10K overall on the course, like the heroes that mattered during that time. Is Forev once again. He's on the prowl. He's got the ult up. He's done it all game.
He shows a little bit of restraint there.
That one's a little bold.
Yeah.
You've got a gem. You can just get map control now.
Well, Roshan may respawn in another minute. We'll have to wait for the actual timing on that one. But is there anything that OG can really do to come and contest this next Roshan? How scary is that for their lineup right now?
The Batrider does two things really well. One, high ground, both offensive and defense, and Roshan fights. Because if you think about Roshan, is like there's no high ground area, so Batrider just rules Supreme, right? Because you can just sticky inside the Roshan pit, you can throw out spells, you can try to stun somebody out of it. Firefly is one of the best vision spells in the game against Roshan. Like that's why every single fight they take around that area, even with the Aegis immediately thereafter, they get pummeled. But this time, they're gonna sit on top of this high ground. They're gonna be smart about this. Abed should scream in this mid wave. Yeah, you scream at least once because you want to shove in waves. Yeah, that might have given it away, but you gotta do it. I would have done it.
There you go. No Tail picked up an arcane rune also.
Oh, they're gonna ping. They notice something up.
They're
going the long way. They don't want to get high grounded. Oh, this is so cool.
Are they actually? I mean, because they have a creep wave here too, and no tier 2 tower.
No, they should take this fight. They're just going the long way around as Mason jumps in. The global's committed.
They're trying to take this fight. He does pull back in. No Tail though. Chaos Knight separated from the team, and S4 is down as well. And now OG nowhere left to go. They break the Lincolns. Ana trying to TP away, but they get the lift off. The gem gave the vision, and now with Invoker, he has to fight his way out of here. But there is just no way that's going to happen. All 5 of DC on top of him. My God.
Yeah, and you saw what OG was trying to do. They were assuming that DC would make the play, which they did, but they thought that they would come from the north, but they didn't. They went all the way around so that it was flat ground no matter what. That is so patient by them.
Certainly feeling the hype right now. DC making the plays they need. Mason wanting to get aggressive there, got staffed forward by his own team, and now a tier 3 tower going to be taken. Do they continue to remain patient and go back for shrines afterwards, or you stick for barracks?
I think you get the racks. No, you take this tower and you reset. Because you're fine. You don't want to lose your gems. You picked up gems. You're fine. Get out. OG's desperate at this point. Any one more push or one more team fight will just be that last little tip, and you're good. Roshan's gonna spawn too. You know that OG, every single time they've gone there, disaster. You're about to hit 25 on Abed. Why risk anything? So Roshan is gonna be up. Maybe OG goes for some desperate fight there. They realize things are getting real dire.
Well, and sort of also, it felt like they just, you know, DC put their foot on the pedal and never looked back. This play of sneaking Roshan, do not believe it's going to work. Abed jumps back.
Stun. Here comes again.
Ferev's caught him. The Lotus Orb out a little bit too late. That is going to be a kill. No Tail going down. Tornado's going to connect onto several, but can they actually find their way out of this? This is so spooky right now.
He
is
pulls
already
him back.
down a bit, jumps back in. Ana's going to drop the triple kill from Mason.
Boba catches him with the stun in the back too.
Stunning himself as well. S4 is going to fall. Ultra kill from Mason. 35 minutes in, 9-33.
Don't even bother with the Roshan. March down.
Oh my God. DC looking really good. I think a lot of people, I mean, you know, we're saying as if the game's over. It's not quite. There's always high ground defense, but people would not have expected this level of play against a team like OG that's just been so dominant this year.
Yeah, but I think it was the draft, which is why I asked you in the beginning. I said,
right,
independent of what two teams that you see, what do you think the better draft is? But at the same time, like, better draft or not, some of the moves that DC made this game were just insane. Like, the decision to go all the way around with that smoke.
Yeah.
The way that they played this Batrider, I mean, Ferev, ooh, 6-1-25. He's been in 31 out of their 33 kills. And on top of that, he's only died once as Batrider, and that was that very beginning of the game. Remember when he got dove at bottom? And he almost lived through that too, as, might be the last fight of the game.
Pop God strength, Mason turns to fight, the jump forward, no Tail, his illusions cleared in just one quick cleave. Mason doing the damage. 40 seconds without these heroes here. A big tornado and the EMP comes out, but it's all for naught as they're going to get a triple kill. And I believe they're going to do what you finally have been telling them. Run down mid. DC looking to clean up game number 1 in very fashionable style.
Yeah. They're going to pick up a win. Probably huge relief, especially with the kind of competition that they were able to play against. I mean, this is what happens Sometimes your draft is a little bit shaky. A team like DC is not bad at all. This is TI. All the teams are very good here.
Well, a big win for DC. OG certainly not what they would have expected, but expecting to see big things from them in the next game, particularly since it's a best of 2. You come back in, you change some things around. But that's been it for us in game number 1. OG versus DC. Myself, Lyrical, as well as Blitz will be back in just a few minutes with game number 2.
to ban.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back again to the International 2017 Stream B. Taking a look at game number 2 now. It's OG versus DC. I'm Lyrical, joined as well by the wonderful Blitz Dota. We just had a pretty cool match where Forev went completely ham on a Bat Rider, was able to steal away a bunch of kills, and from there, Mason on a big bad Sven, and of course Abed playing a tremendous Quap. Blitz, in your estimation, do you think that it's worthy right now, like OG taking out that silencer? Was that really the catalyst for everything else that came afterwards?
They obviously feel that way because they banned it.
Yeah.
And it is the combination. Like Bat Rider plus the silencer. We saw it in the EG game. I'm not saying that, I mean, EG, TNC, they're pretty close teams, but they felt really comfortable with that combination. But OG going to take the Earthshaker, which, in my opinion, having played numerous pubs, this is such a good hero. Like, Earthshaker's just, he's obscene. The amount of things that he does, he has 3 different stuns, he blows you up. It's not fun to play against Cape.
I know, you get farm on him and he kills anybody.
Oh, this is a Bat Rider again, though. Because Bat Rider's good against Earthshaker. It always bounces back.
So talk to me about it. What's the big reason Bat Rider is good against Earthshaker? Is it just breaking blinks?
It's not just that. It's the... Okay, so first, it's like an initiation on initiation game, right? Like, both heroes are ones that want to start the initial jump. But Bat Rider has the advantage, because he has Firefly.
Okay.
So he can always see, you know, relatively what he's walking into.
Alright.
Of course, it kind of goes both ways. It's a matchup that sort of goes both ways, in the sense that, like, Earthshaker can always fissure if he sees a Bat Rider try to... But it's annoying. Because also, at the same time, like, if you're... Imagine trying to turn around and, you know, you want to hit people, or you want to try to turn to get a better angle at fissure, and you're just getting sticky napalmed. God, sticky napalm sucks.
I can understand what you're talking about there, and it feels like you're talking about like the dynamic of Vision versus Vision. It feels like it's the team that prioritizes that more heavily with the other heroes might also help. But it's also going to be OG taking the Faceless Void to pair together with the Earthshaker. Seeing Bat Rider Puck taken this early on, is that surprising? You all seen 2 cores taken in the first phase, or is that still kind of okay?
It's flexible still. Like, we might have been the only team that did it, we saying Planet Odd, that did Bat Rider 4 position. If you remember, Misery did it quite a bit, to pretty good success, I'd say.
Okay, alright.
I think we were like 2 and 3 with it. That's pretty good, right?
I mean, 66%, that's above average, right?
So you say pretty good. It's like, you don't say good, because good is like a B.
Yeah.
That's like an 80. A pretty good is like, that's like...
I mean, 66 is a D, right? So...
Yeah, but maybe I was like a D, like
okay.
I was an F student.
Alright.
All Dota players are F students, so D's pretty good.
I can dig it. Alright, so your Bat Rider position 4, you think that's good?
Pretty good. I really need to make that distinction clear. Like, you don't put words in my mouth.
Alright, I'm with you.
Pretty good. And Puck can play offlane, but it's most likely going to be a Puck mid and a Bat offlane.
I like what you're saying there, though, because it's like if something goes disastrously wrong in the rest of this draft, at the very least they have something to fall back upon.
Yeah. And imagine this, like, they completely counterpick these 2 heroes. Then you have the option, if you absolutely need to, you can put this Puck off lane, you can put this Bat Rider as a 4.
Okay. Well, for now at least, it was, like we said, the Faceless Void Earthshaker. To me, this just feels like we are going to team fight, we are going to control you, and to pick Puck into that, a little bit bold, a little bit cool. I guess that it was the Void as the last, so it wasn't quite into it, but is that something to be concerned at all for the Puck?
It's more annoying for the Bat Rider.
Really? Okay.
Because, time dilation.
Right.
Time dilation wrecks you. It's the one thing that makes that trumps sticky napalm. Like, in terms of annoying abilities, there's a tier rating right now in my head. It's like Arcane Curse, Sticky Napalm, Time Dilation. Because Time Dilation and Arcane, you don't want to cast abilities, which is super counterintuitive to Dota.
Yeah. So I guess where does Mana Leak fit on that scale, and are we going to see it?
Mana Leak is not... It's not as high.
Okay, alright.
Because the other ones are just... Because it doesn't come into play until later on.
Right.
Whereas Arcane Curse and Time Dilation and Sticky's always there.
Oh, DC going back for the Sand King yet again. The Bulba hero. They already had the Clockwork Band. I guess that's just sort of the secondary one that they want to run it on. And you know, this was a hero that really blew up and was all over the place, and then sort of after the nerf to Caustic, wasn't seen as much in the offlane role. How viable do you think this is? How much do you like the Sand King and 4 role?
I think it's excellent because it does the same thing that Cuddle does in the sense that he's one of the offlane, or he's one of the support players that can shove, jungle, like he does it all. He roams incredibly effectively. Like you get level 3, level 2 stun. That's a kill for most lanes. You pressure lanes like crazy. You're not like the Slardar, because if you imagine, remember what I talked about, like the Slardar's downside is when you don't have blink, you're just slowly running at people. Yeah. And you're hoping your darnest that they stand still. But Sand King, he has, you know, he's gonna get Trinkle Boots and run at you, and he's gonna catch up and stun you. He's always gonna. That was the meta that developed between us and Newbee at ESL Genting.
Right.
Where at the time Slardar was seen as the better hero, and then it became this meta where all of a sudden Sand King beats Slardar because Sand King can just stun, and Slardar can't really do too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Wow. And now Dazzle, in response to this, hoping for a little bit of wave push on their own. Yeah, it does definitely feel like with all these different sources of initiation, maybe Faceless Void, I guess it depends on what lane this Earthshaker gets thrown into, but it might run into that classic problem of not having damage to throw into the Chronosphere. And I feel like this is very like a no-tail hero, the Void in this instance.
It is. If you remember way back in the day, especially for a team like OG, it always comes around. Everything, it's like a circle, you know? Time is a flat circle. It all just...
I love that.
They're going to pick defensive heroes and cores that they can back up. But DC, with the Lycan pick, that hero's really good right now. It's beating everybody.
Yeah, I think I've only seen it lose one game. It was Fnatic that played it for Ajit, and they just completely sacrificed him, which meant that they, you know, obviously weren't able to do as much.
To be fair, Fnatic has lost all 4 games.
Yeah.
So they might be downscaling that hero.
That's fair enough. But this, the DP, I've been wondering when this hero is going to come back, and it's so cool played together with that Faceless Void. You just trap them in, have the little ghosts eat them up, and they don't have something like a Sven to boost up the armor or anything else like that to keep people alive. I guess Howl is probably the closest thing that you would have to it. But if you think about like a Weave drop down, a Chronosphere there, an Exorcism, they're all just going to be eaten up, torn to shreds.
That is like the most perfect fight that you've had to lay out, though.
That's true.
Dota's never like that.
True.
You know what's gonna happen?
Okay.
She's gonna get gripped, just pulled back. They're gonna try to save her with the grave. She's gonna get tossed up in the air by this Puck Yule Scepter or something like that. Get blown up. I don't know.
You're not liking the DP pick, is what you're telling me.
No, I think it's sick, but I can always make the argument, you know, in terms of ideal team fights.
No, that's true. That's fair enough.
We'll make it wild.
And I guess that's the thing, is if you don't find that ideal team fight for OG, you maybe waste an ultimate here or there, and all of a sudden you don't have that much of an ability to fight anymore, whereas DC's lineup, a lot more capability to constantly fight.
That's exactly the point that I was going to bring it. You're so good at what you
my
do,
God.
Lyrical.
I just take from the best, and, you know...
You're the new capitalist.
Oh my God, I don't know what
you're the new cap,
about. You're
for
out of
sure.
Well, I already stole his co-casters, so we're on the right track.
Yeah. You're Ash Ketchum, I'm Pikachu, you chose me, I chose you. You don't know who chose who.
Yeah.
That was great.
You're turning into Owen, you're the rap god now.
Yeah, I definitely am not.
But talk to me about it.
It was like, because if you notice OG's lineup, the reason why I was making fun of you is because their team fight has to go well.
Right.
Because they have such high cooldown abilities. Like, when you have Chronosphere and Death Prophet Ultimate, like, you need these things to go right. You cannot mess these things up. Blowing DP ults, especially as a DP player, it's frustrating. Like, it slows down the pace of your game. Like, I know Mad is going to be watching this game very intently and saying to himself, like, these need to go right. Like, I need these team fights to go right. But his team is one of the, you know, OG, one of the best team fight execution teams in the world, which is why they can consistently pull off lineups that maybe other teams can't.
All right. Well, and a last ban now from the Nature's Prophet, another thing that would have allowed that constant team fight to come, and now we're going to get a classic, Jerax Earth Spirit. And we've been seeing a couple teams save their position for last recently. I mean, as like a, you know, coach and all, what's the idea behind that? Is it just sort of the way that the drafts work out now, or is it because you're not going to have last pick, you might as well just throw your mid out there and get the one you really want?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is if you're 4th pick mid, 5th, if you're not last pick, and you're 4th or 5th picking, it doesn't really matter. Having a core role in that position, because you're gonna have to. Maybe I shouldn't talk about this.
Okay.
Okay, if you're 4th or 5th, if you're gonna have to consecutively 4th and 5th pick in that sense, and you're not last pick, then you're gonna have to have revealed what you're gonna do anyways in the mid part of the strategy, so it doesn't really matter. Whereas like that's why this last pick option, 2nd pick, is a little bit balanced because you have this ability to just like nail it. You know, you can look at the enemy draft, like DC can look at OG's draft and say, man, as long as I get Ana in this chrono, they can't stop this black hole, and that's their condition to win at all times.
Yeah.
That's why you can do things like this as the last pick in the Enigma. But I mean, any Dubu's here? I told you, Dubu Batrider.
I was gonna say.
I said it leaves it open.
You ended up going back.
I said pretty good is what I said, right?
Well, talk to me about this. How pretty good is the Faceless Void mid?
Can you see me now?
I know you did it. You called it right at the start.
It was a very shaky call though. I wasn't willing to put my name on it. I think it's good. Because if you think about it, Puck orbs, and I should just he can just time walk. Yeah. And if I know Bulba, and I saw this guy playing the calls, he's gonna sit mid with the Sand King, and Puck does not want to live against that life.
Yeah. Help out his buddy, make sure that Abed has a good start to this game. As you just a second ago as well, no answer for a BKB black hole with the exception of a Chronosphere.
So as long as you get your Void in, and hopefully, you know, if you're DC, the Void's going to throw it out first, but... so, I mean, in terms of, like, the win condition, DC always has one. That's always such a relief, by the way. Like, as long as you have some sort of win condition, like, it's a lot easier to play. And for people that haven't played competitive Dota, that might be confusing, but it's like, there's always this pressure on you, especially at a TI. You have this like inherent like fear, you know, where you're thinking to yourself like, I could always lose. You know, this game, like, well, what are we gonna do if we get a little bit behind? And you start to panic and you make these bad plays because you feel like you don't have a way to win the game eventually. But when you have something like this, like, they'll always fall back on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They might get behind, but they'll say, all it takes is one hole, guys, and that'll up your morale like crazy.
I guess that's the same type of thing with a, you know, no-tail exorcism. I guess maybe not because they're going to be able to build into armor items. But yeah, I'll be very curious how that works out for them. Also, the Batrider support. So you were talking about this before. You love the pick. What is it that's going to be his job?
Again, you're going too far. You're taking this too far. His job this game is to try to disrupt the team fight. Okay. Because if you look at it, this Enigma, he has to play patient with his black hole. Like when Forev gets his items, he has to play patient. So you need this Batrider to be the one to get in there, be annoying, but at the same time he needs farm. Like you need stacks. Okay. The good news though is by putting this Faceless Void, oh, they're actually going to swap completely.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. So what I thought what they would do is they would put Ana mid on the Void because, like, what do you do then? But at the same time, I feel like the Sand King he has a purpose in this game by just going mid and messing with this DP. But I think maybe this is the right call, especially if you just dedicated dual lane.
Oh, Bulba protecting the courier, making sure it doesn't end up going down. What a guy.
Not today, J-Rax.
Well, and Abed still going to be able to have his salve brought... Oh, not quite brought out to him, actually, it looks like. It's still on the courier. Had to make the long way around. Drops the GG brand. It's going to heal back up. I was wondering if Fly was going to go back in for that. But talk to me about it. So you see that there's this Earth Spirit roaming around. Can he really even like find a kill here onto Forev?
I don't really think so, but I don't even know. This is the first time I've seen this like matchup in a while. Void versus the Enigma. I imagine the Enigma does okay, but it's still Enigma at the end of the day. Your level 1 Eidolons, the mana conversion isn't that great. You're just trying to be annoying as possible.
Oh man, and I mean, also you're talking about the sticky napalm and how annoying that is, and bet even more so for an Earthshaker as that, you know, has to turn pretty long range to throw back the fissures to keep himself alive. And Dubu can just sort of trade hits with them consistently. S4 not having a great time here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. in the pregame. It kind of goes both ways because you can fissure from fog, but at the same time, like, this isn't fun. You're just getting right-clicked. Can't really do much. Earthshaker's not a hero that jungles very effectively either. He does get the enchant totem early level so that he could go back for it if he needed, but still all the same. As Abed, let's take a look at how he's doing mid. Perfectly fine. As Puck, there's very few heroes that he really struggles with in the mid lane, or doesn't match up positively with in any case.
Not to mention that he's also just a very competent player on this one, Abed, and should be able to get the Jaunt away. No real danger there.
No-Tail actually used his Spirit Siphon on the creep.
Oh.
Was that on purpose? I can't imagine it was. Maybe that's some next level play where he just continues to heal off the creep.
Maybe.
It worked out anyways.
Okay, it's fine.
It was a net zero. Nothing bad happened, nothing good happened. He forced an orb.
Well, now Salve used. So mid lane, you said that the Puck should have a decent time against the DP. Is there any like kill potential with rotations for both of these heroes, or are both of them rather safe?
I think it's much easier to kill the DP, which is why I thought they were doing Void mid, but I guess that was stupid of me to think. Just because Faceless Void would be having a rough time too. Because you're level 1 Time Walk, what are you going to do every... How long is it of a cooldown? 24 seconds. So you Time Walk 1 orb and just get right-clicked 8 times? Alright, I was actually really dumb. My bad. I should take full responsibility for making bad comments as well.
I should have just called you out, but I didn't.
You should have, man.
I know, I missed my chance. At the end of the day, though, like, poor man shield 2. So Bulma is going to be trying to farm out this camp. He did end up getting a nice little stack on it, and is getting into level 2, might be close to level 3 by the time it's all said and done. But the CS battle going pretty nicely so far for DC. Mason's been able to pull these creeps back away before they get pulled to the camp, and well, it looks like Jarek's coming in time to only get experience from that last Wildkin.
They've got really greedy supports though, on the side of DC. Like the Sand King and the Spat Rider both need games.
Abed? Drop it low. One more right click. No-Tail solos him. He is going to die. No! They got it in time fly. Oh, the dynamic duo. They do it again.
That's some Celine Dion music shit. Just saves him at the last second.
Oh, man. Well, No-Tail, proving that he's still got the mid lane chops, can do it all and then some.
What a beast. Not even his role. Casually strolls up, kills Abed by himself. No help needed.
Man.
That's got to be a blow. That's not supposed to happen.
Right. About a half level ahead because of that.
Yeah.
Is level 6 something, obviously for DP it's a great spell, but sometimes you don't see Exorcism cast until a little bit later. Does it matter all that much?
It's not as big as it is for other heroes. Like when Invoker or DP gets 6, you're not on alert, right?
Yeah.
Whereas with Puck, of course, anybody is liable to die to Coil. At the same time, I mean, they've got a safe lane Void. It's very hard for him to die. He's level 4, doesn't have a single level time dilation up yet. Could level Time Walk. I think he's just waiting to see right now what happens. Play by ear.
Abed there is just going to use the farming mechanism, backs back out again. You mentioned the greedy support combo. They are going to be rotating mid now. Dubu has 2 points up in Firefly, but it is right as the shrine is being used. So I guess that they're going to try and time this for when he comes back and maybe see if they can make something happen.
That's a pretty strong DP though. He's got two charges of Spirit Siphon. And if he wants, he can level a Silence as well.
Moving in though, the silent Dream Coil is used, not Silence yet. He only gets the one off. Can he actually get out of there? The Grave comes, but owned his No-Tail still going to end up being dropped there.
Oh, they might just die fly too. If Abed gets from behind him.
Ton of damage. They're moving in. Bulba doesn't quite have enough mana yet. He's just got it now and had to trade off that aggro.
Bulba, don't die here.
Get punched. Is he going to be able to get out of there? Fly still getting rained down. Jarex rolls forward. Needs a burrow strike out, but it's going to be brought down. Bulba gets dropped. They do find 2 kills, but it comes at a cost.
Oh, he was so slow for that. As Mason gets a solo pickup on this Earthshaker without even having to commit his ultimate at the same time up at top.
Uh-oh. Jarex also found himself a Dubu. A good bit of damage. Is Jarex going to end up going down now as well?
Any Dubus here? Just one.
Man. All right. A flurry of action. Much more aggression than we saw in the last game. break it down for me. I mean, obviously DC coming out ahead in terms of kills.
Just faster heroes, much more punishing ability. Jerax, not sure where to go, or I'm not sure where he's supposed to go. Like, he made the best of a bad situation there, but at the same time goes down nonetheless. Puck kind of recovers his game a little bit, and that's the scary thing about Puck, is he has this ability to pressure you as soon as he gets that coil.
Well, Coil is back up, but also No Tail's been able to hit 6, and he is going to be popping that Exorcism, doing a bit of damage, and actually they found themselves a Dubu. He kicks Dubu and not a rock. A little bit unfortunate, and that means that Dubu should get away? I think he should die there.
DC, they're just going to Firefly up this tower. And this is why the level 6 isn't as key on the Death Prophet. Like, you're going to pop that Exorcism, but like, what does it really do for you as Jerax?
Oh, well played by Abed. Dodges the stun and then able to make the kill happen onto Jerax. So, tower down to about half HP, but they keep it alive.
Yeah. I think this Death Prophet, for sure, this is the way that you should play it, though. You should try to use your ulti, trip it down. Because otherwise, you're just holding onto it. You're not doing anything with it. The downside, though, is it's not that scary like we talked about. It's not like some heroes where you hit level 6 and you're just inherently afraid of that hero.
Right.
Like, this hero needs a decent amount of build-up. Like, you probably need at least one more item. And interestingly enough, it looks like he wants to go for this Veil. First item. Not too typical.
Oh, Dubu. Yeah, up top there, moving in now, and with all this big rotations, they are not quite going to kill Dubu off, actually. They can walk in. He does have Echo Slam available if he wants to use it, trying to keep Jerax alive with the body blocks, but they're not going to fully commit to it.
Oh, he didn't get the Grave off either on Jerax.
Now Fly in a little bit of trouble. S4 is still there and does have the Echo Slammy. Thought about the Fissure, holding onto it again for the moment, and Dubu is coming in as well. They're going to separate.
He just continues to kite him with this sticky napalm as Fly trying to close him off into this corner.
Now they get the Earthshaker Fissure block to make sure that Fly doesn't get dove. But this fight has just gone on for so long, and S4 is still chasing him, but now Abed shows up with a haste rune. Oh, S4 dove a little bit too deep here and is going to be punished. The Grave is there, but that might just mean that Fly is dead as well. No way to stop this. S4 dies before the Fissure, and TP's canceled.
This is a pretty significant lead at just 9 minutes. 4K already. Even when last game, when DC were just stomping fights, they didn't have this big of a lead.
Uh-oh. And rolling in, Jerax going to be able to play his way out of it for the moment. The Burrow Strike is going to come in as well, and Jerax gets Black Hole.
Even committing
solo. They do not give a damn.
Yeah, they're just like, we're picking up kills everywhere on the map. They got to kill mid. They immediately go get 2 kills top. They get a kill bottom. Everyone on this map in the last minute has died, sans this Void. And now they're committing for this push at bottom, and this has to do something. Because they're going to lose this mid tower, and we talked about last game, Gabe, what we mentioned was the importance of that mid tower. They're just going to have to give this up for free. They're going to take this bottom offlane tower, but Dubu could even just Firefly to try to keep this alive, maybe force the commitment of the Chronosphere. You can do that. Yeah. It would probably be worth it if it stops the push. They're going to commit the glyph to this. Mid tower goes down simultaneously. Not even losing this bottom one.
Wow. You obviously don't want to overcommit here for OG. It's so scary to move in like this. The things that have been going well in this game, mainly that DP and the farm that he's been able to get, but, well, tower brought down fairly low. They aren't going to quite get it, as you mentioned. OG forced to back out yet again. And DC, they're just playing so well right now.
They are. This series, it's not even that OG is making any critical mistakes. It's just that DC is making very good rotations. They're understanding their heroes incredibly well. And they're playing fast and aggressively. Like, they're playing to win. They're not playing not to lose. They've got this Midas up in this Enigma too. That 5k gold lead is going to snowball even further. This is a hero that usually, like the Invoker, kind of has dead net worth. Because most of the time you just get a Midas and farm, but he's been able to have impact early on. He saved his bottom tower. He was able to get a kill on Jerax.
Look at this. Dubu's playing so aggressively here, and I think that, you know, OG is expecting there's other heroes behind him, but really it's this rotation. Abed and Bulba together, seeing if they can find somebody, and S4, in fact, might be the one that they run into, trying to build towards that Blink Dagger, but he's going to end up being even further pulled down. He actually manages to get the Echo Slam off.
There's a silence, too.
What? How does that happen? He still gets the Dream Coil, finds the kill, but Well, this is closer than it should have been, probably.
At the same time, they lost top tower. They committed Echo. They either had to save somebody or, you know, at the very least had to not die. That's a big spell committed. They really need this chrono to be used right now. I think that's the biggest move, is that Ana's been holding onto this chrono for the last 2 minutes. Something needs to happen on the map for them right now, because this pace is not comfortable. It's 7k. In the last 2 minutes since we've talked, it's gone up another 2,000 gold.
Really impressive
And
play.
Ana, he's going to get gone on at bottom. There's no black hole, so you shouldn't be too worried about this.
Well, Newbee is still in the area, and he does have lasso. He's going to walk over the top. They spot that S4 is TPing in, and
You might think about chronoing here. They're bringing a lot of heroes. You should just commit something for this.
Yeah, he does get that Chronosphere, but can he actually take him down? The damage
There's
is
the
not
stop.
quite there, and it is finally going to come as No-Tail shows up.
Yeah. If you commit 3 heroes down there and you don't get that kill, you've effectively ruined your own game.
Right.
So you just have to commit. It doesn't feel good because it's only a Bat Rider, but what's done is done at that point. You've committed the TP of 2 of your cores. Make something happen.
Oh no, and now a black hole about to be off cooldown again. I was wondering if Rev was going to go there since Abed had the invis. They did scan out that Abed was moving down to the bottom lane. OG did, but at the end of the day, it's still just really good movement around the map. Like, you look at Bulba here pushing out the creep wave. You've got people mid as well. As long as you don't lose Newbee, and it looks like it might just happen. The roll in, it's not quite there in time. No-Tail able to find him for a moment with the Spirit Siphon, but Newbee should be able to get away from this, and maybe going to try and hold on to this mid tower.
Yep.
Another exorcism used.
You can bring the Enigma over too, if absolutely need be, but Abed has his ultimate. They're even going to drag him back. No fissure quite yet.
Ow.
No-Tail. You don't really want to mess with this.
Silence keeping him alive, but now the Dream Coil onto 2. They're set up for the black hole. He jumps over to the other side. They're still in danger of running into this black hole and should be able to just secure the kill onto No-Tail regardless. That's going to be one.
Oh, Ana
Another
goes down
one
too.
going to Ana. Fly is also getting ran down. The big bad wolf is chasing out Fly on the poor Dazzle, and he is eventually going to fall.
Oh, he might even get stunned too.
They caught out S4. He's going to end up dropping. Silence comes out. DC are just running all over OG. No respect at all. They don't quite kill off S4, but it honestly doesn't matter. They're taking the towers. They're winning the fights. They're doing everything.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to commit the black hole to that. Their big ability, that it's really their only cooldown that's pretty massive. We talked about how they were going to be able to push the pace with their low cooldown abilities, and that's exactly what's happened so far, Gabe. They're able to go around the map, kill people non-stop. There's not a whole lot that OG can do. The one time they were forced to commit the chrono at bottom, they get a kill on a Bat Rider, but they don't transition it into anything. Remember, they killed the Bat Rider, then they had it back because everyone moved forward. Abed made the rotation down. He ruins the space that they created by doing so. They're not able to take any of these tier 1 towers down with this Death Prophet ultimate. And the longer this kind of thing happens, the less effective your spell usage gets.
Yeah, it's a real problem. And you just look at the map movements also. It's always like one DC hero in a lane versus like OG are sort of forced to commit several different heroes, and then they're just getting more out of the map, and the net worth lead continues to be accentuated. As far as DC is concerned, like, what's the thing to worry about at this point? How do OG kind of pull themselves back in?
I think for OG, you still have 2 very strong teamfight ultimates, but at the same time, I'm not sure because it's hard for them to match the pace right now because they don't really have the heroes. DC, we talked about it. They have 2 very greedy supports, but they weren't punished very hard. Their laning phase wasn't really punished. Usually, when you have 2 really greedy supports like this, you pick an offlaner that can do something. You pick 2 heroes that can mess with the offlane. But I mean, this Lycan went relatively untouched. In fact, he got a solo kill on the S4s.
Oh, roll in.
Here we
Jarex
go.
is there. Can they
This is
actually
a
do
big
this?
kill
They
on this
need
puck.
to make it happen. They will find at least one. Newbee going to TP out now. Looks like he will. Oh! You understand it, but that one hurt.
That one... You did get... In a way, if you want to think about it that way, you got the puck kill.
Yeah.
So that...
I mean, let's be real. The Chronosphere, that one hurt. It was a rough one.
Yeah. Again, here's the thing: is at bottom you could tell he didn't really want to chrono this Bat Rider.
Yeah.
But you have to commit it for kills. Your entire team is there, especially if your entire team is there. Maybe if it's just you, you'll think twice about it. You'll go for the bash or something like that.
Yeah.
But if your entire team is there, you want to make something happen.
Oh, are they just going to hold this? No, they're going to be able to kill him off without it. everything's down, and Mason takes down S4. And now with, I mean, Exorcism used, if they can fight immediately after this goes down, this would be such a great timing, or even maybe a little bit before. Abed is silenced, though. He's not going to be able to jaunt away. Does have no Blink Dagger because he blinked in aggressively. He's in further trouble, and Abed is going to go down. Really good silence by No Tail before the silence came from the puck, or I guess about at the same time.
That's 2 times now that he's died back-to-back. And since he represents such a significant amount of their net worth, like that's a 1,000 gold lead change that just happens because of that death, like 1k flat. They're going to grab this tier 2 at bottom, so, you know, it immediately jumps up, but if Abed wants to secure this game, he's got to be a little bit more careful than this, as top tower is going to go down. No Tail doesn't have that ultimate, and that's why DC, they want to commit for this. They've got the Blink Dagger and the lasso in 3 seconds.
They wanted to go for Jarex, but couldn't quite get him. They might be able to find a tastier target as No Tail is forward. They'll catch on the fly. And that should be more than enough. I would assume he does still have Grave TP, actually, but with Malefice used, that'll be the kill.
Yeah. And now you've got a 17 minutes and 9,000 gold. BKB is coming up on Forev pretty soon. He's got his Blink Dagger ready. Level 15 talent. Once he grabs that, that's really when Enigma starts to become such a nuisance. Get that cooldown reduction, can't really do too much. Blink Dagger's going to come any second now on Bulba as well.
Yeah, they're well set up to become even stronger. And they've been winning these fights for the most part without those big items, without those big timings on talents and such. So we need to see something big from OG. And probably the next Chrono, the next Exorcism is going to have to bear fruit.
It's not just that, like, it's got to do so much. You got to have like a game-changing impact with those abilities right now. Because winning one fight and then transitioning it into nothing isn't enough, right? Like you're gonna have to grab quite a bit. As up at top though, Dubu, one step at a time. You've got to peck away at this lead. It's gonna be the first to go down. A kill is a kill at this point for OG.
Maybe just a little bit too cavalier right now, DC, and OG taking full advantage.
For sure they are right now. They weren't making these kinds of mistakes earlier, or even in the previous game, but right now, like Abed, you notice at bottom, doesn't even have his blink or his orb up quite yet, and he's walking in between.
Yeah.
And Ana might even pick him off here.
Oh no, they saw the correction, maybe. They get the Yule Scepter lift up!
Just chrono him.
Alright, he's gonna do it. He catches both of his teammates in there, actually. And he's gonna have phase shift, as well as an orb. Blink away in a second, possibly. Times it now.
No problem. That was a little bit closer than you'd like, but you notice that DC, like Abed, is overplaying his advantage like crazy.
Yeah.
He didn't have blink or his orb up quite yet, and he was still walking there, gets spotted. At the same time, S4 gets noticed.
I mean, you can't really go on. If he's not careful, they need to back out again. There's a couple heroes that are rotating in. They're by a shrine.
S4's got his blink.
Thought about it. Rev is there. They found him again for the moment. Malefice keeping him back. Weavis going to keep him alive, and with that, DC don't want to overstep their bounds.
DC should just calm down a little bit. Right now, I think they're a little bit too antsy. As a team, you know you're ahead. Like, you have to know. Look at all the items that you have. You can just one-to-one compare net worth, and you'll be able to figure it out in game, but at the same time, you make mistakes like this, it's the fastest way to give up a lead.
For sure. I do like this play, you know, going in for a smoke together. Relatively speaking, Lycan is showing in the lane, or at least he was a second ago. Although Forev is now not with the rest of the team, so it's going to be Dubu and Bobo running into Fly. That's going to be a nice little pick-off for him. They should be able to finish off that kill without too much... Well, no, they've used all the stuns.
At the same time, what's he gonna do? He's stuck on a cliff.
Oh yeah, he didn't have... I thought he had a TP, but... Such luck.
They're gonna shove out the waves. They probably take out this tier 2 and then go for Roshan. Probably the play order.
Forev walks forward, punches him a couple more times. They're playing it now much more safe. You can see stuck together all as a team. They're able to catch now onto the DP. Epicenter out as well, but the Eul Scepter keeping them alive for the moment. Still a good bit of damage dealt. The Spirit Siphon's there, but the Echo Slam turnaround. They're able to interrupt it. And the Black Hole now down immediately canceled. Great play. Chrono onto 2. S4 starting to deal the deeps in the back. He's gonna live just barely for the moment, but Dubu finally brings him down. Ana now trying to deal with this. Bulba's just been doing the Sandstorm off to the side, and another great play from Jerix. Finds the stun silence onto Puck, gets the kill. 3 dead for DC, and Bulba, the lone one left, is going to be able to try and TP
in that
out
corner
and makes his way out of there. But my God, the play from, I think Jerix was the one that canceled that black hole there.
Yeah, he gets off everything in that fight. Just manages to clip Nigma with that. Barely gets a black hole off for even half a second. I thought that he was going to be able to survive, though. Did he not grave the DP? Maybe he did, and it just ran out. I thought for a second that No-Tail was actually going to be able to survive through all of that.
Yeah, it was really close.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I feel like he didn't. But in any case, that was quite the fight. Although they did just lose 2 Tier 2 towers before that, so you don't feel too good about that. And that's what we said, right? Is if you win a team fight but you don't get any objectives, how much did you really move the needle?
And how much as well if Ana's going to get picked off here. He gets the Lincolns broken, and we didn't see a lasso there. It looked like Batriders was on cooldown?
His Blink Dagger was.
Yeah.
And at the same time, do you really commit? If you lose another fight like that, that's when morale starts to really go down.
Yeah.
But at the same time, DC, what I was going to mention is they were getting a little bit cocky, and they still didn't have their Enigma BKB yet. If you have Enigma BKB, that is, the fight is won. Like, you're going to chrono 2 targets. What? Nothing's going to be able to cancel it. Void was a little bit too far. Like, that's a fantastic fight for you if you're DC.
Yeah, and they are going to have that brought out to them, I'm sure, in just a couple of seconds here. Obviously won't have buyback, but not the biggest issue. So Roche is your thought, the next big objective on the map for either team.
Yeah. If you get, because Roche has always been the counter to these big cooldown abilities like Doom or Void. If you chrono somebody and he's got Aegis, does it really matter?
Yeah. Doesn't at all. And DC sort of lacking the normal vision hero that they would have. They have it still in Batrider at the very least, but he doesn't want to have to like use Firefly to go check Roshan necessarily. And No-Tail is actually the one that's in here with Ana. Are they going to go check it? I have a feeling they will, as the smoke is going to be popped. They move in. Roche is not that low, only about half HP, and Forev is up there on the high ground. He jumps forward. They have that Midnight Pulse down already. The BKB's pop, but he doesn't actually have his Blink there to get into range until 15 seconds until Black Hole is up and online. Dubu being slowed down by the time dilation. They drop down.
That is a lot of damage.
Lycan is there as well. Can they do it? Can they bring him down in time? They are going to kill off the Lycan, but S4 is also going to go down. I know No-Tail bringing out the grave. He is eventually going to be dropped.
Oh,
he got the regen! So much regen brings him back to life, and the stun now onto 2. They can't kill off this DP. Forev has Black Hole back up, but where's going to be the rest of the follow-up damage? He's getting ran down by Ana. Jerix is there as well, finds the silence, finds the kill. 2 dead for DC, and maybe going to lose a couple more on their way out.
Oh, DC, this is not the fight that you wanted to take. On top of that, Roshan's half as well, so if they lose this fight, OG just going to march in, take that.
The plays, they come back out yet again. Jerix jumps up to the high ground, wants to find Dubu and run him down, but doesn't quite end up working out that way. So DC salvage at least these couple of heroes getting out, but that one hurt.
Yeah, and this Roshan is going to be the big one. We talked about it. It's going to be their chrono counter, but unfortunately, it should go the way of OG. They're going to orb in there. No-Tail has a little bit too much armor for them to do anything. They're all weaved up. DC, though, they recognize the importance of this. They're going to try to go in anyways.
Burrow.
Bulba going to go for it.
Now Sandstorm's still there. S4 jumps in. They've got the jump. They've got the catch. Abed takes it. There's a big play. They come back in. S4 has already been able to find 1. 2 are down, but you do have Enigma that's going to be coming back into this one. If OG push up high ground, they could be punished quite heavily. They found the Lycan, but can they get out with their lives? S4 in trouble. The Glimmer Cape going to keep him alive for the moment. They jump back forward. No-Tail caught. Trying to TP out of there. He jumps in. Black Hole down. Mason with the double. Make it a triple. The Grave will not save Ana this time, I do not believe, unless he was able to time dilate and keep Abed back, but the Malefice is there, catches him again, and now Ana just trying to time walk away, but the stuns continue. The Courier is down, and he can taunt all he wants. The kick away from Jerix, actually somehow saving his buddy. Oh my god, OG, just when you thought that Ana was dead, it turns out he's immortal, and then he jumps back in? That was fine.
Alright, no one's going to talk about it, but Dubu's flame break there to move them, he just parted them like the goddamn Red Sea. Abed just walks in there, claims that Aegis like it was theirs the entire time. He tries to go for the chrono.
Whoa.
OG.
OG indeed. OG.
If they lose S4 here too, he's a little bit out of no man's land. He does have that echo.
Cape keeping him alive yet again, but pulled back in. Going to be lassoed. Most likely going to be killed. They keep flying
really far away
as well. S4, everything in the kitchen seat to try and keep him alive, but is eventually going to be brought down. DC just too hard to deal with this point. 15,000 net worth lead, and again they jump in, not able to stop it. Echo Slam is there. Can S4 turn it all around? The BKB TP forever is gone.
They're all out of this.
Yeah, Abed dropped down very low, but does have another phase shift. He can maybe get out with the TP boots, the stun. It's not there in time. Everybody from DC gets out. They are looking scary.
And Dubu just hiding in the corner, trying to make his great escape. There's the fissure. They need this. This is a gem too. They're going to commit the echo for this as well. Gets the Force Staff out. In 1 second he can blink, but Jerax is right there.
Oh no, poor Dubu. Well, they do get the gem now on Jerax.
Ooh, that is still... It really felt like DC was throwing this game away. Like, they took that fight without, like you said, the blink available. They popped the BKB too early on the Enigma. The Roche fight looks like it's going to go in OG's favor. But DC, they're decisive. They're like, guys, we have to go for this engagement. The timing was perfect. Bulba just blinks in. He's like, I have to go for this. Just check how low Roche is. Dubu gets that flame break off. Lifts them away from that Aegis. Abed still has it in his inventory. They open up the map now. They force buybacks. And this is definitively in DC's favor now. 13k gold lead at just 28 young minutes into this game. And Ana's, all of his item progression so far has just fallen off. He's still first in his team, but that's not saying much considering how farmed this Lycan is.
Oh, and they can taste it right now. DC, I don't know if they spotted Ana moving over, but they do have a little bit of vision here. And with Forev moving in with the black hole, he blinked aggressively off to the side. They have it available, thinking about dropping it. And indeed they are. It doesn't quite connect on Ana. Forev, what have you done? And now they got the black hole. The Chrono Spirit's on to 2. Are they actually going to be able to do this? The silence on to 3. The stun as well. DC, what have you done? Oh, no, 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 no. The grave is there for No Tail as well. He's going to be able to get the Eul Scepter lift up. I think he's still dead nonetheless. But that was not the play.
That was definitively not the play. S4 doesn't have that echo. He'd love to have it. Jerax even goes in. Tries to make something happen as Abed gonna blink forward. Graves gonna be cast onto Jerax, but saves him for the time being. Is there any sort of follow-up damage? There is. And now there's no chrono. Maybe that was a crazy
next level debate.
10,000 level turnaround play that Forev did that made them use the chrono, and he's just thinking like a billion seconds ahead of us, babe.
I know, we're not prepared. That's the real reason here. I mean, to be fair, again, like, you want to get that, like, ultimate range one, so that way Dazzle can't come in and, you know, Grave or whatever. It ends up working out, DC.
That worked out, like, way better than it should have. They MacGyvered the hell out of that fight. I thought it was going to be, I was like, that black hole just, that's a game-losing black hole, and somehow it turned out okay.
Yeah. They do realize now that there's a ward up on the high ground. Unfortunately, it was about to expire anyways. But still, a nice little pickup there, and with the gem, maybe they can establish some form of map control here.
Yeah, this not losing the gem, they still have it in their possession. They were able to play hot potato with it. S4, he should be able to clear out some of the vision, which has been so key to DC being able to make these plays. But at the same time, like in terms of momentum, it's so firmly in DC's favor right now. Like we said, as long he didn't get it that time, but as long as you catch the void, there's nothing that can break your black hole.
That's true. Oh man.
I still hold by that point. That doesn't count. That one doesn't count.
Well, OG now, they're going to try and smoke up, see if they can make something happen. Chronosphere is there, as well as the Exorcism. This game has felt like it's sort of swinging wildly one way and then the other, but it's sort of been a steady decline into the favor of DC over this period of time, and they are going to be heading across. Looks like Abed is there to break the smoke, and, well, all scouted out. He jaunts away.
Oh, that's a big one too. They committed for this. They're even
gonna
grab him.
Echo Slam ends up being used, but they are going to be able to break it up with the fish.
the
The moment's
stun.
on there as well. Can they turn back around? Bulba's
They
there to
really want him
catch.
dead.
Oh, and like it, he's going to be controlled, but the black hole is down. Ana again able to dodge away from it, but No-Tail is not. He is going to be caught with the grave, keeping him alive yet again. Forev in trouble. Is going to be dropped. Can they actually make this play happen, though? The silence came out just in time. It ends up interrupting the Bro Strike that might have killed No-Tail. DC fallen by the wayside here as they are running into all kinds of issue. Abed?
Did you see what happened? Bulba, right before his channeling epicenter ends, he blinks in. It would have been enough to kill No-Tail after his Yule's ends. Oh, if he just channels that,
Yeah.
that's potentially just the game right there.
I think he got silenced as he came down for the Burrow Strike as well. So like he went a little early and then also got silenced.
But if he does it,
Yeah.
oh, it shouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
The damage would have been enough.
Well, these things happen, even to the best of players.
That's going to be... And it's these little mistakes that really make you question whether DC can wrap up this game, because OG, if we calm ourselves down, or at least myself, this is still firmly winnable game for them, because Chronosphere is such an amazing ability. I mean, the only reason I'm getting hyped is because I thought that DC was going to get...
It's a hype game, man.
They were going to get caterwalloped in this game. But it did not end up happening. Like, their DC's giving them a run for their money. They've got a 13k gold lead. They just got to do well to protect it. They're going to deward some up in this mid area, like you talked about with this gem. And DC, they still have Black Hole up in 50 seconds. We talked about how pivotal that ability was going to be for them. But they need to execute these abilities a little bit more cleanly. Like this Black Hole, this epicenter, like these kinds of mistakes, DC, these are basic errors that they shouldn't be making, and that's why they're going to be kicking themselves. Because from a strategic point of view, they should be pretty satisfied with how they played this game. On the other side, OG, there have been some slip-ups, but the crazy thing is their lineup still allows for that wiggle room because they have so many great abilities, right? Yeah. You've got Jarex who's playing out of his mind. He soaked up, what, like 4 stuns by himself in that corner of the map. Normally that should be enough to be able to win you the fight. They've got Echo Slam. Anytime they get a big Echo off, that could turn the fight. Same with the Chronosphere. You're finally starting to get some farm on this Void. This Manta Diffusal build makes him incredibly strong in terms of just pure damage.
Yeah. Well, and it does really feel like there was that sort of the antsy, want to move, like we're about to win, we're about to 2-0 one of the teams that probably should have been top of the group, and you know that's putting us in such a great position, and then you know a couple of those little mistakes here and there, and now suddenly you're on the back foot. It really takes the wind out of your sails, and it feels like they're sort of reeling from it a little bit. And
yeah,
I guess next Roche is again going to be that thing that they wait for 30 seconds until it could potentially, well, it will respond. So that's going to be the next spot for the fight. As far as vision is concerned, looks like Radiant a little bit ahead in that regard because of that gem. They have one ward down up on this high ground, scouting out Dubu. Could be a big pickoff, and they're going to try and find it. Stun down, magnetize as well. They've caught him. Can he actually play his way out of there? Jarek still trying to chase. Mason shown up. Rian applying the magnetize onto them.
This is their gem as well. They really don't want to lose this, or they're going to be playing from behind in the vision game, which is really what enables you to get back if you're OG into this game. And Abed just gonna phase shift to the side as S4 guesses wrong. And now this is where OG should back out, because the Wolf is spawning them all the while. Forev should make the blink stun forward. He does.
Watching for it, trying to get it. They pull him back in. Haven't committed Black Hole. Forev back off cooldown in 2 seconds. They have a couple other here. If Forev want to go for it, there's definitely an opportunity. The Chrono's down, but they catch the Black Hole onto 2. Do they have the damage to follow it up? It looks like Puck not quite there as well. He was able to get the silence off from the DP, trying to burst him down now as well. There's not going to be a grave, but they do have the Yules. No-Tail in some trouble. Can they actually run him down, or is the Exorcism going to tear him all to shreds? Turns around with the Spirit Siphon. No-Tail is staying alive. He lands up in the biggest way possible, and now just trying to TP out, but Mason is down. 3 dead for DC. The path is clear for Roshan and maybe more.
And despite that Chronosphere not going their way, Echo Slam not even being expended, it's this Death Prophet. Her ability to just 1v4 that fight right there with Exorcism? Like, what other hero can do that? Oh, that's so brutal for DC, and I mean, OG, they played that fight so well. They just split the entire territory. They weren't able to focus this Death Prophet down. They didn't really have that much left in the gas tank. They used so much to try to kill Fly and Ana in the backline, and they weren't even able to do it. Like, this Void just does not die anymore. With the combination of the Lincolns, they don't have enough crowd control. Even with him getting hold, where's the follow-up damage?
Right.
That Chronosphere, oddly, was some weird zoning one, because nobody else could get nobody could get through that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the puck ended up getting silenced by the DP or what, but his ore passed right over the black hole. It felt like there was an opportunity there for him to jump on it, but it must have just been either silenced or something else interrupted his ability to jaunt to it. I guess the big question for me is, does Puck, when he gets that level 25 talent going for the GPM, I mean, is that like another sort of point where they're going to be incredibly powerful by virtue of like having Dagon level 5, and then you can actually maybe blow up one of those heroes in the space of a chrono?
I don't think so. I don't know if that changes things nearly as much as like I would have believed, because you've got the 120 GPM talent on this Void, and right now Void's farm means so much more. Right. Like, that's what's going to be able to turn this game. And DC, I mean, they could have foreseeably had like a 20k gold lead. They're going to grip Jerax. They're not really fully committing to this. They're going to cast 2 stuns as the Chrono whiffs again.
Well, he caught the Sand King, but he's not doing any damage to follow it up, and now Forev drops down the black hole, and Mason is here as well. They need to focus this guy down, take down the Aegis. It's at least one gone. So DC back out, trading 2 for 1 there, 1 being the Aegis.
Yeah. And they still managed to kill the Batrider at the very least. Ana drops the gem. S4 has one by himself. It's not the best use of the black hole, but getting rid of the early Aegis and not allowing OG to create any sort of tempo off of it is going to be quite big. And now they know that black hole's down. They're going to start marching for this. And we talked about how hard it was for them to kill No Tail. Now he's got a cheese. He pops his ultimate. There's no black hole down.
Goodness. And, you know, you can split push all you want, but eventually you're going to have to deal these people up on top of your cliff. I thought I heard a cheese get used, but that must have been something else. Yeah, it's still, I mean, it does not feel like, you know, the barracks being down really matters at all in this game anymore. It's just so easy to push out that wave.
No, not really, because you still have to take team fights to try to end the game.
Yeah.
Like, OG have plenty of ways to shove out the waves. They've got so much team fight that it doesn't even feel like they're that worried about anything, as they're going to rotate a lot of heroes down there. Bulba's going to be the one to start it.
Epicenter doesn't get canceled this time. He wants the kill, wants to take down that DP, and indeed, it's going to happen. Now the rest of OG have to back out, but a big pickup there. 75 seconds does have buyback.
Yeah. And imagine if he was able to get cheese off there. Then he just Spirit Siphons his way back. The rest of his team, maybe they make it as DC. Now they start their counter assault. Death Prophet ult down, 40 seconds. He does have the buyback like you talked about, but Death Prophet without his ult is a lot less scary. As there's a Shadow Blade on Ana. He's waiting for the opportunity. They know they don't have the gem. This could be huge as Forev gets isolated out.
Cold, there it is. He's not going to be able to get it off this time around, and he is going to drop, and they've already committed forward with a couple other heroes. Bulba going to drop as well, most likely after this Eul Scepter. Maybe he can play his way out, but with Ana on top of him, it's not going to happen. There was some split pushing going on at the same time, and now trying to catch out Mason. He's just going to BKB and TP back home. So team fight doesn't go the way they want. Surprise Shadow Blade catches him out.
And that's what I mean, that 120 GPM talent, once he picks it up, he starts getting a little bit more fat. That Shadow Blade pays for itself almost immediately as gems start to get a little bit more scarce. If you lose another one, I mean, how does the game go? Your supports just have to sacrifice slots to start carrying around sentries. It doesn't feel too good. As Dubu does have the gem.
Oh. And they also
just a little bit too far.
Do not have buyback on these heroes. Sand King and Enigma, no buyback, and they are moving down mid. They have Exorcism up and bots on No Tail if he wants to use it.
Yeah, and he's got an Arcane Rune.
Yeah. This is a little bit scary. I think this, I mean, is this going to be a lane of Rax?
This very well potentially could be. They do have Black Hole though when he is up, and Abed right now is trying to go for the split push. This is a DD puck. He hits the tower hard. They're going to pop the glyph, and now OG is going to be in a rough decision. Like, do you continue to go for it, or do you start backing up as
Dubu gets caught out by the Euls? There's the black hole, though. They've caught it. It's still going to be Exorcism going throughout this, and do they have the rest of the damage to burn it down? No Tail is there.
He's
going to be lifted up. They have to take him down. They are going to be able to.
Oh, he doesn't get his cheese off.
Mark, and now Fly also in trouble. He is going to be killed off. Ana also trying to run away. He does have that extended range on the Time Walk, which might be enough to keep him alive. Yeah, I don't think Mason can keep up with him here with ulti down.
Yeah, He's easily going to make his way out.
But also bottom lane. Look at this. Already dealing damage to that Rex.
Ana is going to get out though. And I mean, tier 2 for, or tier 3 for tier 3. But at the same time, you lose the Death Prophet and the Dazzle. Not entirely worth it. Although this almost 20k gold lead that DC once had, which is incredibly comfortable, is just completely slipped away from them.
And Will, now with 50 seconds left before DP, you know that Exorcism is down.
There's no buyback on him either.
Right.
This is your best opportunity to go for Mega Creeps, honestly. DC's gonna go for it here. They've gotta avoid getting chronoed. Like, they can't survive a multiple hero chrono. If there's a really good chrono, they kill like 2, you end the push, then that's really rough for DC. And then you're in the similar situation, right, where you're just marching up and down each other's base trying to force buybacks.
Right.
Alright, here we go. And it does have this.
S4 also has a Shadow Blade, so they have double Shadow Blade initiation. Waiting to step forward.
There's a gem though on this Bat Rider. He's looking for it. They're gonna spot S4 in that corner, and they're just gonna back out.
DP back up. And since it was Arcane Rune and Octarine Core, obviously, Exorcism is actually going to be online again now that he is respawned. Roshan, we are still looking like it could be 2 minutes and 27 seconds before he's even capable of respawning.
He really needs more HP though to be able to survive this so he can get that cheese off.
Yeah. Perfect item for that, pick up a heart.
Yeah. But you notice in both fights, like, he barely doesn't get that cheese off. If he does, the fights completely turn around. Because they have to blow so much just to kill him. Maybe after he dropped from the Yule Scepter? I'm not sure what the timing is on that. Because Abed just Dagon 5'd him.
Well, 42 minutes in, 26 to 33. It is all tier 3 towers down currently for OG. None of them still stand. Meanwhile, DC have lost one of their own, so we might see a concerted effort to take down these shrines and stop the ability of DC to fight around that Roche area.
Yeah. And as it stands, DC, they're just resetting the map. They're pushing in all the waves. They're trying to regain themselves, their composure a little bit. Like, this game is still can go either way. I mean, we've been talking about DC a lot, but OG, they're doing a very good job playing aggressively. This Faceless Void, Ana, has especially stepped up his play. Like, despite some of these chronos in the early game, like, he's still 12, 2, and 11. He's still doing a very good job of keeping up in farm. Like, his item progression, I think, is very good. It's like, the Shadow Blade pickup immediately paid off.
Right.
For that bottom defense. Like, if he doesn't have that there, maybe they just get killed, wiped, game ends.
Boba came out of his little hole at the wrong time, and now Burrow Strike trying to get away. Yule Scepter lift up on, pulls him down, and well, it's a pick off.
Kill him. And you need kills like that to get back in. As this 10k gold lead, of course, inflated by the fact that Puck has this insane GPM talent. So it's going to make things a little bit more tricky than it seems. But this Void almost has a butterfly on top of everything he's already has. We talked about the difficulty in killing him. Doesn't get any easier.
Trying to look at this, they have a couple of different of these GPM talents. I feel like the 15% cooldown reduction is almost a GPM talent since Enigma had the Midas for so long. He actually looks like he sold it at some point as well.
Oh, mistakes.
Yeah.
You never want to sell that thing.
S4 walking up high ground. Dubu scouts him out with the gem, going to Firefly, jump away, and we'll see if his Blink Dagger gets canceled. He's dodging away from that. OG can't find an opening.
Yeah, that's a correct move. You don't overextend for just a Bat Rider anymore.
It feels like this game is just like handing right on the edge of a knife, where granted it has been a pretty significant lead for DC for a long period of time, but OG are certainly in a great position to just like run down mid if they win a big team fight.
No, for sure. And that's what we talked about is even when it was like 14k gold lead, it did feel like OG was starting to kind of make the moves necessary to come back into this game. Because DC has difficulty going high ground against a lot of these heroes. If you just go high ground without a care against an Earthshaker, you're going to get Echo Slammed, Chronoed, Death Prophet gets free reign, then the fight becomes really complicated. Because this Lycan isn't tanky enough, and you don't have save for him. If somebody gets Chronoed, they're Chronoed. You're just stuck watching from the outside in.
Yeah. Best thing you could do is like flame break to push back Void or something, and
Yeah.
it's just...
But if you look at OG's team, even if somebody gets Batrider lassoed, you've got Fly with the Grave, so it considerably changes the dynamic. Plus this Dazzle somehow has a Linken's.
Oh my goodness, what a guy.
I mean,
Fly has
he
never had so much farm.
He had to have just been getting gold, but still, there's something weird about that.
Yeah, for sure.
It just looks odd.
Big play could have came there. It's DC sort of all grouped up together to make a move. The top, or bottom tier 2 rather, tower fell down in the meantime by virtue of the Ana illusions, but it looks like they're going to back out again. The other thing is AC done for the Lycan, so another way to help mitigate that damage coming in from a DP ulti.
Still, I don't... You get chronoed. Still die.
Well, the illusion certainly died.
Okay, so they're going to see that chrono and think to themselves, like, guys, go for something.
They're going immediately. This is S4 in a hell of a lot of trouble. My god, the damage is real with that Dagon. And, well, DC, go take Roshan. It's time to end the game, maybe.
I don't know if that's going to be enough to enable that.
Okay.
Maybe you can siege a little bit, because you know that chrono's down, and you can at least force the S4 buyback. Probably the bigger thing is the chrono down. They're going to read that situation, say, chrono's down, let's go for something. Doesn't look like OG just want to give this up for free, though. No tail. Gonna just march right in.
All right, Earthshaker buyback. There's the epicenter already at the start. It's down. Black Hole is there. There is a grave to try and keep him alive at the moment. The Eul Scepter able to lift him up to keep him alive. Now, at the meantime, off to the side, they already take down the Dazzle, able to roll away as Jarek's keeping himself alive. But another big Burrow Strike comes forward. But S4 with the Echo Slam turned it in a big old way. It takes down both the Lycan and the Batrider. If they can somehow manage to get out with the rest of these heroes, OG with a huge comeback, making these plays, and it might end up being more because there's no buyback on the Lycan or the Batrider. Oh my god, and the Eul Scepter lift up, Puck in trouble as well. Abed is going to fall most likely. They pull him down, they take him down. OG Dota.
Don't even need the Chronosphere. All it takes is for this Death Prophet. I think he popped the cheese. That's what it had to have been. He pops the cheese at the last second, immediately gets the full HP, and DC's like, oh, this isn't what we had planned.
And now Roshan for them as well. Huge moments.
Yeah, No Tail's been such a beast for them in this game so far. He's got the plus 600 HP talent as well, that level 25, very fortuitous for him. And again, just gets graved. During that black hole, uses himself as soon as he drops down to the ground, immediately pops that cheese, turns that fight around for his team. I feel like they should all just be going down right now for this. And it goes back for that DD rune. But you've got a while before anybody's alive.
I mean, it was also S4 buying back, and he hit a pretty big Echo Slam there to all those stuff. But yeah, hitting the tower now, or barracks rather. Obviously, if you're DC, you don't want to buy back. Do you think you have to if you're Puck?
This probably isn't worth it. Because you're not going to get Mega Creep no matter what. You're only going to get 2 sets of Rex right here.
Jump forward, they pop the Linkage there onto Ana, pull him back in now, in some trouble. Jarex gets the lift up. There's no going to be a black hole, at least for the moment, but they can come back in now. BKB is available. Not wanting to drop it yet. No Tail's doing a ton of damage to Dubu, and Ana's just able to jump back out again. So they're gonna lose Dubu. A Burrow Strike again through from Bulba. The black hole's down, but it doesn't catch No Tail. They're going to be able to keep alive Ana. He time locks off a ton of the damage. DC crumbling at this late stage of the game. They buy back on the Batrider. They got to pull No Tail back into the base, but everybody's buying back 4 from DC. Can they get anything from this? They have to take down No Tail. It's too big of an expense not to find this kill, and the Spirits come back in. It doesn't look like it's going to matter. He is still eventually going to be dropped, most likely. Jarek's there as well. Well, actually ends up craving and cheesing. He comes back to full HP again. The epicenter is there, but Jarex isn't going down either.
Nobody is dying in this fight. Jarex might finally go down. Fissure comes in a little bit too late as they don't even get Fly here. He just TP's out. No Tail casually just walked away. Doesn't have any care in the world.
What has happened?
They just can't kill this Death Prophet anymore. DC had such a considerable lead in this game. I mean, this graph looks insane.
20,000 net worth roughly exchanged over the past maybe couple of minutes. They're going to again try and go into No Tail. He is so tanky right now. They get the Hex on him. The chase, it's still coming. Spirit Siphon, a ridiculous amount of heal. In the meantime, Mason goes down by virtue of Ana. They managed to find the grave yet again. S4 there trying to turn it back around.
This time at least.
They don't have the black hole for another 18 seconds, but they will kill off No Tail.
Yeah, and Jurix is going to buy back.
Ana, though, look at him! Gets the BKB off, but to no avail. They're also going to run down the Sand King yet again. Saves one more rock, gets the stun, another one down, no buyback. Lycan or Sand King.
That might just be the game. I think OG is just going to march down for this. They don't really care about getting Mega Creeps and they can just end the game. They know that so many buybacks have been expended on the side of DC. This Bat Rider alone can't really do much. They're going to start marching down. I think Death Prophet, once they get closer to the base, just buys back too, and they just go for the game.
Well, 38-38, but it's been a hell of a swing back into the favor of OG. 52 minutes in, and like you said, they just never had an answer. Well, they did at various points have answers for the DP, but not when it came down to the end of the game.
Yeah, Forev is going to buy back. Still 2 heroes without buyback. It looks like No Tail doesn't, in fact, want to commit that buyback. Doesn't want to go for any sort of crazy throws. OG just making their way long ways around. Is Ana going to snipe off? Nope. Doesn't quite commit for that either.
I'll send an illusion in, I'm sure.
Yeah. Is there any hero with buyback on the side of DC anymore? That is... Nope.
No.
Dire's top shrine is under
So any sort of lost fight, like any heroes lost at all, if OG have the numbers advantage, they just march down.
Well, if there was ever a time and a place for a big black hole, it's now for DC, or at least, you know, once everybody gets back up and online. It's certainly in the realm of possibility. But what are those steps that you need to take now for DC? Is it just only like hope for a big misplay? Do you even have to like give up mega creeps to make sure?
So the biggest thing is they are getting black holes off, but they just get graved.
Right.
Like this Faceless Void gets black holed and then he gets graved and then he just time walks to his full HP and so much for that black hole. Same with No Tail. Like, he just heals so much from this Octarine Core Spirit Siphon. But you've got to do something. Can't just give up Mega Creeps. DC, I'm not sure. They're going to have a multiple man black hole. So far they've had like 3 max. Somehow Forev needs to get 4 and hope that Fly's not included in that.
Oh, Ana is just too big, and Sand King's going to get caught. They have the black hole into 2, keeping Bulba alive for the moment, but he is eventually going to be brought down.
Damage?
Nonetheless, No Tail taking a good bit of it, but the Eul Scepter is going to lift him up, and he is going to actually eventually fall. They kill off No Tail. Okay, 100 seconds with no Death Prophet. S4 now also going to start to get ran down. Ana is trying to make his way out of there, but with the orb going forward, I thought about chasing, but hold off for the moment, showing a little bit of patience.
Yeah. And they don't have this Enigma Black Hole for 76 seconds. There's no Lycan ultimate either, although that should be refreshing pretty soon. But Jurix is going to roll really aggressively forward, goes for the kick. Stone forms that Lycan out of his base.
Oh, Mason, nowhere left to go. He doesn't have BKB for another 8 seconds either, and unfortunately, Black Hole on cooldown. No way to save Mason. Echo Slam, turn around. S4 knows how to finish off these games, and GG is going to get called as OG pull it back from the clutches of defeat and take down DC after being down almost 20,000 net worth of Sir Boy, 15,000.
OG is so resilient. That is absurd that they won this game. They are so resilient. I could imagine most teams would just say, okay guys, like this is getting out of hand, like maybe we should call it, it's going to be a long 4-day group stage, like let's move on. But they're like, nope, we're going to continue to play this out. Guys, we're making mistakes here and there. But DC, I mean, they made some really key errors. They got a little bit sloppy. They had such a wide window of opportunity to win this game. I think this one's going to be really disappointing for them. And for OG, I think this is going to be like a phew, like we walked away 1-1. DC is a much better team than they probably anticipated.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that's the big thing. At the end of the day, DC won this game against OG. It's got to be good. The only thing that could really suck is if it lets them affect them over the next couple of days. But we're going to have to wait and see if that indeed happens. But we're moving on to the next one here in just a little bit. Lyrical and Blitz being 2 casters for this. We'll see what happens in just a few as we continue with the group stages for TI7.
Ban to ban. Secrets turn to pick. LGD's turn to pick.
Hello and welcome back to more games of the International 2017 LGD versus Team Secret. Here with Ben Merlini Wu. How are you doing, Ben?
Hi, Shiver. How's it going?
Going pretty well.
Have you watched much of LGD? They're on a roll.
Oh, they're the scariest team I've seen so far. Now, granted, there's been 4 games going on at the same time, so I have not seen everybody. But I have seen LGD. I was watching them earlier today when they were going up against Fnatic, and then.
Oh, those were like the 25-minute games.
Yep, and then I watched a little bit of the last game of them against Empire. I think I caught some of that, but I'm not entirely sure if that was them. But so
that was them.
They look dominating.
They've just been rolling over people today.
Yeah, they've not been pressured at all. Like they make it feel look easy. They're like, you know, TI. We'll just do that.
They make it seem like it's qualifiers. They're up against like qualifier teams.
They really are. Team Secret, on the other hand, they have faced Empire as well. It was a lot more even than the series that LGD had against them. It was a 1-1, and they also 1-1 against Infamous. So they've got 2 ties so far, and both teams hereby having their 3rd series already. And LGD opening with a Kunkka and a Shadow Shaman, and Kunkka, Victoria has just been dominating on that Kunkka earlier today. They really like that.
Victoria is, I think, he's probably the best support that no one knows about. I remember watching him when he was playing Wisp. I was like, wow, there's not that many good Wisp players out on LGD and all those like up and coming tier 2, tier 3 teams. And I saw this guy's like, wow, he plays Wisp probably better than FY, who was one of the first Wisp players that we saw on the other side of the world. But yeah, he plays a little bit of everything. Ran into him in pub a few times. He dominated me as core, so he can play it all. And 1-2, both supports coming out in the first.
Yeah, there have been a couple of teams that like the supports first so far. And, I mean, there's a small chance, I guess, that they can use one of the 2 as a... Nah.
Nah. You couldn't even convince yourself.
No, I could not. But Secret can. I mean, we have seen Earthshaker as both support and offlane today. I mean, and even in the past as mid as well.
Yep.
Crazy, but...
LGD have been running a few weirder heroes. They did Leshrac mid earlier today, which I don't think any team is really doing.
They did it twice already, even. Yeah.
And Team Secret going back with the Lich. They are, I think, one of the only teams that first phases Lich. I think them and LGD FY. And I see Secret pick it a decent amount against Shadow Shaman. However, this could just be coincidence because Shadow Shaman's in every other game. But I do see them to protect the towers a lot, so you can't get away with the suicide, drop your wards, and you might lose a team fight, you might not. But it makes the team fights a lot easier when it's that 5 people sieging the tower.
Yeah, Secret hasn't picked Lich this tournament just yet, this TI, but we have seen a lot of Liches regardless. There have been a lot of good Lich ultimates as well, actually a game changer in a lot of cases.
Definitely so. A little less so, I would say, without Faceless Void here, but they do have the Echo Slam. Echo Slam gets rid of creeps. Chain Frost doesn't bounce. There's no creeps to bounce off to. That's great.
Easy. And we've seen Kazu play Earthshaker earlier today, so most likely on the offlane. But again, that can swap around a little bit. Which opening do you like better?
I would probably say I like the Kunkka Shadow Shaman. Lich is...
Why?
Lich is, I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of Lich just because I don't really think he like does that much. He can like armor people and he's like annoying for some lanes. Yeah. But overall, like I don't think he's a game winner, right? He's like solid as a 5 and can go around and do annoying things, but he doesn't actually win games. Like I think Kunkka and Shadow Shaman, they both have like really strong team fighting. Shadow Shaman can take objectives and help you do Roche, which Lich can't really do either of. And Kunkka has that huge teamfight potential. I would say much better tool set than Lich's. But winning the early game is pretty good. It's a pretty good way to win, I suppose.
I guess it's a bit of the nature of the hero. It's a defensive support.
Yeah.
And you just like aggressive supports better.
It's also hard to see Lich do anything because when there's like 5 heroes attacking a tower, they all get slowed a little bit. Yeah. And the tower takes a little bit less damage, and they move a little bit slower. Yeah. Yeah. it's not as flashy too. It's not like Echo Slam.
No, in the most recent big patch, you got of course the sacrifice that you know, super short cooldown on that.
Yeah.
What do you think that's important enough for him to you know, to notice him more?
I hate getting your range creeps tonight, and I'm sure every other core player will empathize with that. So
playing against him is
yes,
very
it's awful. So,
but it's another thing
effective.
that you don't really notice. Like,
yeah,
like you won't say, "Oh my God, Lich just denied so many creeps this game. This is that's not you know, it's not gonna happen."
There was one time where I was like, "Oh my God, this Lich ulti was amazing," but that rarely happens. That's pretty much the only. But it's a lot of small things added up, right?
That makes sense. I mean, I guess that's the hero. It's not a flashy support. Though I'm hoping that Yapzor is not playing Lich. I like Yapzor on flashy supports.
Yeah, me too. Puppey usually plays it.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether I think the Lich also does limit your core pool because like melee right clickers also do very poorly against Lich because of Frost Armor. That thing is very noticeable when like a Sven is attacking someone, let's say.
Yeah, then the kiting just starts to get out of control.
Yep.
A bit too much. Well, we have a Clockwork picked up by LGD. They removed Necrophos in the puck. We have seen quite a few Necrophoses picked up in the tournament overall, and Secret themselves have already played it twice on MP. One successful, one not. Today, so don't want to face that. It's another hero that is just annoying with the sustainability and the tankiness. And I guess it pairs up nicely with the Lich in that case. Do you feel like because Lich doesn't have any disables, is Earthshaker enough, or do they need the support that has disables? Like if Earthshaker is going to be played by Kezu?
I think they need to be able to match the Clockwork in running and being able to run around. Well, actually, Clockwork's going to be offlane. Do they have enough disables? I suppose they don't think so because they already banned out the Storm Spirit. But generally, Echo Slam with one other okay follow-up is decent enough, I would say, for team fights. Just so you can prevent them from popping BKBs later on into the game. But Secret, I would say their team fight's way weaker than LGD's right now, especially if, fixed. It's good. Now you actually know where Earthshaker is though. So Earthshaker will be played by I think I did see Mid1 play it once, but
yeah, he did.
That
Not
doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I think we it's an option, but we should assume it's not.
Yeah, you should assume that it's not, especially when you don't know what's mid. LGD do have the last pick coming out, so
yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna assume that that Tidehunter is played by Kezu offlane, and then we have an Earthshaker for Yapzor. Anti-Mage picked up by LGD.
Well, split push game is definitely going to happen. I think Earthshaker, they have physical damage issues, I would say. Earthshaker with Enchant Totem doesn't really count because he's almost guaranteed to be a support here. But maybe it is time to throw him in a core so you have that physical damage versus AM. There's TA. I don't think so.
Oh, they have played PL today. They played a mid-one played PL, so...
I think AM actually does generally pretty well versus PL. I do like PL versus the Shadow Shaman wards. The illusions count as one hit versus the wards, and they just clear them out really quickly. So Shadow Shaman, he's not going to be doing that much with his wards this game.
But Anti-Mage is going to get a Battle Fury, and then your illusions are just...
paper.
Yeah, they're going to die real fast. So, as a core, they need something else. Because also Phantom Lancer is no longer a split pusher. Do you feel like he still counts as a split pusher like he used to be, but the way that...
His illusions last way too short.
Yeah.
To split... I mean, he can split push, but you don't build Blink on him. I mean, sometimes you do, but he just can't get out safely a lot of the time, I think. I see OD a fair amount versus AM. It's not bad. You're almost always at full mana, so you're not really at danger of being mana voided. And he does have a lot of damage that goes through. However, he is a little bit slower of a hero. I think TA and OD are somewhat common mids versus AM. They have they're like, they don't get owned by Mana Void, and they have non-magical damage.
Oh yeah, actually they also had MP played Phantom Lancer earlier today, so they have him both mid and offlane, or safe lane. So they can go either way with that one.
Tidehunter looks so big relative to everyone else.
Because they make it so that he stands in front, just like Clockwork is also bigger.
Okay.
So, and he's obviously a bigger hero, so, you know, double.
What's the smallest hero? I don't even know.
Lion is very tiny.
I want to see like a Lion at the back and Tidehunter in the front. Who just look like he's babysitting them
Yeah.
rather than an actual
I mean,
5-man Dota
if this
team.
was a group photo, you would not put Tide in the front. You put him in the back. Hey, there's a Queen of Pain. So we got something else entirely this time. How is this going to happen? We got ourselves a mid one, Queen of Pain. Actually, we got just an MPPL.
Wow.
Do you like this?
I was like tabbed into like a Dota buff, and then like one of the ads came on. I was like, "What is that noise?" I thought it was coming through on stream. I was really scared for a second. Sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
That's fine. That's fine. Timbersaw last for LGD. So what do you make of this?
I think PL's gonna have a really hard time here. It doesn't do well versus AM. It doesn't do well versus Timbersaw. Like those two heroes clear out the illusions very, very quickly. Mid one should have a pretty easy time though. I would say. I guess until the mid game. They don't really have good tower hitters on Secret. That is, I think, the one big doubt. PL's not a good tower hitter because you don't make illusions when you hit buildings.
Yeah.
And Queen of Pain is also pretty poor. So generally, you want to end the game very early. Liquid's approach was to pick Lycan plus whatever pushes they could versus AM, so you could end the game in 23, 24 minutes. But here, you might even have problems taking T1 towers. So I would have to go with LGD's lineup, even though I think their lanes are weaker. I think the AM isn't really threatened this game.
Fair enough. So the split push should be good. We got ourselves, by the way, a classic Tide versus Kunkka matchup. That's nice.
Do you have that sound pack equipped or announcer pack?
And even if we did, people on stream don't actually hear our game. They actually hear.
But what do you like, Shiva?
The Observer PC.
What announcer pack is your favorite?
I normally have just a default on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because otherwise I just get distracted. And it's you know, it's nice for one game, and then all of a sudden it just starts getting annoying at some point.
Some of them have good lines. I try and rotate them out.
Yeah, maybe I should as well. I do like this tight set, by the way. Let's take a look at who's playing what. We have got Kezu playing the Tide Hunter on the off lane. We got mid one, respecting the knee on his Queen of Pain. We got top lane, we've got MP on his Phantom Lancer. Poppy on the Lich, and last but not least, and already very deep inside enemy territory, it is Yapsor on the Earthshaker. Speaking of enemies, well, enemies from Team Secret in this case, but LGD don't consider themselves enemies, of course. It's Ame for Anti-Mage, we have Yao for the Shadow Shaman, and Somnus is going to be playing the Timbersaw. Victoria on the Kunkka, and last but not least, it is, there he is, 11 on the Clockwork, who's found himself a Phantom Lancer. 11 hasn't skilled anything yet. He could lock them in cogs if he wanted to, but that's just not worth it. He knows that MP is just going to get himself out anyway. There's no kill potential.
Still good getting damage on him. He doesn't have the poor man shield. We see this build pretty commonly, 2 slippers to start off with, but you're actually very weak until you get your shield.
Yeah. Punched.
Okay, AM. Ooh, they're scared to go up that hill.
They really are. Rightfully so. They have vision, and I think with that movement there, LGD knows that, so already a sentry on Yao. He might not want to counter it. Now that he knows where it is, they can just avoid it.
But that's sweet money and experience.
Yeah, I know. the temptation, but it's not gonna happen.
So Yapsor gets that block off on the bottom lane, makes things a lot easier for Kezu. I don't actually know if they have enough damage to zone out the Tide. Probably not.
Shadow Shaman's right clicks, do not underestimate them. He is hitting like a truck. 74! This is something that carries only dream of. Look at this Anti-Mage, he's sitting on 57.
He's like ranged tree.
Yeah, it's really it's super high, so perhaps with that, and also no shield on the Tide, and obviously no Kraken yet, so I think he's okay. At least, as you said, that block made all the difference, making sure that Kezu can get that experience. So looking at the lanes, you already said that that Secret has got slightly stronger lanes, perhaps?
Yeah, Quap generally regarded as one of the stronger mid laners, and then Lich in the early game. You should pretty much always be ahead in Golden XP, I would say, in the early game with Lich. If not, you're doing something dreadfully wrong. But yeah, Lich is actually denying up top a lot, just because I don't think that he thinks Queen of Pain needs help. If it were like Queen of Pain versus Pug, he'd probably head a little bit to the mid lane, but versus Timbersaw, not as important. And especially when you have a Kunkka sitting in the mid lane, Kunkka isn't really going to be able to zone anyone out. Just throw out a lot of torrents and be super annoying.
I mean, look at this. This is a lot of damage coming out to mid one already, and he does not have the Earthshaker.
He's been landing all his torrents, so that's actually pretty good for them. because he doesn't have a Sal coming out yet. And that's a free wave for maybe.
And that's a very low mana cost spell as well, so we can just keep spamming those out. In the meantime, 11 is having a bit of a tricky time here against Puppey, but he's still getting a lot of experience, so still doing quite okay, I would imagine. Tidehunter's out of mana, poor guy. But level 3, actually, right now with Kraken Shell level 2, the Shadow Shaman is not going to have as good of a time harassing him out.
Yeah. He did get the early Obra Venom on the anti-mage. I do like it a lot when you... Because versus Kraken, you don't... Yeah, plus 15.
Woo. It seems to be the new thing today.
Yeah.
Every core Orb of Venom.
You can actually do something in the early game, because generally you view anti-mage as a hero that doesn't do anything before Battle Fury. But with the Orb of Venom build, I think your kill potential up in the lane goes a lot, especially when you have a ranged tree like Shadow Shaman. It just blast the Tidehunter.
Actually, oh, Poppy in a bit of trouble there. Gets stuck in the cogs with the clockwork. With the battery assault on, and 11 gets the first blood. Don't think he's going to get away from this one, though. He's a bit locked in between YapzOr and MP. Just trying to find himself a way out. Doesn't have a tango to eat. Oh, he did, actually, but he didn't eat it, and he didn't get out, basically. 1-for-1 trade, but worth it for the first blood, and also forcing YapzOr to be top for a little while longer.
Has to be so satisfying for 11 killing the Lich. He's like, you ate like 4 of my range creeps. I will get my revenge.
I just sense the hate coming up.
Yeah.
The annoyance of my
it's awful.
Yeah.
The thing is, there's no counterplay to it. You can't like do anything about it. It's just gone.
You just have to rely on the fact you can generally kill Lich easy late game, but then again, he's not a priority. I mean, he's just going to be annoying.
No one wants to wait for sweet revenge, though, Shiver. You want immediate, swift revenge.
All right. Well, 11 got it. Let's see if he got it again. And normally, you should not get caught by Clockwork like that, by the way. I feel like that's...
Lich is slow.
Lich is just very slow. And Clockwork, he didn't even have boots yet. He's on 315.
Yeah.
But Lich is on 315 as well.
When did he get 315? Was he always 315? I don't think he was always 315.
No, I mean, he's probably get buffed. Everybody gets movement speed. Why not Lich?
Maybe I just associated him with Crystal Maiden. He's icy hero. Okay, they just...
Oh, Victoria. That's a very costly double damage rune. He's not even going to be able to use it. He's just hunted down. Puppey one more right click, but mid one's dagger ticked over.
That was a crazy fissure. The fissure like pulled him to the other side of it. There was like no chance of him escaping after that. Even without that, it would have blocked him. Oh, man, steal.
Yeah, and he had vision there too. There was a ward up the high ground. A bit of a risky double damage rune grab.
He's still... It takes away pressure from Maybe, because now Maybe doesn't have to worry about getting harassed by Quap with DD. That's even worse. Mid one actually went for a 1-1-3. No 2 points. Prioritizing farming a little bit more. Realizing level 3 reactive with Cloak and Poor Man's Shield, probably not the best play top lane.
Oh, top lane has a dead Phantom Lancer.
Uh-oh.
Victoria rotated around, and that's all it took. He got 1 X mark, 1 torrent. All of a sudden, that's a very costly one, and they get, they should be able to get this ward. I think the creep's gonna see the range creep and the siege creep. Yeah, before the C3 disappears, and P still gets the gold as well. That's nice. That's very satisfying.
Is that like revenge?
No, but
I will get your ward.
You know that that's a fresh ward, and at the start of the game, these wards are so important. You're very limited as a support, and they're very expensive as well. And especially if you're a Kunkka that's just roaming around, you're not going to get that much gold out. So, it's a costly. Look at that scan! How did they know?
I wonder if they know that he placed a ward there. There is a soul ring headed up.
They probably did, because they scanned that he was there. I don't know how they realized that it's nighttime. They shouldn't know. Right?
Yeah, just...
That is very aware.
Yeah. Definitely know where Kunkka's going to be. He's the one that's doing the majority of the roaming, so he's either in between mid or top after killing top lane. But now it's just Puppey sitting in the middle lane. And Quap is making a move towards bottom with that level 6. YapzOr... God, this is such a tough game. You look at Yao. Yao's like sitting right behind. So if Quap blinks in... It's already strange that Quap's left her lane, because she's not level 7. She doesn't even have boots. So you know something funky's happening.
We got an Invis rune on the Kunkka in the meantime, trying to wrap around behind the mid tower. So if that gank happens on bot lane, they'll probably rotate around here, or make a move here too. They already are going. Puppey taking a lot of damage already. KheZu can't really do anything about this, and Puppey will drop. Maybe just getting an easy kill right there. And KheZu obviously tanky enough to survive, but he can't really do anything either.
And in the meantime, Quap almost dies on bottom. She got shackled from the fog by Shadow Shaman, and now they already had a shrine. So this is they need something to happen pretty soon. Tidehunter is level 6. He just did skill Ravage. I actually see Tidehunter's not skill Ravage because they can farm the Ancients a little bit faster without it, but they need space for the PL. PLs might die again here.
Tricky movements there. LGD has got Victoria again rotated up to help 11. 11 is level 6 as well, by the way, so he might be able to make something happen soon. This Timbersaw. Earthshaker is close by. Puppey's close by. They got 3 people here. They don't have enough damage though. He's just so tanky. He's got 13 stick charges as well.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Just 34 armor. This is usually reserved for like heroes in the late game with Shivas. That's that high tier of armor.
This is a raid boss right now, and he doesn't even need help from anybody else. So Victoria's just free to rotate, and I feel like mid 1 has to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage. He's fine though, for now.
How fun would it be just being a Timbersaw in this situation where no one can touch you?
And the amount of lockdown that's there is just Earthshaker.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to stand too close, because as you said earlier, he's just going to be a support. He's going to be very squishy, and he's also going to be in a lot of trouble right now. And he's also going to be very dead. That's one of the more satisfying things as a Clockwork with Battery Assault. A hero like Earthshaker, Jakiro is another one, but you just, you try to raise your totem, but you just can't.
We need to tier a list of most satisfying things in this game. Killing Lich after he's denied you a bunch of range creeps.
Battery Assault.
Battery Assault. Especially
knowing that he's one of the heroes that has one of the only disables. If Clockwork can get a jump on Earthshaker, it's just a free range for the Timbersaw to do whatever he wants.
Yep, especially a support Earthshaker who's not likely to get Force Staff anytime soon. Puppey's doing his best to prevent this mid tower from falling, does constantly Frost Armor it. However, doesn't really look like he's going to be able to save it from its imminent demise. And at the same time, Ame's just sitting on bottom. He has a Zoof, he went to work on those heroes, but now he's going to work on those towers.
Yep, well, his anti-mage is not pressured at all.
Or is that, how satisfying is that? Just being able to free farm as anti-mage with no one in your lane.
I can't imagine how, that must be very boring for him. Like here he is.
Carry players love hitting creeps.
I know, but I can't relate to that. That's just not, I would want to fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's having a great game so far. He's not being pressured. KheZu, I thought KheZu was doing quite well at the start, but he wasn't able, obviously, to pressure an anti-mage at the same time. His levels are still quite good. He has got the Ravage up if he wants to use it. But they don't really have the follow-up damage. It looks like a very dead Lich, by the way. They wrapped around the tower for that. There's just really no competition. Yeah, it was daytime. They had vision on him. And they get the tier 1 as well. Meantime, bottom lane, a bit of pressure from Team Secret. They've got 3 people hanging out there, but now with the Timbersaw rotating in, with the Ravage, the Sonic Wave, it doesn't matter. They shouldn't have the damage to take him down unless there's some big mistakes coming out from maybe. Well,
Yao's pretty unhappy that his stack got taken out, but that will be the trade. At least it's not an objective.
And actually, with the Timbersaw rotating, at least Phantom Lancer was alone for a little bit. I say a little bit because they're still Victoria, they're still 11, and they should still be able to get that kill. He's going to try to dodge that. A lot of damage taken. He's actually able to get away. Nope, never mind. Anti-Mage coming in. Mana Void doesn't do it, but it doesn't matter. There's no mana on the Phantom Lancer. Sonic Wave, actually. Ame, gotta be careful. And MP just turns around and punches him and gets the kill. That Queen of Pain. I don't think that Ame was aware that was a Queen of Pain coming out to help.
Yeah, he just got bursted down.
Bursted down.
He could have blinked out. I think he thought that one more kill would kill the Phantom Lancer, but Phantom Lancer, I'm not sure if he like sticked right before the Mana Void, but regardless, not enough damage. Level 1 Mana Void.
You got quite a lot of regen, or bit of regen with the Soul Ring as well as Blowman Shield.
I love that side lane Soul Ring build. However, they still had to deal with
Timbersaw.
Is 5 heroes going to be enough?
Yeah, they're going to try it. This Timbersaw raid boss fight initiated. There's the Fissure coming out, trying to get himself out. Uses stick charges as well. He realizes he's getting got upon. Nice Ravage, stopping him mid-Timber Chain. Even though I actually think that might not have latched altogether. But that was Rainbow's down.
That was a perfect, perfect disabling of his Timber Chain. I think they did it twice in a row.
Yeah. I mean, the Timber Chain would have hit, right? The second one that got cancelled by the Ravage? You think so?
Yeah, it was level 3. It looked like it.
Regardless, the Ravage would have stopped it as well. Yeah. So I guess that was indeed that was good. And the rest of the team of LGD, I mean, there was a Kunkka fairly close by, I believe. But I mean, at that point, you know that there's going to be 5 heroes. There's nothing you can do. I
wonder if they're going to try and set up for bottom now. This PL's proving to be very elusive.
Oh, he got the ultimate off still though. Might be able to for Yapsor to finish it off. Mid-1 coming in for the Scream, and that's it. It's a decent trade actually. Getting Queen of Pain a kill. Yapsor finds himself in the claws of a very fat Timber Saw. He might have just died, but he's still quite scary. Still level 10, almost level 11 already. And if we look at levels, well, actually him and Queen of Pain are still both on top, but still top levels, of course, on the map.
Wonder if Minoan doesn't look like he wants to deny this tower yet. There he goes. Maybe he had to get some confirmation from the rest of his team. I saw him just sitting there, thinking about it.
Shadow Shaman reached level 6. It's time for wards. He's already rotating bottom. Maybe wants to place it at the tier 2 if they take this.
They might be able to see this Lich. Lich placed a ward before Victoria was able to, but now they get eyes on him.
Oh, X-Mark. I mean, Poppy's not having a fun game. It's just not happening for him. He died 5 times so far. Oops, Yapsor stuck there too, and 11 gets himself another. And what's happening here? There's actually a kill. Victoria a little bit into deep as MP comes around together with Kazu, now with also maybe coming in. The Secret has to back off from their own side of the map. The wards have been placed.
That tower's dead.
Yeah. And that's 2 towers in 1 push. That's how fast that can go. That's a large increase of gold as well. Especially for the supports. We now actually have Victoria sitting on a lot of gold.
I think
2800.
Now it becomes easy for them to take over this Dire Ancient spawn that normally Tidehunter feels pretty safe doing, but with those 2 towers down, I don't think so. And AM can also just come in and farm that at ease. So now AM has, what, like maybe like 70% of the map available to him once he gets his Battle Fury, which is coming out in just 400 gold. Yep. So the window is, the timeline is squeezing in on Secret. T1s, they didn't even get the bottom T1 after killing Maybe. So it's not looking so hot for them. Even Yapsor has to go for a 4-stat first. At least that's what it seems like on his quick buy, because he's having that rough of a time, and this Clockwork is just destroying them. And
Yapsor is not able to farm anywhere either, as you said. Bottom lane already.
Torrent on top.
Ooh, that is a Queen of Pain. A lot of trouble. Blink is available, but the hookshot comes, and Blink's still there. Oh, Blink after. Let's see who gets it first. There's another X mark available if they want to, and they want to. And they get it too. He has a Blink. He knows he has to wait for the X mark. Yeah, gets it, but then a Blink afterwards as well. The flare misses mid-1. Yeah, it's a 3. He's not gonna make it. He's not, like, there's another Blink. Oh, but the other Blink did. Ah, no, never mind.
Close.
That was a close, because Antimage blinked a little bit too early, so he couldn't have followed this time. But still a lot of time wasted. Shadow Shaman did die in the meantime on the bot lane as well as the tower, so Secret gets something in return of it for it.
Queen Pain going for Shadow Blade next. Shadow Blade versus the...
I mean, you want to have a Silver Edge against the Timber Saw.
Yeah, it might actually be more for the Anti-Mage, I think. Get rid of the Spell Shield. I think
for both, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have that much physical, so I think, like, PL just can't really right-click at AM very well, just because he can just blink away from most of the illusions.
It's still an unusual build for Queen of Pain.
Yeah. I have seen, who was it? 747, I think, on Danish Bears. He got it a couple of times on the Queen versus Viper, so it's... when you need to break those oh, and 11 finds Yapsor in the trees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is, I mean, it's going great for LGD. Again, I mean, they said it at the start. They just make it seem like look easy. They are kind of doing what they need to do. I feel like it comes very natural to them. Because is it me, or does it feel like the pressure of this game is on Team Secret to finish before this Anti-Mage gets out of hand?
Yeah, it's definitely on Team Secret, but I don't think they can end the game now. They kind of just you have to assume, okay, he is going to get farmed. How do we deal with him later on into the game? Maybe right now when PL gets his Diffusal Blade, they can start taking fights, but I don't know. Who do they actually like kill on? They don't have a problem killing the supports already. So what does the Diffusal actually let them accomplish that they couldn't before? Like, I don't think it helps them kill AM really, and I don't really think it helps them kill Timbersaw. So like all in all, Diffusal might not be the most effective item in this game. It helps them fight, but right now it doesn't really change the state of the game right now.
Oh, careful, Yapzor. Under heavy fire right here. Maybe realizes that the whole team is there to back him up. Almost the whole team. Queen of Pain still bot lane.
Force staff number 1. That's pretty good for them. But they might be able to get the Timbersaw, and MP is close by.
They want to go for this. They know Queen of Pain is still bottom, and they know that they can interrupt that teleport, and they're actually fighting that Queen of Pain as well, but we're sticking with this one. Teleport out, not going to happen there. It is Victoria that drops first, maybe backs off. Bottom lane in the meantime. Queen of Pain getting shackled, has still got a blink available, and knows that there's a very low Shadow Shaman. Goes for the Sonic Wave, wants to, but Clockwork is just so annoying.
I thought he was about to go for that.
He really was, he really was. Ends up taking refuge at the shrine instead. And teammates getting a bit harassed. In the meantime, there was no Ravage used, so Secret still have that one going for them. They got the kill on the Kunkka, which is not that big of a kill, but at least they forced LGD back. And they get a bit more breathing space. I think, as you said, at this point, it's them just trying to prepare for the push that LGD at some point is going to give. And fight into that rather than looking for the fights themselves.
Yeah, normally when you have the Ravage, you want to be able to force objectives with it, but they can't push tower as well, and they also can't do Roche, so now they have to kind of use it defensively and reactively, especially when he went for the Force Staff. They kind of just have to play around certain heroes.
Hello!
Okay, hello.
Shackled! Where's the backup? Is it enough? There's a blink, and we already saw me preparing to... teleport out? Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, jeez,
I heard it too.
I thought for a second that was it, but Ami actually blinked at the same place at the same time, so it actually was mid one making it out. That was a really good blink. It's always it was a little bit tricky where he was going though. Good blink. Good blink indeed. Smoke up coming from LGD. And they are going on the aggressive. They are actually thinking about taking Anti-Mage with them as well. Or at least have him close by to come in and help with the fight.
Their lanes are in a really good spot. All 3 lanes are pushing in right now.
Kazu is the one with the Ravage. Probably not the one they wanted to find. But unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and that's right.
But they take the stack. That's massive.
Wow, that was fast. That okay. Probably worth. Mid one.
Yikes. With
I mean, look at what they need to do right now. They're resorting to just creep skipping the mid wave at this point.
Yeah. And with the lack of farming space for Team Secret on the bot lane already, even though they are trying to take the bottom jungle as well, it feels like their farm distribution, they have to really carefully consider who needs what item first, which priorities they need to have. They already prioritized Japster's Blink Dagger. He has got that now, so that's great. Maybe they can make something happen with that. PL is going to be pushing bottom in the meantime. Oh, Puppy. There's a double damage rune there. They know it's an anti-mage. Oh, they still get him though. That's a very greedy anti. Okay, he died. Calm down. Calm down. Woo. This is the second time that there was a double damage rune that LGD just you know, shiny gem. Gotta have it. Not worth, not worth. They do pressure top lane in the meantime with the wards down. It should be a tier 2, but tier 1 in return for Team Secret's not bad, especially in combination with an anti-mage. Oh, hello. MP, you okay, buddy? Oh, okay for the moment. Actually goes for Victoria. Has to be careful. X-Mark, the Torrent coming out as well. And still doesn't walk away. Oh. Nice force staff from Puppy helping out. Is not enough though. Maybe manages to get himself the kill, and Puppy just teleports out, but X-Mark is going to stop that, and he will drop just the same. Rather than helping his teammate, he just gives another kill. And that was the 6th time Puppy died. In the meantime, top lane, Shadow Shaman, he is able to teleport because the Fisher comes in too late to stop that.
Oh, Yapzor actually managed to get a blink. Did he get that anti-mage kill?
Yeah. He had that before already.
Oh, he did? Okay,
yeah, he did.
Nice. Surprised he was able to farm it.
Yeah, but they really prioritized it. Like, they had, at some point, Tide was just not farming at all and just gave lanes to YapzOr. I think that's one of the most important things they have to do this game. But then again, at some point, it's still going to be Anti-Mage that's going to be dominating the scene. And I wonder if they're able to deal with that when the time comes. But they do now have the Shadow Blade up on the Queen of Pain.
They're getting their items for sure.
They're getting it.
One Blink, 2 Force Staffs, and like even Puppey, who's died 6 times, has a Force Staff.
Yeah.
And then they'll have the Silver Edge soon, so they can kite the initial burst from like X and other spells in the arsenal like Hex, and then they can also deal with the Anti-Mage.
So we talk a lot about what Secret needs to do to, to be victorious at least, getting their items, and they're behind for sure. Is LGD doing anything, or should be doing anything? They're smoking up and they're being very aggressive. I kind of feel like maybe that's not even needed because they're in such a good position, but what did they need to do for this game to end?
Just make sure Anti-Mage doesn't die and get Roche. I think getting Roche is extremely important for them. I think if PL gets Roche, he could potentially be a problem later on to the game. MP, they see him, can they do anything about it?
For the hookshot, finding the hookshot X mark as well as a Torrent. There was still a Doppelwalk available, but he's not going to be able to get it out there. Boat coming out as well. Kazu just walks back. He does get X mark. There is a Shackle available as well. Is Yao going to go in for that? Ooh, he knows that there's a Ravage. He's got to be fast with that. They don't bait out the Ravage. They don't get the Shackle either, but they do take this tier 2. The creeps are coming in, so the backdoor protection is about to disappear. I like that. This Shadow Shaman, he's like, don't kill my wards. He's tanking the tower.
They're his babies.
Yep, definitely. Tier 1 tower top does drop to mid 1. He gets forced back. And this tower middle actually survives. Ward's now dropped as well, but I mean, it's almost dead, sure enough, but still, every little bit helps at this point.
They do have a little bit of detection on LGD, just Sentry Wards on Yao, so I'm not sure if they're actually going to be able to deal with this co-op. They're prioritizing bigger items.
Yeah.
Glimmer Cape, it looks like, on Kunkka soon. Aether Lens already up on him. Clockwork also has a Midas. Wow, he has a lot of gold. I did not realize he was that farmed.
Pretty fat. He's the true core. He got a lot on that top lane. Another nice Dire Scan. They know that 11 is still there. They have him teleporting out. Don't think they can interrupt it though. That Earthshaker is way too far away. Blink was not going to get him close enough in time. Queen of Pain. Ooh, careful there. They used the dust. Maybe he had dust, but it wasn't enough. Queen of Pain was able to teleport out.
They did try and fissure block off 11 from his shrine, but weren't able to finish the job. So I think Roche is the big elephant in the room.
Don't call that. I think that's very insulting. It look like it. No, but you're right. He's just. There's not really a lineup that is. They X marked him in time. Yeah, Sir died.
They're very good at avoiding like really important deaths, I would say, except for Ame blinking in to get the rune.
Yep.
Aside from that, like none of these deaths have been completely unnecessary for them. So let's see. They don't have a medallion on their side, but I still think they can do it if they want to waste wards on it. This T2 tower is so low. I don't know which one they want to commit for. Like, do you really want to commit wards for a tower that's at 10% HP?
No, I think they want to commit wards for Roshan. Maybe push the waves in so that Secret has to show themselves. Perhaps what maybe doing.
I think they need.
Oh, Poppy! Is there a Force Staff available for him? Nope, he doesn't already. He already used it. He did get the Timbersaw on the high ground, but that's about it. That's a dead.
Yeah, maybe they also want to wait for Ravage to be down before.
It is scary fighting into the pit.
Yeah.
You got yourself a Ravage, an Echo Slam, Sonic Wave, Lich Ultimate. That's just chain process is gonna wreck you.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating. BKB is up on Anti-Mage, so this could actually be a good time for them to take a big fight. They don't have a blink on Shadow Shaman yet. That's coming out at 400 gold, but without that, their jump is unreliable, I would say. Oh, smoke coming out. YapzOr, he does see a couple of heroes. They do start on Roche right now.
The 11 hovering over.
Maybe actually went all the way to the bottom, so he's not going to be there for the start of this fight. The smoke could be devastating for them.
Are they going to get there in time? Wards have been placed. Mid one's got that invis. There is a sentry there though, so this is the edge. Oh, what?
I just got a lag spike too.
Okay.
I looked at your computer, I was like, you didn't
I
looked like
didn't.
yeah, I had it. Okay, so Silver Edge is down. It's been revealed. They can easily see what's going on. Oh.
That's the next marks on the Queen of Pain. First off into safety.
There's still the wards inside the pit. They don't have that much time left, though.
No.
And I'm also
another
lagging
pause.
again.
Yeah, like I don't get the lag, but
So Secret don't know that the wards were used inside the pit. So their Secret like in their world, LGD, like this Roche could be super low, and also they also don't know that wards are down, so they're probably less willing to take a fight than if they didn't know, and no one's really running inside the pit. Ideally, they just want to get a Silver Edge break on the Queen of Pain onto one of the heroes, like Timbersaw without any reactive sacks on them already, or Anti-Mage, and then you follow up with the Echo Slam and burst someone down at the start of the fight, and then you take Roche yourselves with Tidehunter backing you up. That's the ideal scenario for Secret. Ideal scenario for LGD is you get a free Roche with wards, and Secret don't really contest you, or I suppose like you break their smoke with Timbersaw and L11 out in front, and then interrupt their initiation. But
they already can't get a free Roche. I mean, those wards are about to disappear, and it seems like Secret is well aware that that is something that they should.
Yeah, but in Secret's mind, that's what LGD wants. So they have to play like LGD can threaten Roche.
Right.
And I don't think they've been showing on the map enough to reveal that none of them have a medallion. So that instills a little bit of extra fear into their mind. They could be doing it in 25 seconds instead of 30 seconds. You don't exactly know the timeline for LGD taking out Roche. They do know that Anti-Mage doesn't have Vlad's though. Yeah. I don't know if they know he has BKB perhaps. They saw his Ogre Club when he showed on the left side, so they know he's going BKB. I'm not sure if they know that he actually has it yet though.
There was a word they already. Oh, X mark on the Timbersaw.
He's trying to push out waves.
Yeah.
Their lanes aren't in a great spot. Actually, they have 2 range on bottom, so that lane's pushing in.
Bottom lane is pushing out in favor of LGD. Top lane is pushing out in favor of Secret, but that's not going to last for very much longer because LGD is going to push it out again. And they are looking for a mid one, but mid one was invisible.
And they have wards.
Yeah.
So now they're going for a play, it looks like, on bottom. This could be a big play, killing the Anti-Mage. But Anti-Mage not there.
Anti-Mage not there?
They expect him to be there, though.
Do you think this is something that LGD might be aware of, then they can sneak Roche?
I don't think they know that everyone's on bottom, because Kezu's showing mid. Normally there'd be heroes backing up mid, but they have wards behind them in T2. So now they know that something weird is happening.
Yeah.
Right now it's like, okay, they're likely approaching from the south side, judging by their positioning. Like, because most of them are on the north side, and they were probably sitting behind PL, I suppose is what they're thinking right now. But now no one's showing around Kezu. It's a little weird.
And there is one sentry, but mid one already provides the vision. In comes Echo Slam, catches Clockwork only. Torn coming out, doesn't hit. The bow though. The bow does hit. Yapsor is already down, and a shackle on the Queen of Pain. She can't do anything with the Ravage. We'll cancel that. And mid one turns around, kills off the Shadow Shaman first off. Has to be careful though. Still ends up dropping the Mana Void. Oh, this is scary time. Scary time. But for whom? Because this Timbersaw, I believe, is the most scary of them all. Looking very healthy and can't find any target anymore as the rest teleports out. 2 for 2. Very even. Still, I would say LGD slightly in favor there because this Timbersaw, there's just not even a dent.
Yeah. They were so close to getting a 3-man Echo right there.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't get the full range blink, but this Observer Ward that was dropped was at the very end of the fight, dropped by Lich. So they didn't have vision in the fight. And look at that, LGD dropped 2 Sentry Wards to make sure that Earthshaker couldn't get a good jump and make sure that they did not have vision of them. But LGD were prepared for that. That was a really quick Hex coming out from Shadow Shaman. He almost was not able to Hex the Queen of Pain before he got unloaded on him.
The Ravage was good too, is that the follow-up wasn't really there. They needed a better wombo combo, to say, at least. Because otherwise you're just not gonna kill the Timbersaw, and the Mana Void did a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, and Anti-Mage had BKB, so he's invulnerable pretty much during that.
Well, they get the Roshan off the back of that as well, and Secret just have to look for a new way to get a grasp of this game, because it's...
Oh, there's a X-Factor that might be nice, though. Tidehunter almost has sight. He went for a Midas, and he's been farming a lot, and he hasn't really died that much. He hasn't died at all.
That is just... Okay, you want to know what happened? In the mid lane, there was a Kunkka that X-marked the Timbersaw. And during that X-mark, he was able to kill off Yapzor. And then he got X-marked back to mid. Not even kidding.
Oh, they're gonna have to. They're gonna. He doesn't have money for the scythe. Oh no. Well, he does have it, but Chicken's all the way over there. His Rax might fall before this happens.
Yeah, I think so too. And without Ravage, they can't really do that much. 24 seconds until that comes back up. But I think before then, Rax is already gone, and they kind of also want that Earthshaker to be there. Another X-mark. Let's see what maybe can do with that one. Not kill anybody this time, but doesn't need to. He just needs to scare people away, and that's exactly what he did. Rax fall. He can't get anything more at the time. In the meantime, we had got mid one pressuring bottom or top a little bit, but it's not enough to kill off that tower.
The thing about Scythe is I don't actually know if it helps you kill Timber at all. It's purely for the AM, but AM has Aegis and BKB. So even if you kill him by perma-hexing him or perma-stunning him, you're not going to be able to kill him twice.
Look at this clockwork! He stays alive for a very long time. He did end up dropping, but he stayed alive for a very long time. And they had to show the hex with that as well, so it's no surprise anymore that he has it.
Yeah, they might switch to Lotus Orbs now. Shadow Shaman still doesn't have Blink Dagger. Kunkka showing a Force Staff on his quick buy. Force Staff, decent. Lotus Orb, I guess it's pretty much only good for the hex. Although you could have reflected Chain Frost. That'd be the dream.
You got two heroes in LGD, the Anti-Mage and the Timbersaw. How are they gonna kill them? Now that's the biggest question. Silver Edge sure is nice.
Yeah, but no damage.
It's not enough. They need the damage. A PL is just not that great for that. Not yet, anyway. Later on he will be, but then there will be an Anti-Mage that kills all the illusions, so you don't have that.
I don't even know if PL's going to be the solution though. Like he's pretty high now, or he's third, but these two heroes, Timbersaw and AM, are just great matchups against the PL. Like those are two heroes that you don't want to kill, that you don't want to play PL against, let alone both of them.
It is a rough game for Team Secret. The pressure continues on the bottom lane as maybe just walks up the high ground, just gets himself some stacks of the reactive armor, because why not? Wards are placed as well. At least, as you said earlier already, the PL is taking care of those wards pretty fast. Ooh, Sonic Wave coming out. They managed to kill off the Kunkka. Mid one, invisible as well, goes for the Shadow Shaman. He force taps himself forward. He stays alive for the moment as well. But it comes, I mean, Puppey gets his ultimate off. This might be good. Oh, Creeps take up a lot of stacks though. BKB by Anti-Mage as well, so he doesn't care about that. Mid one able to blink away from him, but he just blinks after him. Mana Void as well. Manages to get himself invis, lives for the moment. Shrine up, Kazoo lives as well. But the point is nobody is dying on the side of LGD. Sure, they were able to blow up that Kunkka at the start, but Anti-Mage is just looking healthy.
He's a monster, and he has Arcane Rune throughout that entire fight. Still, that tower stands strong. No damage at all.
It's true. They hold, but they used everything for it.
I think when you have to rely on a Hex and external items to deal with the Anti-Mage, like it's not looking good. They're getting a Bloodthorn too on Queen to hopefully deal with Timbersaw, I suppose. But he is going for Lotus Orb next. He actually almost has it. So goodbye Hex, goodbye Bloodthorn.
And goodbye Tier 3 tower by the looks of things. Unless, maybe... Oh, mid one. No, this time he can't get out.
He died in a hook shot into a
He died in a hook shot. There was a Mana Void there as well. Actually, I didn't hear that. But it's, yeah. Couldn't even get out there. Anti-Mage is taking quite a beating. He has Aegis, so he's fine. He knows he's fine. Right, he does back off. Ravage is up in a minute.
Oh, they passed him the bottle. How cute. He's not even going to use it. Oh,
yeah,
okay. There
he's waiting for the Aegis to time out.
Oh, that?
Hey, hook shot in. Lich, Puppey, careful. He has got his Chain Frost still available. Nice hex up on the Anti-Mage, slowing down, allowing Secret to get further into their base and take Ravage in their fountain, but that's all they can do. The Queen of Pain's already dead. Their racks are dropping as well. Both of them. Buyback from MP, but for what? Where is the damage? How? Like this Timbersaw, it's just not happening.
There is no damage, Shiver.
I mean, I'm looking for spots of light for Team Secret here because
MP had heart in his quick buy, and I thought he was going to get it, and then he switched to butterfly because they like damage. But I mean, look at Maybe. He's getting everything thrown at him. He doesn't even care.
Nice Ravage though. Maybe they can kill off the Clockwork. Yep, they can. Mana Void this time not enough to kill off mid one, but it doesn't matter because Maybe still had a lot of damage in him. GG comes out. I mean, LGD, once it started going their way, there was really nothing that Secret could do. It was just, like, again, so 35 minutes. LGD so far has been looking super dominating, and all their games have been 35 minutes or less. It's just they... Was this an outdraft or outplay?
I would say mostly an outdraft. PL doesn't do that much. I think he's only good versus Shadow Shaman in this particular... And even then, he's not that great, because if you get the Hex off, he's just dead. And then their team fight is okay, but versus an anti-mage and Timbersaw had a very free game. Anti-mage also had a very free game. There was like early Battle Fury, early Hood on the Timbersaw, and then they don't actually have any good damage to deal with them in the later game. So I saw that matchup and I was like, okay, this is going to be bad for them. And they also have no objective takers. So no objective takers, no way to deal with Timbersaw, no way to deal with anti-mage. And they do have early game, but it wasn't enough.
At least they're gonna get a do-over or another try. LGD versus Team Secret, Game 2 coming up in just a minute, so stay tuned.
to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. LGD's turn to pick. Team Secret's turn to pick.
Admiral Conquer.
Hello and welcome back. Game 2 of Team Secret versus LGD. LGD took game 1 and it looked to be pretty easy for them. And Team Secret is going to try to even the score as they've had with both their other series they've had today. Sitting here together with Merlini.
Hi, Chiefs.
Hi, we have another Kunkka. Why fix what's not broken?
Oracle is pretty good versus Kunkka. Also, OD. I think those two I like the most to interrupt the X combo. Yeah, and they have Void this time. Void was banned out in the last game. Ooh, first phase Magnus. What?
Yeah, they have so far picked Magnus third twice in the series against Empire. And, I mean, so far LGD has won all the games. But they had 11 play that pretty good. Team fight as well.
10 seconds.
I like that. But second phase, you don't like it? You look question.
Yeah, first phase I haven't seen since the days where Mag Jug was super popular. Like when IG was on top, that's when I saw first phase Magnus all the time. But now, like he got multiple little nerfs. Yeah, I think it's good. I think they have long duration disabled for the Void, which is also kind of cool. They can also keep up in the farm, and they have the team fight to match it. As you mentioned, the team fight I think is the most important aspect. It sucks when you're up against a Faceless Void and you know you can never take team fights because they have Chronosphere. That's a terrible, terrible feeling. Now they have some fight left in them.
But they're still going to be Chronosphere.
They're still going to be Chronosphere, but on the other side, there's RP in a boat. That's pretty good.
That's true. That actually is, yeah, that's a good one more combo. And so far, Secret. I mean, there's only 2 heroes, of course, so there's no real combination with that Oracle just yet. Oh, look at that! It's like, I don't want to face an anti-mage anymore. Get that hero out of here.
It's always nice to have that in your draft, though. When teams start fearing your AM, it opens up a lot more. You're like, oh man, they could be doing anything now. They might go back for an anti-mage. Oh, and the Huskar ban.
Nice. The Oracle Huskar combo.
Yep. That is super annoying.
Yep. Silencer there as well. Normally you don't really ban Silencer unless you're planning on something. Like, obviously it's good against Oracle and against Faceless Void as well, and against the team fight combo.
Some teams were first picking it. First phase overall Silencer.
But normally that's not the thing.
I didn't say they won with the Shiver. I just said they picked it.
But would you say like this is anticipating maybe some more heroes from Secret that would be focusing more on the team fight?
Yeah, maybe like Enigma. The thing is, if they do Enigma, then that means MP is Faceless Void. And I remember last time I saw his Faceless Void, it was
not good.
I'm trying to put it nicely, but I don't know if I can put it nicely.
So far today, Team Secret has played Faceless Void twice. One on MP that they won, and one on Kezu that they lost.
Kezu used to play that hero all the time back in his Synderen days.
Yep, that was the double bubble strat that they had. Hey, double bubble it is!
Yep. Well, that makes more sense for the Silencer ban, and will be MP Faceless Void. I think Kezu is slightly better with the hero. The thing about MP, he's good with the weird heroes. He's like the hipster carry player. The one that doesn't play Juggernaut ever. The one that doesn't play Anti-Mage. He plays freaking like Huskar, Lycan, before it was cool, PL all the time, PA, these heroes. He's like QO. It reminds me of QO.
Right. Well, PL, I'm not that much of a fan of PL as a core.
I'm not, but they are.
They are, yeah.
They love it.
It shows.
They're probably gonna get like PL tattoos together. If you got a PL tattoo, would you do 1 or 3? Because it's like illusions.
I would have, if I would have a PL tattoo, I would have 1 in front and then 2 showing like as an illusion in the back.
Or would you get like 1 and then the 8 illusions for maximum PLage?
No, that's
okay.
That's too much. And the
I was thinking how far you would go with this.
No. I would just have 3 in total.
All right.
I think.
But what about the Spirit Lances then? Okay, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. So do they want something to counter the Enigma or not?
Yes. Because Magnus, sure, you get an RP people, but everything is... Yeah,
Okay,
there
Venge.
you go. You got the swap. You got the stun.
Is there anything else aside from Venge? I guess
you can X mark.
Yeah.
You can both.
But anti-BKB, sorry. Anti-BKB Enigma. I think Global Silence is the best because there is no item that you can get to prevent it. Like, if you get BKB Lincolns and Blink, you can get a Black Hole off on this side. Or on the side of Enigma. And as we saw from last game, Kizu...
Hey, you can do Sniper!
Sniper!
That would be funny.
I like Sniper.
Lich also works with Ultimate. That's still...
Oh yeah,
right?
Lich is good too. Good call. Yeah, there's a few
There's
ones
a
out
few.
there, but Venge.
Or you can
probably the best.
Beastmaster, I guess. But I mean, Venge is good, and I am gonna expect that Vengeful Spirit to have like real good positioning, so it will always be available.
I think what's good about Venge this game is also good against the Faceless Void, in case your like Magnus gets RP'd or something, or gets Chronosphered. So
Or your Ursa.
Yeah, or your Ursa, pretty much anyone. So that's I think why Venge is way better than the other ones that we mentioned earlier.
I mean, I wasn't expecting a Sniper to pop up.
Sniper! Does the Ags ult still do a mini stun? I don't actually know. I've never seen anyone get it in competitive because the item is terrible.
Wait, for which hero? For
Sniper. He's the Ags where you can ground target assassinate. Oh, Alchemist.
No, you do a mini stun regardless with the ultimate.
Yeah, but it makes it like into an area. I don't actually know if it guaranteed
No, I
crit.
think it's just it does ultimates to everybody in vision, right?
And a guaranteed crit. It just the damage done is different than the normal one. I'm not sure. Who gets the item anyways? Okay, Alchemist has been picked. Oh no, I put predictions 999 max GPM, and every time I see an Alchemist, I'm slightly scared that it might be broken.
Okay, so Alchemist, why?
I personally think Alchemist is pretty good versus this sort of team. Like, you're not if you have your ultimate on, you're not going to die during Faceless Void ult and Enigma ult, which is there's very few heroes in the game that can do that. Like, even with like 5 items, you're generally going to die to like a Midnight Pulse Black Hole with BKB. So Alchemist, I also think it puts a pressure on them. They want to take it slow. They're like, okay, we have a team fight, so if you come to us, we have the team fight to back it up. But we also have really good late game with BKB Black Hole, and they want to play slow, right? Faceless Void every couple minutes he wants ultimate. Enigma every 3 minutes he wants to use his ultimate. And with Alchemist, Team Secret have to leave their side of the map to interrupt the Alchemist, which is very, very bad for their lineup. They don't actually want to do that with their lineup.
But why? Like, I'm thinking. No, at the moment I'm more confused about Team Secret because they got a nice Chronosphere, but they don't really have any follow-up on the Chronosphere.
Yeah, it's not too much. I mean, maybe there is no combo.
I mean, you're grasping. It's like it's not amazing.
Massive.
I do like the Slaughter. You get that minus armor, and then all of a sudden it seems like the lineup of LGD is a lot more killable. Than it was before, so that makes a difference.
But do they even have physical damage to follow it up?
Not really. No, it's just going to come from the Slaughter. I mean, it Faceless Void, but Faceless Void is not. Sure, it's MP playing it, and he will play it as a core. He will play it as a carry, so you got that physical damage coming for you. But it's not. It's not amazing. Let's take a look who's playing what. We got Yao on his Vengeful Spirit, maybe on the Ursa with the Alpine Ursa set. 11 playing the Magnus. On the top lane, it's Ame going for the Alchemist, and already teleported in Victoria on his signature Kunkka, let's call it that. He has now played 4 games of Kunkka in a row, and he's loving that taunt button. That's that's everybody on the side of LGD. On the side of Secret, on the Radiant side, we've got Puppy on the Oracle, smoked up, and mid one playing the Ember Spirit. We have got MP on his face is Void, and on the top lane it was YepzOr that was already moving about, placing that ward. And last but not least, KheZu on the Enigma. That was also a KheZu signature hero in the previous Escape days.
So this will be the first Alchemist pick of the tournament.
Yes, I think so. Well, I don't know. I'm believing you because
I just checked.
I was gonna say.
I was actually just trolling. That would not be a good. What's my end game there? Ha! I got you, Shiver. You didn't watch all. However many games there were. You didn't watch all 4 streams at once, Shiver. How dare you?
I mean, I just wanted to say yes, but it's like, wait a second. I can say yes.
I'm glad that you believe me.
But everybody knows that I have not been able to watch all the games.
We have that small level of trust.
Yeah.
Okay, MP trying to invade this brood.
Very confident walking up the high ground with YepzOr there to back him up, so they will be able to take 3 runes.
Oh, Victoria! Look at where he's going.
Victoria?
Yeah, he's smoked up. Gonna drop that ward. I've been seeing this play a lot more. You smoke right before the spawn, and then you go for a chicken kill. However, it's KheZu there, not
KheZu mid.
Yep, it's KheZu mid and mid one in the bottom lane. That matchup is. I'm trying to think of any worse matchup for Ember than Ember Ursa.
It's not Ember Ursa. It's Ember Magnus.
No, sorry. This is what they're trying to avoid.
Oh, okay.
They're trying to avoid the Ember Ursa, and I think it is the worst matchup for him. So that's stands to reason why they would want. Oh, well, KheZu's dead. Okay, well, that's better than a chicken kill, I guess.
That was a very nice kill that I missed there.
We did try and we did see this once from, I believe it was Liquid. Liquid moved my control into the mid lane because he was up against a Viper, and looks like.
Yeah, let's see if 11. He's taking quite the beating here, but not enough to die. They already they swapped lanes again, so we now got an Alchemist on the bottom lane against Ember Spirit. Oh, what's this? Why are they diving again? This Ursa is diving real deep here. We have got a rotation coming from the Slardar, so they want to try to take down maybe.
It's still hard. Like they don't really have that much damage.
Yeah, and he saw him coming too with the ward there, I think. So, or did he? Yeah, absurd. Yeah.
They're fine.
They're fine.
But now it's only 2 heroes up on top.
Yep, because we had Victoria rotate bottom. The Torrent will hit on mid one. There will be a stun charged up by this Alchemist, and that means that Ember Spirit, the shield is tanking a lot there. You might be able to turn this around. Victoria taking quite a bit of damage. Mid one, do you really want to do that? No, you don't. That was a bit questionable.
And he gave him extra Greevil's Greed.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Alchemist is having a nice start with that kill for sure.
Alchemist actually got, I think, a agility buff, was it?
Yeah.
I have to double check because I haven't seen this hero in a really long time. I think I got a like agility per level buff, which is actually a pretty big deal because Alchemist, he's actually a right clicker with his ultimate. You lower his base attack time, so if you have more attack speed with agility, it is way better than on a normal hero. Yeah. And secondly, he has armor issues, so you have to build less armor if he has more agility. So let me double check that.
Alright, makes a difference. I need to meet that Ursa sitting on 9 for 2 here in the mid lane. Of course, he was already able to kill KheZu earlier on, but KheZu is doing quite nice on the old lass. It's nice deny there as well. He has to really be careful not to feed too many Eidolons.
Okay, his base agility got increased from 11 to 16, and Greevil's Greed and Bounty Root. Greevil's Greed gold multiplied from 2 to 2.5.
Ooh, yeah, careful. Not got mana for a stun. Got the chain as well, but the Torrent coming out on 2. It means that Yao gets himself out, and YepzOr has to get himself out as well, and nobody ended up dying there.
Level 2 unstable concoction. Extra synergy with the Vengeful Spirit too. This Vengeful Spirit is just like synergizing with everyone on their team.
Yeah. And all of a sudden it's an aggressive tri-lane coming out from LGD on this bottom lane. And we have left alone Magnus on top up against Phases Void. He is taking quite the beating, but so far looks to be quite confident in staying alive. These lane swaps, who are they favoring in the end? Is it
skewer into the tower?
Oh.
It's a lot of damage. I think you want the Alchemist to get farm. So no matter what setup LGD has, as long as Alchemist is getting farm, I think you're fine.
And Alchemist is definitely farm.
Alchemist is getting farm.
I say definitely still not highest on top on the last hits in the nice, but I mean he's not getting pressured at the moment.
When you're against Alchemist, or once there's Alchemist in the game, there's pretty much 2 phases: pre-radiance and post-radiance. And the quicker that you can get it to the post-radiance phase, the easier it is for you that's going to win. And like pretty much before that, you're trying to stop him from getting his Radiance, and then after you get it, you're trying to match his farm just because you can't actually stop his farm anymore because he's just everywhere on the map. So they still can slow him down. They do need levels on Ember Spirit in particular, and then once they get into the post-Radiance phase, that's when you want your BKB up on the Enigma and a lot of damage up on Slaughter and Ember.
Do you feel like Team Secret has the tools to slow this Alchemist down? Because
I don't think so.
they're struggling.
They have good team fight, but they have really bad jungle invaders. Jungle invaders are heroes like Night Stalker. Night Stalker, for example, you're scared to go in your jungle, but versus Secret's lineup, you can probably farm their jungle and not care too much.
Victoria's so good hitting his torrents all the time. Nice crush though by Yapsor. Hitting a 3-man crush, meaning that mid 1 is staying alive.
Yep, but mid 1 doesn't have bottle, doesn't have salve, doesn't have TP scroll. Like he has to do a walk home, most likely.
Someone who doesn't have to walk home is Magnus.
That's the benefits of dying.
Yeah, that was a good kill for Team Secret. They need some kind of advantage coming out from their lanes, and it's not middle, it's not bottom, has to be top.
Oh, mid 1 used his shrine without Kezu. Oh no. Look at how low Kezu is. He could have used that shrine. He would have loved that shrine.
Use that shrine.
They could potentially go for a black hole kill onto maybe at. Seems too risky with.
Oh, not to that Slaughter. It was level 2 only. Oh, rough game for Secret once again. Starting to set up for that anyway.
I do like how LGD's laying this though. They're actually using the Alchemist for more than just a gold machine, which is pretty rare. Almost every time it's like, okay, feed him bounties, give him TP scrolls so he can get more bounties, stack like 10 camps at once. That's the Alchemist way, but now they're using the minus armor aspect of the Vengeful Spirit in conjunction with the physical damage from the Unstable Concoction. He's actually like not that bad of a laner. He's not great, but he's not awful. And now that he's actually won his lane, he can farm well, which is normally you go for the opposite way. It's like, okay, we lost our lane, but at least we have stacks.
Yep.
So
he's able to come in and help with kills as well. Looks to be a very active Alchemist, perhaps. 11 is level 5. Once he's got his RP, you imagine him rotating, or is LGD gonna just sit and wait and like let laning stage last as long as possible?
I think they don't need to move around. I think if Secret like tower dives, I think he can TP in, but they don't have to because again they have Alchemist. They can just play on their side of the map, stack up, take out Roche, and be happy with the way the game is going. So mid 1 still not level 6. He is in a little bit of danger. There is the Unstable Concoction being charged up.
Thrown out. Victoria's not here. He's just walking about, taking a stroll in the forest.
So I wonder how greedy Enigma is going to go. I think his build might make or break this game.
No pressure, Kezu.
No pressure, Kezu. Like if he goes for Midas, he... Ooh.
That's a Magnus. They could even use the black hole for this. Sure, why not? I actually really like that when teams do that. Oh, puppy in trouble.
I like his positioning too. He TP like he casted a black hole like on top of the tower, so there's no like Vengeful Spirit can't TP in the stun, for example, with that. But
it's just a kill secure. At this point, you're not expecting to go be able to get a big team fight. So getting a kill with a black hole is really nice. 11 did make it to level 6, and there's a lot of pressure coming out in that mid lane after killing off that Oracle. They have 3 people hanging about. They could perhaps try to pressure the tower a bit. As you said, though, it's not necessary for them to do it.
Alchemist is in farm mode right now. He's level 6, so he can start jungling. Ember Spirit's also level 6, so he can start killing around the map. There is a regen rune on bottom. Is Alchemist going to be able to get it before... Looks like it. Yeah, so what is Kezu going to go for? He doesn't have Midas queued up. If he goes Midas, he might, like, they might not be able to fight. But I don't actually know if they want to take towers. I think Midas is probably still the most safe build.
A little bit of a roster though. I'm not sure what that crush was, but...
Yeah, to show him who's boss.
Yep. Looks like it. I mean, you're talking about fighting the Ember Spirit, but this Ursa probably wants at some point fight as well. Going for the Blink Dagger next, sitting on 1k gold, so it shouldn't take too long as he has got free farm this mid lane.
Okay, so it will be minus on Enigma.
It will be. Yep. But you don't like it.
No, I think it's fine. I was thinking about anything else that would be good, but because his team's not good at hitting towers, he shouldn't go for a team fight. I think they have to play for the late game now because Alchemist is kind of in impenetrable territory.
Yeah.
He's just up his high ground, just stacking and taking out tons and tons of creeps and hitting that bounty rune. It's not like he's... If they were ancient farming, then maybe they can invade, but they're not, so that's just not a possibility.
So that means that we're in for a long one.
It's not a long one, it's just you're going to expect Alchemist to get his minutes of Octane Radiance. Sometimes you'll have those games where like he gets it at like 20 minutes, which is pretty rare, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be one of those games. I think we'll see a 6-slotted Alchemist this game.
Alright, because it doesn't look like Team Secret wants to force anything out as well, as you said,
so
in farming
hard.
mode, so they're just happy with this laning stage continuing on.
With the shrines now, it's really hard to invade this area. Like, you can just get wrapped around from like 3 different angles. Like one from the north side, and then you can TP to the T2s or T1 mid, and the shrine, and the T1 on bottom. Like, you can just you'll get punished. You might kill the Alchemist, but you're gonna lose your whole team if you do.
Is it worth it to try and block the Ancients at this point?
Yeah, it would be, but they would have to commit a smoke, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
And it's probably not worth it for them. They'd probably just deward it pretty quickly. And they might need to play around Roche too, because not only do they have to worry about the Alchemist, they have to worry about the Ursa being able to sneak Roche in every time. He actually has an Arcane Rune. Arcane Rune is very good for taking out Roche. But he doesn't have his blink yet, so he'd have to commit a smoke, and it is pretty close to where Secret is. But I do think they do want to do something now before Enigma starts ramping up.
But it's very obvious when Ursa is now missing from the mid lane. I mean, that's like Ursa is going for Roshan, and as soon as he's not there, it's, you know, what else is he gonna do? So Secret can...
Yeah. Sometimes what they do is like they hide in the jungle for a little bit. You sit in the jungle for like 2-3 minutes, and then Secret will respond by thinking he's Roshing, and then they'll sit in Roche, and then they'll realize he's not there after waiting a couple minutes, and then he'll go in. So that's a play that you'll see Ursa sometimes make, but he doesn't have a blink, so his movements are a lot more obvious.
Yeah, and he is going into the jungle. I haven't showed himself just yet,
but let me look at Ame. He's just power farming with the... I don't think it would be that great if he didn't have Empower, but with Empower, it just makes it super easy.
Yeah, that Ancient stack is... done for, and it's too late for Secret to counter that. They did smoke up with 5. They wanted maybe to try something. They know he's up there though, and they don't have any blink available, so this Alchemist is absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's just really hard with that T1 up. Like with the T1 up, it's just good luck, and they need the Enigma there to be able to spawn the Eidolon. So now they have blink on Ursa. He does.
Hello, Puppy in trouble, gets himself out with the promise. Horn misses because of it. And they chase down Ursa, stunning him up. They have Black Hole available if they want to as well, but they use the Chronosphere first. Actually, Enigma stuck in that as well. That's a little bit unfortunate, but it should still be enough. Not even a secondary crush note needed from Yapsor over there. And Vengeful Spirit in the meantime died as well. That was mid 1 diving the tier 1 tower.
Well, at least they didn't have to... They didn't lose the Ursa's blink. Like, he got it before the fight, and Alchemist didn't die. So, not actually that bad. And Secret did have to move as 5, and they still did not get the mid tier 1 tower. This one is super important for the way that LG want to play. Just farm those Ancients with Empower.
Maybe this time. They still have the Black Hole available, so they still want to use it. They still want to fight.
They know, though. I think they know.
They have to know.
Yeah, Victoria gonna walk right into Yapsor.
Oh, I guess they didn't know. The torrent comes out. Doesn't matter though. Victoria drops. At first. Oh, hey, they found a Vengeful Spirit again.
Wow, they're just hemorrhaging kills.
And no, never mind. 11. 11 actually skipped RP. He's level 10.
Yeah, it's like Kunkka. It's like Tidehunter last game. He could have skipped Ravage, and it wouldn't have been that weird.
I guess.
So
yeah.
like, he hasn't been in a position to use it, but. At least they did get the ward. They did do the smoke maneuver into placing a ward, and it did get dewarded. But the Smith's Tower is finally going to go down. In the meantime, Ame 2,000-3,000 gold away from Radiance.
Yeah, he's just soaking up the entire jungle.
Yep.
Not feeling pressured at all. BKB is the first item for Enigma.
Ooh, BKB first. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's really relying on getting the Venge then.
You're still going to deal with the swap, or maybe baiting the swap out first, but there's probably no way that that's happening.
Yeah, unlikely. Especially when you see the Ogre Club in his inventory. Like, okay, I'm definitely not using swap at all.
Yeah.
That's one of those things, one of those moments where you should just completely tunnel vision and say, I'm only swapping Enigma if he black holes. or if we can kill him before he black holes.
So, why do you think he does go for BKB first?
I'm not actually sure. That's the alternatives are what, Blink Dagger, I would say.
Yeah.
Blink, Lincolns, or BKB, but
they go for the blink on the Slarler, so they'll have the initiation coming from that side.
yeah, he might actually have to worry about like. There's some weird cases in this game, like what if he black holes an alchemist who's channeling the stun and then he like self stuns? Like that could actually happen. That's pretty like fairly likely, I would say. So he's also preventing against that case, and just making like if he gets anything else, he still has to worry about how many heroes can stop his ulti. I guess every single one of them aside from Ursa. So you're limiting from 4 heroes down to 1 hero that can stop you. And I don't actually think the BKB charges matter that much. Like, you don't actually need more than a 5-second on Enigma. So it's okay to get it super early on in the game.
I guess if Magnus properly positions his reverse polarity, then he can...
Yeah, potentially, yeah. So that would be.
I mean, it's tricky to get it like exactly on the edge, but it's doable.
Yep. Another thing is, yeah, he could potentially go for Octarine. I think Octarine could also be a pretty good build for him because it still accelerates your farm a lot, and LGD aren't quite ready to fight because Alchemist still doesn't have Radiance, so he might have some time to farm it up. But BKB if they want to fight soon, Octarine if they don't want to fight now. So Radiance should be purchased right about now, 1350 on the dot. 15 minutes, slightly late I would say, but he was in an aggressive tri-lane.
Yeah.
So that's really good.
That's still impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And he also went for, he has got the armlet ready, so he's like, he's good to go. So does this mean that we're going to see LGD be more aggressive? Or are we going to continue seeing the farming game?
They can stop farming the jungle and push out lanes instead. So that's a pretty important deal for them.
So we got the blink on the Magnus, we got obviously the blink on the Ursa already.
Yeah, they can start playing around the Alchemist instead of protecting the Alchemist, like instead of letting him stacking for him and whatnot. So let's see, Ember Spirit going for Maelstrom. I was curious to see whether or not he was going to go for like a bursty build. You mentioned that they don't have that much damage inside the Chronosphere, so maybe like a triple remnant would be the trick for them.
And nice last hit from the tower still, before the rest comes in. Oh, this is very scary here. This Ursa Bear is being found out. They can even use a black hole if they want to, but use the bubble first. The Chronosphere, and that's enough to take him down. Nice kill.
Yeah, maybe it's been fairly out of position for most of these fights.
Yeah.
So no Chrono, is that going to be good? That's the thing about some of these teams. When they have a good Roche lineup, sometimes they'll actually intentionally die. I don't think that was intentional, but sometimes you will see teams intentionally die to get these ultis out, and then in the 2-minute window when it's cooled down, they will take out Roche. However, Secret are actually doing Roche themselves.
They got the Amplify, oh sorry, Corrosive Haze. They got, you know, not the best Roche lineup.
Their damage is awful right now.
It's getting there.
Yeah, they do have mass Eidolons.
There's an RP available though, and it looks like LGD is aware that something's happening. They might want to try and chase down mid 1. Not going to do that for now. The smoke kind of failed.
He was raising his arms to X. But now Roche is pretty low. Roche is about 30%.
Hey, this is a gift. Happy birthday, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know if you can do it that quickly.
Oh. Very aggressive there coming out from MP. Oh, crush in, up on 2. Yapsor going in. X-Mark on himself, actually. I think maybe Victoria messed up a little bit over there. Still, both comes out. MP drops, got RP'd, and Kezu wasn't able to save him there with the black hole. Still has that black hole up. X-Mark finds himself in the hands of a very scary Ursa Bear. Double kill for him. 3 dead on the side of Secret. Roshan goes the way of LGD, and it is defensive time for Team Secret. Time to...
I think it goes back to that Chronosphere death. Like, they didn't have Chronosphere that fight.
Yeah.
And yeah, you got an Ursa kill, which is important, but is it worth it? Is it worth losing a big team fight into Roshan? And that's the thing about these teams. Like, they are going to capitalize on it. You can't just cast Chrono and get a solo kill, even on an important hero, and expect to get away with it if you aren't playing perfectly. I also thought it was a little bit awkward how Secret engaged that fight. They had Slaughter and Ember come in from the bottom right. You generally want to, I think, kind of make the opponents clump up.
Yeah.
But they actually made them spread out. Like, a couple of them were in the river, a couple of them were uphill, a couple of them were in the mid lane, and there was no room for the black hole. Enigma, we talked about it earlier, he went for the BKB instead of a Blink Dagger, so he has to stroll up, cast Black Hole.
And that's not going to happen. Everybody's going to see him coming.
Yeah.
They're going to...
Without BKB, he can't do that.
They're going to be able to split it before he comes and or X-mark him, like they did.
And unlike a traditional Ursa lineup where you're worried about him tapering off, he has level 4 in power. So his timeline is like extended by like 50%, maybe even more than that because of the Empower. And Ame, his farm is out of control.
He is pretty fat. Also, LGD has got a pretty good Ags lineup.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just think of
everyone.
The aura of Empower with all these melees.
Empower aura with Kunkka, with Tidebringer. Oh my god, the cleave. The cleave on cleave.
I like it.
Yeah. And then Vengeful Spirit having 2 lives.
I mean, he's probably not that high of the priority list for the Aghanim Scepter, but I have high hopes.
Yeah. Yeah, Ursa, yeah, he also has the Ags available to him too, so
yeah.
like that's even more amazing. They've been playing around the Ancients really efficiently though. I would say there's been what, 20 minutes in the game, so there's been like almost 40 spawns probably, and I don't know how many of those are utilized, but it has to be way higher than in a normal game.
I'm sure that there's somewhere a very nice stat about that.
Yeah. Nahas, please.
Nahas,
or Nox, or someone. Anyone. Anyone.
Right, we have smoke up for LGD. They want to pressure this. They actually, I mean, 20 minutes in, you know, they're done. Let's go.
And you mentioned 11 skipping over RP, and look at his items now.
Yeah.
Like he has insane farm, considering he has an Alchemist and an Ursa on his team. So it did pay off for him going very greedily. Yapzor cutting into the trees, looking for someone hiding on the top side.
Oh, he finds Kezu, and Kezu can't do anything. Then he's fine. He X-marks himself back, and in the meantime teleports come in, but it's too late. There's not going to be a black hole for the coming fight. Obviously, there's still Chronosphere.
That is a good use of the X.
Oh, that is a great use of the X. Mid 1 takes tier 2 top. He knows that if he comes back mid, he can't do anything there, so he's just trying to force LGD back home, and it's working.
Not too many other teams do that. Like most of the teams, you'll see it with like Tinker and Storm perhaps, or if you're like right-clicking the T3 tower, but very rarely will you see them actually go for solo picks like this consistently.
He successfully forces 11 back. That means that the push is off for LGD in mid lane, but I mean that was very scary. They were able to just walk up, take a tower, and then walk up also take down an Enigma who, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna Malefist and then try to walk, like glide away, but you're very small and slow. You don't have a Blink Dagger. You can't force that. You can't do anything.
Ghost Scepter might actually be pretty good for him this game. He's up against a lot of physical. I don't think they can actually burst him down through Ghost Scepter.
He's going for Blink Dagger first.
Yeah. Well, he needs Blink BKB, but I was considering, like, I don't know if BKB is the right item, but I was trying to think of better alternatives. There was what, Blink Octarine, and I think a Ghost Scepter actually might not have been like a bad second item. I don't think it's a good first item, but it's not awful.
Not awful at all. I mean, most of the damage, almost all the damage is physical.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Still tier 1 tower standing actually on the top lane. LGD's free gold on the map for them. I mean, they're again, this game, just like previous game, they're just looking very confident and comfortable in their draft and in their game plan, and they don't feel pressured again at all. Sure, they're the one pressuring Team Secret right now, but just like previous game, are they the ones that have the pressure on them? Not really.
No, the thing is that they're super flexible in the way they play. Like 11's a pretty good safe laner, so they have that option available to him to aggro try, especially with like hero like Alchemist, who doesn't really see that much play in general, let alone in aggro try lanes. Like being able to do this is huge.
Yeah.
And teams observing the first day of play and looking at the teams that are undefeated, which currently is LGD.
And Team Liquid?
Yeah, LGD, Team Liquid, and I think LGD FY. There's only 3 teams that are undefeated, so obviously they're going to turn to them for drafts and see how this patch has developed and to get further ahead in the group stage. And they would be like, well, what can we take away from LGD? They're running everything.
Yeah, that's... Well, what can you take away? You ban at Kunkka. That's what I think you do. That you already kill him. Nice kill as well, but generally I would say you ban at Kunkka, because he made a lot happen in that early game.
Mm-hmm.
And his Torrents seem to always hit.
Okay, this Orchid pickup by Ursa has not been shown yet. Mid 1 looks like he's going to push out this wave. He could die right here. Oh no. Oh my god.
Come to be back. Silence them up. In comes the RP. Oh! Actually does not hit Japster. I thought they were going to get both there with the RP. They will still probably get both by the looks of things. Indeed, they do. Double kill there for maybe.
And now I wonder if Ember's going to change his quick buy. He's going for Shivas, but now he might need an anti orchid item.
But he already has got the plate mill.
But he's going to die. The thing about armor is it's not always that useful versus this sort of physical damage lineup because you get RP'd and then you get cleaved down. And armor doesn't help in that situation. Oh, that was awkward.
Nice Chronosphere though, but 11 is still there already, and that means that, yeah, MP doesn't have any damage either. I mean, he does not have anything. He's silenced up now as well. Now he gets himself out. Still get charged by the Ursa. Nice Malphus coming out. MP's fine.
Big Bad Alchemist is coming through though. Who's gonna stop this guy?
Not a lot of people can stop this guy. Magnus did teleport out, so there are 4 people. Oh, he will be back in a sec. Alright, nice stun coming out. It's upon the Oracle, but he's safe for the moment with this promise on. I say for the moment, because it's probably not going to last very long. Kazu, oh, jumped again, and he just can't do anything. He does have his blink dagger, but he blinked in to go for the Midnight Pulse, and he's not able to do anything, and the tier 2 tower drops, and you can just push high ground. There's no buyback.
This could just be.
There's no Chronos.
It's a good game push.
This could be the GG push. Nice X mark. Ursa will be fine. Vengeful Spirit helping with the push.
So Black Hole is going to be the X factor in this fight.
No pressure.
No pressure. It's just all on you, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean the Rax is falling in the meantime. And I mean, this Enigma's not back yet. Yeah, 4 seconds, but everybody's gonna be gone by the time he's back. And that was 1 set of racks. That's just how fast it can go. It's looking very scary. How are you gonna deal with this? Is it actually just the black hole?
Yeah, pretty much. Right now, I'm just praying for Alchemist not to break 1,000 GPM. So.
Nice to have your priorities straight, man.
In all seriousness, though.
How is he sitting? How much is he sitting?
900. They just need to get
905.
like they're just using their ultimates defensively. Like Oracle had a false promise himself. It's just had a defensively chrono, and Mask of Madness is tough this game because you actually need armor in this lineup when you're up against Venge Alch, 2 minus armor heroes.
They just need damage as well. How are you going to kill an Alchemist?
Yeah.
It's not enough. You have to have already the Corrosive Haze on him.
Yep.
Sure, that helps.
Even then, he has Blade Mail.
He has Blade Mail. You have to have him stuck in a Chronosphere because when he starts attacking, he's going to attack when the Vladimir's offering is around him, so he's going to get some life back, and obviously he's going to be able to use his Chemical Rage as well, so you got to catch him out of that one.
Even if you all in on him, he can, he can still get swapped out.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part.
Roshan in the hands of the Ursa. Maybe having that one. Right, well, at least.
No, don't feed the Eidolons. Oh my god.
Alright, that's a lot of gold right there. Unfortunate. So one of the main things, like if they want to have a shot, everything has to be perfect for Team Secret. And one of the things that has to be perfect, they have to fight in the high ground. So this would be their time. In comes the Chronosphere, they get Alchemist. But Alchemist is fine. The X Mark will take Ursa back again shortly. We're looking for the black hole, but the RP catches 3. Kezu, he walks in, he gets 1, but the swap is instant. There's no hope for him. He gets chased down. 1 more hit. Kill there for the Ursa again. In the meantime, though, that's Secret able to take down the Alchemist. Still, they take down the Kunkka as well. The buyback comes from the Alchemist. He wants to help out, but it's going to be too late for the Ursa. He has got the Aegis. We'll be back in a second. 11 coming back into this. In comes the Crush. It's on time. 11. He's not going to be able to do anything, or is he? He is. He is indeed. Monster kill. As Somnus is fine. Maybe. Takes it back. 3 buybacks from Team Secret. They want to try and save these Rex. Crush coming out, but this Alchemist, he is fat. And he is so difficult to kill. They did it once. Can they do it again? This is, of course, a bop back Alchemist. Ursa eating the cheese, staying alive, but not for long. By the looks of things, he will still drop. Indeed, he does. jumping forward. Yapster, you're looking for a crush. Can't find it on the Alchemist, and it is going to be a mate to just walk away. Or is he going to walk away? Walk away for the moment. Got himself the Echo Shell on him. Might be able to turn around. He's got another Chemical Rage coming. X mark. That's going to be on MP. He's got the walk away. Swap back in though. Taking a lot of damage, and he is not saved by that Oracle. Not at all. And they're just running forward. They know that there's no black hole. They know that there's no Chronosphere. And they kill off the Oracle. They take the racks. And this is looking very grim for Team Secret.
Oh, that was looking bad for just a second there.
Huh? That Alchemist.
Yeah, way earlier.
Yeah, that Alchemist dying.
Yep. He had the boat buff on him, and then they killed him as
the boat buff were off.
Yeah, the boat buff were off.
I was actually following the Ursa at that point.
Great discretion by Yao, just sitting on the side, waiting for the black hole, just doing his job. Yeah. You have one job, and he did it.
And he did it indeed. The black hole is down for another minute. Looks like perhaps Secret can still fend this off. X mark into boat for Yapsor. He's force-staffing himself away. He's alive for the moment. Gets a crush off. Manages to move a little bit forward, and he runs out another X mark, another Torrent. The blink doesn't work out. There's the RP on 2 remaining heroes of Team Secret, and they both drop, and that should be it. The tier 4s are dropping. The GG is cold, and it's another 2-0 for LGD. So they remain undefeated.
What a sick Alchemist game.
Sick Alchemist game. Very aggressive Alchemist as well. And it's another game under 35 minutes for them as well. 30 minutes. That's all it takes.
Yeah, that was... I have to commend LGD just for their lane play. That was a very difficult laning phase, I would say, to get that far ahead, especially with the audible that Secret pushed the Enigma into the middle lane to make sure that Ursa didn't have a good game. And they kept mid one down for long enough. MP didn't really get too much value out of his Chronospheres because they were on solo heroes most of the time because they were going for ganks. But LGD, they played it perfectly. They just waited for Alchemist to get Radiance and protected him incredibly well after securing his early lane.
Yeah, it was a solid game from them as they are on top of their group at the end of day 1. Day 1 is not over for all teams yet. I believe you can watch more Dota 2 for the group stages for the International 2017 on twitch.tv/Dota2TI, or of course in the main client.
Yeah, EG Liquid is still going on.
EG Liquid is still going on, so head yourself over there, as this was the last game today on this stream. We'll see you back tomorrow. Bye-bye.